much for joining us. Hope you're having a wonderful day. How was your weekend? How's your family? Wow. It's good to see everyone again this beautiful Share Tutu. Alright. Thank you, Jivira. Thank you for the response. Ekpele. All right. It's good to be here. So let's quickly do the basic things we do at the beginning. Let's like the live. Let's share the live on the different platforms. And while we're doing that, I'll quickly check YouTube to be sure we're good, and Facebook as well. If you're on TikTok again, please. And by the way, on TikTok, thank you very much for getting us to 10.9k likes. I really do appreciate that. Thank you. Well, please don't stop, and also please let's click on the heart icon above my head here. Once you do that, you join the team. If you're a member of the team already, you just drop a heart to me or a gift. When you do that, it helps the algorithm push us to the FYP. So please let's get that going. G Vara, you said Utsuwa, yeah. Below. Use balm and hot tea or hot beverage. All right. Just give me a couple of seconds. Well, not seconds now, to be fair. Like, give me a moment, please. I want to try and get the YouTube live shared to other platforms so that people, especially on Twitter, will be able to be part of their sessions. So one of the things I've noticed also, when we talked about this, is there's something missing with the audio. That's Facebook. There's something missing, right, as far as the audio on Twitter is concerned, and we'll see what we can do about it. And once we do that, then it will make sense to then go on and start having live sessions there. But while we work on that, I want to be able to share the link to the YouTube live on Twitter. So if, for instance, you're also trying to get people to come on board, please feel free to share the link. I'm sorry about my voice. Oh man, let's look at the DSC. The voice will be you get, it's gonna get better. All right, just give me a moment. I'm trying to find the stuff so I can share it. If you're on YouTube, thank you for joining us. Please like the live stream. Just double click on your screen, just tap it twice, and then you would have liked the live stream. That way the algorithm can also suggest it to other people on the app. And also there's an emoji, a heart icon down bottom left of your screen. Please endeavor to use that as well to react to what we're doing. We're gonna have a great time today. So I have an idea, of course I have an idea what I want to talk about, but there's something I was thinking I'll share much later, but also can share only based on like I saw the reception, that the other video on the 20-year plan that the Igbo people had or Igbo leaders had for Nigeria, and people, the reaction was quite interesting, and I felt, okay, maybe I'm going to say something in that direction, although it's not the topic. And the reason I'm doing this, let me tell you the reason I do this. Let me tell you why I'm not making full topic, why I'm not having full sessions on this thing. Because if I do, it will most likely become a series. And if it becomes a series, then it's going to look like Igbo bashing. So from time to time, I'll just, we have a topic. For instance, now we're discussing Awolowo, Zik and the Constitution. I could just leave it for a bit, quickly go into that, take a while on it, and then come back to Awolowo. Because it's not that we can't have a full session on all this, plans and everything. It's just that I don't want it to look like one is attacking people, because no matter what you say, even now, they still say I'm attacking, but at least to that itself be true, that kind of thing. So I want to also make it clear that while it's about to share, I don't create series out of that topic. So that's why we're not going to. So we're going to do a bit of it when the time is right. So, which is most likely later today. Somebody's asking, have we done the news? Not yet. So please, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Iluada lágbára Ọlọ́run. Amariba ti ṣe amarona gbegba. Ogbo àsìkò ogbo oríṣiríṣi fídíò àbí fọ́nrán náà pé oríṣiríṣi fọ́nrán tó ń jáde lẹ́nu ọjọ́ mẹ́ta. This weekend was interesting. Oh man. It's just quite interesting. Now I'm even torn, I'm torn, like I want to do something on the old Yoruba thing. Because when I say one small thing on Twitter, people now come and then they'll now say a lot. So I'm like, I'd rather make videos on this. So I'm still, we might eventually do something on that. Maybe not today, Toria Koko, but it's not going to be a bad idea at all to actually spend some time on this or your thing. And I'm very happy for what Igboho did. I'm reading comments section. Someone says, I'm very happy for what Igboho did at Oni Palace. I'm not sure you saw the video he made in the evening. I think it was yesterday evening. Made on that video, which is quite interesting. Excuse me. It's just... let me just laugh. I laugh because at least I won't have to say anything once I'm laughing. You can't be laughing and talking at the same time, so I'm laughing to check myself. But I mean, but let's do the news first. I'm not able to share this YouTube yet for one reason or the other. It's not giving me the thumbnail I want, so I'm going to hold on for a bit. Hopefully Oma recalibrates and then we can do it. Let's get started with the news. Meanwhile, this new stuff, I want to play a video. I think it's a bit long, but I think it also gives an idea what's happening in Nigeria at the moment, right? And might be a very good place to start today's news. It's not really news. It's more like, because we've talked about this before, so it's news, but I'm playing a video, about the bullet train that they're planning to work on in Nigeria at the moment. Did you see Fina? Who is Fina? I don't know who Fina is. Is that somebody I'm supposed to know? Please let me know. It's like, I think I've heard the name before. I know Fino definitely, but I've heard Fina before, but I don't really know who Fina is. Obedient children are covering up sexuality of Peter Obi's son. That is hilarious. I intentionally went around that thing on Friday. But yeah, it's something they're doing, but yeah. Everybody will be alright. Let's start with this video that I believe is gonna, turn things around if the project is executed. So take a listen to this while I sort this other things out.
Waking up in Abuja, having a business lunch in Port Harcourt. Imagine waking up in Abuja, having a business lunch in Port Harcourt, and then going for a dinner date in Lagos, before heading back to Abuja to sleep. All this happening on the same day.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
This is not fiction but a reality. That's what this bullet train project is about to create in Nigeria. Nigeria is considering one of the biggest railway projects in Africa's history, a proposed $60 billion electric high-speed railway, sometimes referred to as a bullet train, has been put forward by a Chinese firm in partnership with a Nigerian company. If approved and completed, the project would connect major cities in Nigeria with ultra-fast train services, cutting travel times drastically and boosting transport across the country. For example, a trip from Abuja to Lagos that would typically be 10 hours would be cut down to 3 hours. The proposal is still under government review, but it has already created interest, excitement, and skepticism both inside and outside Nigeria. On August 12, 2025, a consortium led by Discourse Nigeria Limited, in partnership with China Liankai Petroleum Investment Holdings, submitted the high-speed railway proposal to the Nigerian federal government. This proposal followed the successful approval of an outline business case by the Infrastructure Concession Regulatory Commission. The ICRC's approval means the basic plan and concept meet the required guidelines, but a more detailed full business case must still be prepared for the Federal Executive Council before final approval can be granted.
The federal government of Nigeria, through the ICRC, approved the outline business case. And the next step now was for us to submit the proof of funds to the government, which we have just did.
The idea is to build a large electric railway network covering over 4,000 kilometers across Nigeria, with the first phase covering about 1,600 kilometers. This first stage would link Lagos, Abuja, Kano, and Port Harcourt, as well as other important towns along the route. The target is to complete the first phase within 36 months after the start of construction, with partial operations beginning earlier. The project is said to be worth $60 billion in total, making it one of the largest infrastructure proposals in Africa. According to the promoters, $55 billion is from the Asian Development Investment Bank, which they describe as a China-backed development finance institution. The consortium presented what they say is proof of funds to Nigerian officials. However, the government has stressed that it must carefully verify the credibility and availability of these funds before approving the project. Because of the large amount involved, there is intense public interest in where the money will actually come from, how it will be managed, and whether it will put Nigeria in more debt. Officials have hinted that the funding model could be a public-private partnership, meaning the railway would be built and operated by the private consortium for a set period before being handed over to the government. The exact terms, including repayment arrangements and revenue sharing, have not been made public. Chinese partner in the project, China Liankai Petroleum Investment Holdings, is expected to bring technical knowledge, project management skills, and possibly Chinese-made equipment. China has a long history of railway construction in Nigeria and other African countries. In recent years, China Civil Engineering Construction Corporation has built several major railway lines in Nigeria, including the Abuja-Kaduna Standard Gauge Line and the Lagos-Ibadan Line. If this plan goes ahead, it will be the largest China-linked infrastructure project in Nigeria to date. However, it is important to note that the main construction company has not yet been confirmed, and there is still uncertainty about whether China's government will directly back the project financially, or if it will be entirely driven by private Chinese and Nigerian companies. The proposed railway will be electric and high-speed, with speeds expected to be in the range of 250 to 350 kilometers per hour. This would make it far faster than any existing railway service in Nigeria. For comparison, the current Lagos-Abuja journey by road can take 10 to 12 hours, while this train would cut it to about 3 hours. The full network is planned to run across multiple zones of Nigeria, with future expansions possibly linking to other West African countries. The first phase, which is the focus now, will connect Nigeria's economic capital Lagos to the political capital Abuja, then further north to Kano and southeastward to Port Harcourt. Major stops in between will serve state capitals and key economic hubs, boosting both passenger and freight transport. Stations are expected to be modern and equipped with facilities for both long-distance and commuter travel. The project also includes plans for new maintenance depots, control centers, and power supply systems to support the electric network. If completed, the railway could have a major impact on Nigeria's economy. Travel times between cities would be drastically reduced, making it easier for businesses to move goods and for people to travel for work, education, and leisure. The project is also expected to create thousands of jobs during construction and hundreds more for operations and maintenance. The faster and more reliable transport system could help reduce pressure on Nigeria's road network, which suffers from heavy traffic and frequent accidents. It could also reduce the cost of transporting goods across the country, which is often a major barrier.
All right, so essentially that gives us a breakdown. Sorry about that. Yeah, it's a breakdown of what to expect with this bullet train project, and I hope it all works out well. There's so many things that this is going to affect, including the gas infrastructure in Nigeria, and which also, of course, affect power. So I'm hoping. I mean, it's there are many layers to it, and I'm hoping that it sees the light of the day. There are many things happening over the weekend. There's news of something that happened in Lagos. The leather factory that has been industrial leather factory that was launched over the weekend. We're going to get to that very soon, but let me quickly read some news. Nigeria police disband squad and detain officers for assaulting motorists with camera glasses. So this is from the Nigeria Police Force. We strongly condemn the actions of some officers captured in a viral video attempting to forcibly remove a pair of glasses from a motorist during a stop and search operation and further assaulting him. The officers involved have been identified as personnel attached to the Lagos State Police Command. The Commissioner of Police in charge of the Lagos State Command has been contacted and has swiftly acted appropriately to ensure that the officers face commensurate disciplinary actions. He has equally ordered for the restructuring of the squad involved. That's from the Nigeria Police Force Twitter timeline. If you're in Lagos, you should know this. So there's a release from the Lagos State Environmental Protection Agency, LASEPA, on the permissible noise levels in Lagos State. All right, but here's the key point. Here are the key points. Residential areas, 55 decibel day. I mean, you can get the details. You know what? If I read it now, what the man really, if you go on Tokunbo Wab's Twitter page, you'll find it there. The permissible noise levels in Lagos State. Not just with a shout, say, with all the Nigeria, they shout. So let's remember that. All right, let's go to China quickly. I don't know if you noticed that I laughed while the video was playing because I saw a link that someone had sent to me over the weekend. They appeared and I was like, excuse me. Anyway, quick trip to Japan. The federal government has secured a $238 million loan from the Japan International Cooperation Agency to strengthen its national power grid following high-level engagements led by President Bola Tinubu and Minister of Power. Yes, let me take it again. The federal government has secured a $238 million loan from the Japan International Cooperation Agency to strengthen its national power grid following high-level engagements led by President Bola Tinubu and Minister of Power at TICAD 9 in Yokohama, Japan. All right, while he was there, he had a meeting with Nigerians, that's talking about the president, and he had the meeting with Nigerians in Japan, and I'll just play a very short clip of that engagement.
Important role to play, and a very important role to play, very important role to play, and it is with you that we must play that. First of all, let me ask you, as your passport renewal and visa is in, and is it changing for better or for the worse.
Better now.
More efficient.
More efficient.
Then you are happy.
We are very happy.
Okay. Now, if that nationality document is reflecting
All right. Tinubu in that meeting also called on Nigerians abroad to return and says the nation is rising again. And speaking of what he said about the nation, there is a clip from the governor of Ekiti, Governor Yebanji, speaking to certain people in his state. I'm going to play two of those clips. One is a bit shorter, but let's start with this one. Take a listen to this.
The social media, we need to seize the social media space. You know, it's not that they are winning the battle, but some of even my political appointees, because they are eating from both sides, they cannot even come out and defend the government. Very few of them, they will be on platform where they are attacking us and they will keep mute. They won't be able to talk, and they are collecting salaries every month. Listen, please. I'm marking them one by one. I'm not going to talk now, but be rest assured, those of you that are on platform where they are dragging us and you kept quiet and we are collecting money from this administration, we will come back to you at the appropriate time. We need to seize the social media space.
All right, so that's the governor of Ogun State, Governor Oyebanji, saying that some of his political appointees were eating from both sides of the mouth, or from both sides, and they're not defending the government. Anyway, let's talk about the government that needs defending. This will be the Lagos State government, and with something that was just launched this weekend. I'm going to read from the governor of the state today. Speaking of 23rd August 2025, it says today the new leather processing and manufacturing hub in Mushin was commissioned by the First Lady, Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu, whose work in empowering women and communities has inspired so many of us. To honor her lifelong dedication to social investment and empowerment, we named the facility after her. In that spirit, 70% of the jobs here are reserved for women and young people. This factory will create 10,000 direct jobs and benefit more than 150,000 artisans across Lagos. It is equipped to produce shoes, bags, belts, and other products at a scale that small businesses could not achieve on their own. Our hides and skins will no longer leave Nigeria unprocessed. They will be transformed here into shoes, bags, belts, and garments proudly stamped "Made in Lagos, Made in Nigeria." With time, this hub is expected to generate over $250 million in export earnings every year. But for me, the true success will be measured by the cobbler in Mushin, who earns more for his craft, the tanner in Okoba, who now has steady work, and the young designer in Yaba, who can finally take her brand to the world. This is the promise of Lagos, the promise of opportunities that uplift households and strengthen our economy. So this is fantastic, right? Real leather, genuine leather, processed work right here in Lagos. So that's something that we should be proud of. Something else that we should be proud of, out of many other things, is this new product by a lady named Ẹkáàbọ Bosede. I thought it was really cool. I felt I should share it with us. So this person has found a way to can ewedu. Right, looks really good. Taste stereo. I don't know what it looks like. I just like the idea. And if you're interested, you probably check out he or she, I don't know, but blessing as she has this ewedu. You know what? Let me play the audio. I mean, what are friends for? I don't know this person. I can't remember what our friends for. Hogal. But I just think it's a nice stuff that should be promoted. So take a listen to this.
We have introduced Ewedu paste, being the first of its kind in Nigeria, like I said earlier. A lot of people have been asking so many questions, but put your mind at rest. I'm going to be answering all your questions. Everything you need to know about these new products, I'm going to be sharing with you. If we can have tomato paste, other food paste, why not Ewedu paste? The only difference is that our own Ewedu paste is 100% organic, okay? It is 100% leaves, no potash. And trust me, it is as fresh as you can think of.
So there's a handle connected to this. It's I think it's on Instagram. Dried _ewedu _seller. So maybe when you get there, you'll be able to, What I like is the packaging. What I like is the idea behind doing what we've always had, doing it a different way, And I hope it tastes nice. All right, moving away from that. Not so good news. That this is from News Central about paternity fraud in the world, and now how Nigeria now ranks the second highest. I'm going to play the video. That I'll read something from someone commenting on this. Take a listen to this.
It has earned an unusual ranking. Nigeria has earned an unusual ranking. We now sit as the second highest country in the world for paternity fraud, only behind Jamaica. Now that means for every DNA test conducted, an alarming number of men are finding out that children they've been raising may not actually be theirs. But what's driving this? Is it a matter of infidelity, women choosing to be unfaithful, or is there a deeper cultural truth here? In a society where a woman's value is too often tied to her ability to bear children, many buckle under pressure. Broadcaster and lecturer Funke Treasure Anike Ade once noted, many men are the issue, but will egotistically refuse to check or admit, even when they know they are the problem. So could it be that women, unable to confront infertility issues openly, feel compelled into desperate choices? Well, so paternity fraud isn't just about deception. It may also be about survival under cultural and marital expectations. The question is whether we should simply label it as infidelity or whether we must confront the pressures and egos that creates the environment in which it thrives. Nigeria has earned an unusual ranking. We now sit as the second highest country in the world for paternity fraud, only behind Jamaica. Now that means for every DNA test conducted, an alarming number of men are finding out that children they've been raising may not actually be theirs. But what's driving this? Is it a matter of infidelity, women choosing to be unfaithful, or is there a deeper cultural truth here? In a society where a woman's value is too often tied to her ability to bear children, many buckle under pressure. Broadcaster and lecturer Funke Treasure Anike Ade once noted, many men are the issue, but will egotistically refuse to check or admit, even when they know they are the problem. So could it be that women, unable to confront infertility issues openly, feel compelled into desperate choices? Well, so paternity fraud isn't just about deception. It may also be about survival under cultural and marital expectations. The question is whether we should simply label it as infidelity or whether we must confront the pressures and egos that creates the environment in which it thrives.
You know the crazy thing about this video? The reason for it is what he just did. By not being able to actually take responsibility. It's like the video of this, and I know you know this person, is quite popular on social media. His wife, they did this paternity test and discovered that the child wasn't his. And then the wife said that the man assumed, he said that she didn't tell him that the baby was his, that he assumed that the baby was his. That, I mean, it wasn't like she was the one who told him. Man, it was like say, people, there are loose knots in people's brains. are there many ways to explain this thing? Of course, right? But the fact that you slept with somebody and brought the child inside there, you say you want to blame the man. You know what has happened right now? You can't even talk about the problem again. You're not looking at the man. It's okay, so what exactly does the man have to do in this whole scenario? It doesn't even make sense. But anyway, that's where we are right now in Nigeria. Nigeria is now number 2. 1 second, please. All right, so Nigeria is now number 2, and this guy actually put something out that I thought I should read out. It says, after 19 years, my dad realized I wasn't his. Sorry, I'll take that again. After 19 years, my dad realized I wasn't his son after conducting a DNA test because of my stubborn behavior. And my mom died when I was 13 or more. Till now, I never fit move on from the trauma. 19 years of spending my whole life thinking my dad was my dad, Jesus Christ. And then somewhere down there, someone says, you still call him dad? There's one I found that actually quite interesting. So somebody, exactly, you know exactly where this person is from, says, he will forever be your dad so long he paid your mom's bride price. Before Western civilization came to our shores, our ancestors, let me quickly say something. We have to be very careful with this, our ancestors. Our ancestors. In this person's area of Nigeria, he says that before civilization came to their own space, his own ancestors had their own unique way of doing things, which means that if a man pays the bride price, every picking will come na your own. That's their own part of, but no be. Anyway, the boy now says, now unwanted pregnancy, Baba no pay for nothing. Now one night stand based on the story wouldn't tell me. After giving birth to me, they were never together again. Right, so it's important to also see the impact that this could have on children, on the men who spend all that money raising the child and then discover, not even about the money, the connection. Of course, the money as well, the connection, the bonding, the investment. Meanwhile, all this while, the person will do and know. I'm saying all this because of that nonsense that guy said in the video that one lecturer said is because of society and the women and the men. They never even talk about the real issue, just go straight. I think he probably spent 30 seconds on the matter, then just went straight to how it was men's fault. I don't think it's about apportioning blames, but I think it's just ridiculous that people will do that. Anyway, let's move on to more seriously. Well, it's serious, yeah. It's serious. So more serious stuff, like security. But I hope we actually do better. And maybe at some point we'll talk about it, but let me just continue with the news. So, Nigerian military has established second training depot in Osogbo. Before now, for more than 100 years, the old architecture of military training and everything has been in the north, particularly Kaduna. So for the very first time in more than 100 years, we have decentralization in our military installations. Again, if you don't see restructuring and regionalization in what's happening, maybe you should look a bit closer. There are things being done to ensure that things are not concentrated in specific places, and this is one of those things. Here's an interview with the Chief of Defense Staff with Shewa Kimbaloyi on Channels TV, and he says some things on this matter. I'll play this video and then one more after this. Take a listen.
Promise boots on the ground, but that has not materialized.
No, we are. How
many soldiers have been employed in the last few years?
I can tell you we're improving by the day.
But how many?
No, I mean those are figures you don't like giving out. It's not figures that you want.
But have we improved the number?
We're improving, yes. And I can tell you, it's only the armed forces now that is doing massive recruitment, both in the officers' corps and for the soldiers, including the airmen and the ratings. We're doing massive recruitment. Now, the Nigerian Army has also established a second depot. Somewhere in the southwest, where we also, so it's not only the one in Zaria. Zaria produces about, let me say, 13,000 yearly. Now we're open another, we get an additional 13,000 coming from there. Then the Air Force, the Navy are also doing. I think the police is also doing immigration, and all the other ones are doing. We need to scale up, and I'm happy that we're doing it, because for us in the armed forces, we don't rush into recruitment. You have to get it right, because the ill-trained one is more dangerous than the bandit, because you could go in peacetime and cause a lot of havoc for everybody. So that's why it's painstaking that we do the training. And once you finish your initial training, you go for a further training. And before we now deploy you out, because we don't want things like accidental discharge and all this. And that's why you see that you hardly hear the questions, because we view it seriously. For us in the armed forces, there is nothing like accidental discharge, because you must have taken the ammo, you must have put in the magazine, you must have mounted, you must have opened the safety catch, you must have cocked and the trigger. So at what instance was it an accident? So this are procedure. And for us, is a no-no. Anybody who commits that no, so you can see that every military man knows the importance of his rifle. In fact, to us, we call them our wives, because that is your life. Anything you are doing, even if you are going to bait, your rifle must be with you.
I remember in our early days of military training, the rule of manning your equipment.
Yes.
The rule of manning your equipment had no. Even if there's crisis, your equipment must be
by your side.
And the way we were taught to carrying your camera and your tripod is to put it in your armpit. And I have a feeling that's similar to the training.
The worst thing that
you never to leave your equipment unmanned.
If you lose your rifle, you're gone. You're a goner. If you lose your rifle, that's the worst offense you can ever commit.
So the promise made by the president is being fulfilled.
No, it's been fulfilled very well.
That we're having more
boots on ground, yes. And the equipment are also coming in. The Air Force has been so well. We're getting more helicopters. We have bought more drones into the system. So we're now deploying them and making sure that they also operate optimally.
All right. Thank you very much for listening to that. Speaking of the military, Barrister Mike Ozekome was on channels as well, and she was talking about how the constitution we have in Nigeria was created by the military, and he also had his own ideas on what we should do to make things better. So give me a second. I'd like to play you his video so that you can hear his thoughts. I thought I saw it just now. It's weird. Mumbo. 1 second, please. All right, here it goes. Take a listen to this.
Amendment, rule of law in light of the NBA conference. I don't know that you are well grounded in this matter.
I'm grounded in it.
But the question here, the lesson I want us to learn and perhaps to give is the issue of local government is a very sore point in our history.
Sorry, this is from Channel. This is from Channel.
System in 1976 in Nigeria. It became a third tier of government: the federal government, state government, and local governments.
But there are those who argue,
and
there are those who argue that is not a thought.
No, it is.
That at the federating units, the state, how the federating units stand in the 1999 Constitution. The federating unit stands at its own, on its own, and the affairs of the federating unit should not be interfered by the central government, as though he can be able to determine. And these are some of the arguments made by the Bola Tinubu administration in Lagos, that the states should be allowed, and Osun State also push that debate in court when they follow that the Lagos debate on how the federating unit should be able to determine its own destiny.
Let me say this: the federating units in Nigeria are federal government, the states, and the local governments. And you can find them. Nigeria is a federation made up of 36 states and 774 local government areas. And even section 162 of the Constitution, which establishes the state joint local government account, realizes that there are 3 tiers that you have to share money to. That was why at the 2014 National Conference, we argued, the 492 delegates, that we should make Nigeria a 2-tier government, federal and state. But as of today, I want anyone to challenge me on this. Nigeria is a 3-tier federation, not 2. And coming to this issue I discussed before, let me emphasize this point, that the position of the Attorney General is so crucial to our well-being. Under Section 150 of the Constitution, is appointed as the chief lawmaker, law officer of the Federation, who can sue and be sued on behalf of the federal government. In some countries, the Attorney General is not only the guardian of the public interest, he can even take up cases on behalf of the people. Now, ministers, on the other hand, you will find under sections 147, 148, 149, 150 of the Constitution. They are highly political. They are appointed by the president, and they are to be given functions like the vice president. That's why people say the vice president is actually a spare tire, because it's left for the president to give him functions like a minister or not. But the Attorney General, again, fiscally was created as an office. And under section 174 of the Constitution, it can institute criminal proceedings, discontinue, and continue. Meaning that he occupies a certain sensitive position. So I am saying here again now that in their constitutional amendment, which I do not believe in, because we continue to amend 1 million amendments times 1 million amendments plus 1 million amendments, cannot kill the Constitution of its original sin of being a military imposition not subjected to referendum of the people. I will never tire saying it. But whatever they are doing, the first thing they will do, if that is the way, is to separate the office of the Minister of Justice. All right. The Minister of Justice could be an ordinary minister. He can meet with other ministers at political parties that they love and at sloganeer. But the Attorney General should be highly professional. Give me a moment.
All right, speaking of lawyers and courts, Nnamdi Kanu explodes, alleges miscarriage of justice, petitions NBA. Leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, blew out as he petitioned the Nigeria Bar Association, NBA, seeking sanctions against 3 judges, Justices Binta Nyako, Aruna Samani, and Garba Lawal, for alleged gross judicial misconduct. Kanu, in the strongly worded petition he personally signed and made available to Sunday Vanguard through one of his lawyers, Umesi, accused the trio of miscarriage of justice in his trial. Recall that Kanu, who was extraordinarily renditioned from Kenya since June 2021, has remained in detention at the Abuja headquarters of the Department of State Service, DSS. I just jump a bit. Kanu urged NBA to publish a report condemning the use of civil procedures to subvert criminal law and the resurrection of repealed statutes, affirmed that no Nigerian should ever again be detained by abduction or tried under a repealed law. Is he a Nigerian? Seriously, I mean, jokes aside, is he a Nigerian? Hello, Bumintayo on YouTube. I bet you could see. Apparently he's a Nigerian. I mean, maybe, I don't know. Please let me know in the comment section, because this whole citizenship thing, sometimes because, Nigeria Zoo, Nigeria, Biafra Zoo, everything, we're not sure which one. So if he's a Nigerian, how come this one now? It says that they should publish a report condemning the use of civil procedures to subvert criminal law and the resurrection of repealed statutes, affirmed that no Nigerian should ever again be detained by abduction or tried under a repealed law. No Nigerian, the Mirim Bibiyo. Anyway, I don't know so much about that because I'm not a lawyer, but that's why I'm asking the question. Like, does this apply to Biafrans as well, or is it just for Nigerians? But while I wait for the answer, let's just go on to other things. This is from Naira Metrics. It says FG approves new medium-term debt strategy, sets 60% debt to GDP ceiling. No. This is not the next news. There's another news we're supposed to listen to before this one. Hold on. Let's listen to this one first because it goes with Kanu. I like to put things, touch it a later on. Meanwhile, if you're on TikTok, please tap 28.2K. Let's keep tapping. Thank you very much. Leakberry, thank you for bringing out to my notice. Take a listen to this gentleman speak on IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, and Uche Mefo. Take a listen to this. It's long, but we're not going to finish, and we'll just take a listen to some parts. Unless we have to, sharp. Take a listen. Take a listen.
Yeah. It is an abomination for the perpetrators of heinous crimes in Igbo land to turn around, to assume an overnight and all-time messiahs of their victims. And we are watching these people in broad daylight. The supreme liar, Nnamdi Kanu, the ingrate, and the leader of the ESM bandits in Igbo land, who in public utterances and even in private utterances of his, initiated, incubated this horror and terror ravaging Igbo land today. And when you say things about this whole thing, they will tell you, oh, but you are his deputy, you are with him. I was the deputy of IPOB and Nnamdi Kanu in contest. And when I was there, nothing like this was ever happening. That is one of the clearest evidence and testament to my stewardship when I was in IPOB. I never signed up for the slaughtering of Igbo sons and daughters in cold blood and in peacetime, just like they are doing it today. I never signed up for blackmail, for lies against innocent people in contest, because if you lie against me, I will challenge you. And I will bring out evidence against you. By that time, some hypocrites and narcissists will begin to, play victims. But I'm going to come to that at some point. It is an abomination. Alukobo Ndu Nehemempo Manibo. Ndu mastermind the current and present horror and terror, crime against humanity, ravaging Igbo.
This thing is quite long, but that's the voice of Uche Mefo, who was a former deputy to Kanu in IPOB, and he's saying here that IPOB and ESN, created by Kanu, are responsible for 80% of crime in Igbo land. That's what he is saying. He even called them bandits. But interestingly, there was a time when this same person will tell you it was Fulani that was, there was a Fulani herdsman, doing all these terrible things. And our Fulani men, or Fulani herdsmen, carrying out or wreaking havoc across Nigeria. Yes. Are they responsible for all the havoc? No. And I think it's sometimes people think in these binary ways, it's either them or not. They can be constituting nuisance, but maybe doesn't mean that they're the ones doing the one in your house. The one in your house, now you they do them. So if you are the one doing it, take responsibility. By the time they said no Fulani headsman is, that it was Fulani headsman doing all those things. It's funny that the people that pushed that narrative and got young men to join ESN are the ones now speaking up and condemning Kanu, even though they were in the same group. But I mean, it is what it is. I'd like to play you something from a lady, an Ikwere lady, talking about this old IPOB expansionist mindset and what she has to say to our fellow I think it's okay. We don't have to listen to everything. If you want to listen to it, I could send you the link. But it's just quite interesting that everybody is now the saint and the Messiah is now the demon. All of them, may God help them. Anyway, this is something from an Ikwere lady. Anytime. We don't have the time to listen to everything that Uche Mefo had to say. Someone on YouTube says, even if the person is a dual citizen, Uche Mefo, sorry, let me go back a bit. Only the president can revoke Nigerian citizenship. Even if the other person, okay, so he cannot revoke it by himself. I think say he don't revoke with that now. Uche Mefo really disgraced UK-based Nigerians. It should have been far wiser than that. Being the UK doesn't make you wiser. There are many fools in the UK. There are many fools in the UK, in the US, in Nigeria. They're everywhere. Like foolishness has no ethnicity, has no nationality. It is borderless. It doesn't require passports to get into people's minds. It's just amazing. If you are blaming Uche Mefo for disgracing UK because he joined IPOB, how about the person that founded this? Is he not a British citizen? And the Kanu is a British citizen now, or is also is a Biafran, whatever. The point is, everybody will be all right. And it's interesting that everybody now says, he was the one doing all those things. So, anyway, let's listen to the Ikwere person.
I want to put this out there. So I just want to put this out there because I don't see a reason why I'm going to post my video saying that I'm Ikwere, I'm from Rivers, I'm from Ikwere, I'm not Igbo. Someone will come to my comment and be like, Ikwere is not a language, it's a dialect, it's this, it's that, it's this. I should go and ask, I should go and do my findings. Are you going to force me to be what I'm not? I don't care whatever your findings is. What I know is what I know, just like I know my name. I am a born, full-blooded, bred Ikwere girl. And that's on period. Please. That Igbo and Ikwere have similar language does not mean we are Igbos. I am not an Igbo girl. Rest
in peace, or you rest in pieces. So it's not only Ika people you are disturbing. You are disturbing Ikwere too. Leave us alone. Leave us alone. You start crying victim now. You start crying Igbophobia. You start crying that people hate you. But you are the one disturbing people. You are the one disturbing them. Leave people alone. Nobody hates you. Now you hate people. This your narcissistic behavior is too much. Church, everywhere. Like flies. Bring the camera, come, make us spray on a pesticide. Bring the camera, come, bring her, come. All the way.
Well, while all this was going on, some people have moved away from Japan, America with Amerigonka, Europe with Europa, the Ikwere people, Ife is no longer the source, thank God. Ife is no longer the source of the Igbos. Somehow I think they found their way home. I'd like to play you a video where this man was confidently telling us where they now suddenly discovered they are from. So take a listen to this wonderful gentleman with a face cap. It is well. Take a listen.
The land that is called Benin today, Benin wasn't the first name. There was a time that place was identified as Idu. Then who are the I'm coming. That's Idu. Who are the people that occupy that geographical location? Before we have that story about Aidu, Noba. Who are the Idu? Who are the Oba? I don't know. What is Aya? Is a conflict, a war between two kingdoms. Aidu, Noba. That resulted huge migration. That most of our people left their this thing to where they are presently the places where we are today. Idu Noba, like what the young man said on the traces, they are listening. Who are the Idu? Is Benin that we see today? Are they part of the Idu? The answer is no. About Benin, the Benin we see today are not part of Idu.
They are from Ife.
They are from Ife. Who are the people that are from Idu? It is through proliferation with the Portuguese that Benins and those that have upper hand against us. We run for their land because of that, and because they were using their gun to gun down our warriors. So our people started migrating out of that land before they now have total grip. Then they fought again to dismantle the Ogiso dynasty. Before we now have this Oba. Before we have this present of that Oba dynasty. Who are the Benins? It is by the help of the foreigners that they gain the access to that land where they are today. So if my brother said he's from Idu, I will not doubt it, because he needs to understand who are the Idus that he's talking about. Is he talking about the present day Benin, or the old Idus that were displaced of their ancestral land.
He doesn't know.
So they should understand it. When we talk about Idu, we are not talking about the Oba Obini of today. We are the Idus. The Igbos are the Idus. They should understand it. The Igbos are the Idus, not the present Benin people of today. They should bring that name back if they felt that we are the same with them. They should bring out that Idu as a name back today.
Conference so that they can be left.
Yeah, okay.
Awade wale mama de kí me ko wala ma de o kí gbogbo ele ba to lo. Someone in the comment section says they are right because you heard an Ika man saying it. It's because see, I mean all of us we are big ages now. Nobody say we be small picking. And Ika man tell you something, it means everybody from the southeast is from that place. What are you talking? Actually gets in fact you are getting me angry. He's just making me laugh. You are the one that's getting us angry. And the man said so. And so what? There's documented evidence of migration from west to the place that you migration of people from the west to what you now call Ika and all those places where you have Aniocha and so on and so forth. It's not like they came from the east. He is talking about the fact that they left Idu and moved to the southeast because Portuguese came with guns and gave Benin people Dane guns, and when they saw the Dane guns, they now ran away. And it was the Dane guns that helped the Oba of Benin to establish Benin Kingdom. Like, what kind of nonsense is this? Benin was established under a window. Jesus Christ. Portuguese did not even know anything about Benin when the people that where he threw some jabs at them, the Yoruba Ife connection, which is true. That one is true. You see, the way this thing works is that you have to connect. You have to take something that's true, and then mix it up with some nonsense in order to make a point. So, for instance, it is true that the kings are from Ife, but the point is that even when they moved into Benin, there was no Portuguese at all. It was a case of the Ogiami on one hand and the Oba and his people on the other hand coming in and then fighting for that place, which led to what we now call the Ẹkáàbọ Treaty. It has nothing to do with the Portuguese. There were no Dane guns. But you see, this will not be easy to look for. They are looking for identity. They are lost. Very lost. You know, so today now they are actually the original Idu people, and all the Benin people, those ones are imported. And you are coming here to tell me that, sorry, this Agbado farmer is actually dumb. You are a very stupid person. Let me just quickly tell you, in case they didn't tell you at home. I don't have time for your stupidity. So, a sensible person saying that Portuguese was involved in the conquering of Benin by the Oba. Jesus. And I don't know how you guys did it, or I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know, but there's need for prayer. There's need for prayer. Because at this point, you know, let me play you something from an elder. Because sometimes you have to also listen to elders. Someone says, the Igbos have creative propaganda imagination that can write their dramatic story. Well, the funny thing is that they cannot rewrite their past. I'll play you something from an elder of the Igbo people. Take a listen to this.
In your own word and in one statement, where do the Igbos come from? I know there are many ideas.
Yes.
Where would you say they come from?
I don't know where they come from.
Okay, you don't know where they come from.
But there are many speculations, many fairy tales. If you fancy any of them, I'll start reading them off to you. But I think we are trying to be scientific, realistic, rather than romantic and...
Okay, thank you very much, OON. You can get me. I have here...
All right. I've said it before. This man, I would rather take him than all these clowns. Although we know exactly, I mean, we have an idea where they are from. We don't talk about it because you never reach. But all this one where people will tell you, say, but if there's any good that you can see in all of this, is that hopefully we can rest. We can rest. Yoruba people, we can rest. So Benin people, even though you say that you don't know where you are from, sorry, you know where you are from, but you are arguing with stuff. Go and continue with them. Be fighting over your Idu, and may God bless everybody in Jesus' name. Amen. Speaking of the Igbo elders, this is something published in The Guardian. 2027, no Igbo man will contest presidency against Tinubu or Ohaneze. Igbo Apex Group, Ohaneze Ndibo, Weekend said that no Igbo man will contest president in 2027 against the incumbent president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, saying that the possibility of the Southeast producing the president of Nigeria can only be achieved in 2035, not 2027. It can be achieved in 2035. In a statement, I will tell you what I think later. In a statement in Abakaliki signed by Deputy President General of the Ohaneze Ndigbo faction, Mazi Okechukwu Izuguzoro, and the national spokesman, Chief Thompson Ohia, they revealed that the decision was taken after a crucial meeting with Southeast political leaders Imeobi and Uzuko Muna, in which they resolved that no Igbo man will contest president in 2027 against the incumbent President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, signaling the rejection of a one-term bid. The Igbo presidency lies with the All Progressives Congress in 2035. It cannot happen in 2039. Everybody should just rest. It cannot happen on the 2039. And even that one safe, South will most likely take it. But let's continue. They maintain that the most practicable political vehicle for the pursuit of the Igbo presidency lies within the All Progressives Congress, APC, in 2035 if the zoning formula is altered, saying that among notable Igbo sons, the Minister of Work, Senator David Umahi, stands out as the most outstanding candidate to lead the country. Yes, until we hear it from Ebonyi. Let's continue. They recognize some prominent Igbo leaders like Peter Obi, Senator Ifeanyi Okowa, Pius Ayim, Governor Hope Uzodinma of Imo State, Governor Chukwuma Soludo of Anambra State, Rochas Okorocha, and Senator David Umahi, among others, adding that each of them possesses the requisite capabilities to catalyze transformative change in Nigeria's fortunes, but Umahi stands the best chance. Can anybody please just check Umahi's age quickly? According to them, Ohaneze affirmed their unwavering support for President Tinubu's re-election in 2027, projecting that approximately 95% of Igbo votes will rally behind this cause. I'm not holding my breath. They added that this endorsement would transcend into political strategy, stressing that it represents a calculated decision aimed at nurturing stability and fostering cooperation within the Nigerian political landscape. They said, quote, the Apex Igbo Socio-cultural organization, Ohaneze Ndigbo, finds it paramount to convey a forthright and compelling message not only to the Ndigbo, but to the entirety of the Nigerian populace. We are set with unwavering candor and respect that the goal of achieving an Igbo presidency is indeed realizable and set forth as a compelling objective for the year 2035. In this decisive endeavor, we ally Senator David Umahi and so on and so forth. We already read that. Anyway, here's the point. I like what they're doing. I think it's good. But me, if I were Tinubu, I just say, okay, thank you very much. And we'll trust God and see what's going to happen. Because the fact that who will tell the Igbo man not to run? Who will tell Peter Obi not to run? So many people waiting for you outside your platform to debate. The day then go catch you until then. They go catch me to debate. Were you raised with stupidity as an inheritance? You want to debate. Why can't you come out? Number one, majority of you are daft. Why would I want to debate any of you? I've tried it before. It's a total waste of my time. And why would you use that phrase if they catch you? Are you stupid? If you are looking for those of you are all doing TikTok, let us do that post. Go and meet your brothers. This conversation has nothing to do with clowns. back to what matters, Jare. David Umahi is 62 years old. Thank you very much for bringing that up. This is 2025. That'll be 14 years from now. You'll be 76 years old. You'll be 76 years old at that time. Let me tell you something. Number one, the Ohaneze has two factions. So this one that is supporting Tinubu, it's okay. But I don't think they can stop any Igbo person from contesting. That's number one. I don't think they can. I don't know if they can. But again, I'm not Igbo, so I can't really speak for them. So that's one. Number two, 2035 will be crazy go, because 2035 you have this president now in 2020. It's going to go back in 2027, be there to 2031, God willing. Now that's the South spending 8 years. Most likely the North will come and spend their own 8 years as well. That will be 2031 to 2039. That's when we're going to have another South. All things being equal, I mean, something might happen. Nobody can tell. But I don't think you should be pushing the agenda of 2035 in face of the North, who you are still trying to see how you can get them to leave this matter alone until 2031. I don't get it, Sha. Or maybe I don't get it. Because if the Igbos have a strategy right now, sincerely, it has nothing to do with presidency. It has not, because the person that will unseat Tinubu, God knows. I mean, God knows best, and there's nothing that's impossible, But may God keep Tinubu there for the 2031. Let me just say that way. But from 2031 to 2039, that will be 8 years. The North will be there. So before it comes back to the South, it will be 2039. The question now is this: by the time it comes back to the South in 2039, what's the thing you're going to build between now and then to make sure that the Igbo person that is put up by the APC? That's the question. This desperation is one of the reasons that, one of the reasons it's going to be very difficult to even get it is this whole thing about want to become president. So that what will happen? Like, okay, so why would people want to vote? And guys, I'm stopping myself because I'm just wondering, what do we say? How do we respond to this and things like that? But it is what it is. But I'm glad that there are, at least there's a group coming up also speaking up. But the truth is that if you notice what's happening from the South, they are not talking about the presidency at all, which is the best to it. Now, with the term, I believe again, I'm not God. All things being equal, anything can happen. But the way everything is looking, it looks like, or the way everything seems at the moment, it looks like Tabam Balobai. If we go on this trajectory, by 2039, it will be the South that will actually produce the next president of Nigeria. That's what I think. If not the Southwest. Most likely, the first choice for me will be the South. The second choice will be Southwest in 2039. But it never ends. Tomorrow never ends. So 2039 to another plus 8 years, that will be what? 2047. Then from 47 to 2055 will be the North. Then the South will now have another opportunity in 2055. That's 20 years from now. We can keep adding. 30 years from now, 2055. But it never ends. We can always. It is well. All right. I want to read something before I go to that news. From Status Sense, Federal University Teaching Hospital budgets. 2024, all the Federal University Teaching Hospitals got 499. Sorry, somebody says, don't you think we could go regional before 2035? Yeah, even if you go regional, you're still going to have central government now. Even in the regional system where you have regions, is it going to have that central government? So there will always be as long as we have one Nigeria. Is that going to be prime minister or president? But there will be somebody at the center, leading the federal government. So regardless of our system, we'll always have somebody to govern the entire country. All right, the Federal University Teaching Hospital budget 2024 was 499.82 billion naira. This year, it had gone up to 906.95 billion naira. That's about times 2. In 2024, the most funded university teaching hospital in Nigeria was Nnamdi Azikiwe University Teaching Hospital. Somebody says, so if an Ikwere man from the South become president, Igbo can't say they haven't been president. No comment. All right. The top university teaching hospital that was funded last year was Nnamdi Azikiwe University Teaching Hospital. They got 40.78 billion naira. 40.78 billion naira. UCH Ibadan got 30.11 billion. The difference is more than 10 billion naira last year. University of Nigeria, Nsukka Teaching Hospital got 28.75 billion. When you hear this marginalization nonsense, please try and be getting all this information so you can respond to rubbish. University of Nigeria Nsukka last year got 28.75 billion. Aminu Kano got 28.58 and Alex Ekweme University Teaching Hospital got 25.76 billion naira. 3 out of the top 5 last year, the 3 out of the top 5 were from the Southeast. Nobody talked about federal character. What do you hear? There's no federal presence. There's nothing happening. Though the teaching hospitals belong to local government. By the way, there's one good news I forgot to share. A particular place in Enugu, the first general hospital in history, which is we thank God for them. I mean, Bible says you should rejoice with those who rejoice. So rejoice with them. I'll see if I can find that news. I'll find it later. But it's important to say that it's not like the East is abandoned. It's just that victimhood is a currency, right? And the repetition of neglect and marginalization, it's a way to get you to do what they want you to do. So again, last year, that was last year stuff. This year, the top 5, number 1 is University College Hospital Ibadan with 67. Teaching Hospital, Kano, with 64.48. Number 3, Nnamdi Azikiwe University Teaching Hospital, with 61.94 billion. Number 4, Lagos University Teaching Hospital, with 47.2. So the first 3 are in the 60. Number 4 is 47.2. And number 5, somehow, number 4 and 5 got into the top 5 this year. Number 5, Obafemi Awolowo University Teaching Hospital, with 43.17 billion. All right, it's important to put these things out there so that people don't. Number 1, I think it even helps young Igbo people to know that they are not second-class citizens, and that those who repeat this narrative of marginalization are actually the ones destroying their psyche. The Igbos are citizens of Nigeria. They have rights like every other Nigerians, and they are being taken care of like other Nigerians. Anything to the contrary is a lie. Having said that, I'd like to comment on this thing. It's been out throughout the weekend. I think it was on Friday, someone sent it to me. So let me just quickly say something about this. A young person on Twitter put out a post. The image was that of Made Kuti, Fela's grandson. And the caption was, "The face of another foolish Yoruba man who married a useless Osu Igbo woman. It will never be well for those of you who are mixing Igbo blood with Yoruba blood." That's what the person posted. Made saw that and then posted this in response. He says, "When I saw this post, it didn't make me angry. I just felt pity for this person. Every one of our great African leaders believed in the importance of African unity because they had faith in the potential of people to rise intellectually above the structures and limits set by colonial regimes and miseducation. They hoped that we would preserve our culture and traditions and treat each other with respect and respect, creating a continent that will support our children with love and joy. This way, they would grow up in a unified continent with collective management of resources, free travel without visa restrictions, shared culture, shared knowledge, and collective growth. Running backwards and believing ethnic superiority or inferiority is justifiable is slave mentality. It means you haven't fully freed yourself from your nearly 500 years old chains. It means you are still a victim. The healthiest way to free your mind is to read. Enlighten yourself with history and knowledge left by leaders like Nkrumah, Lumumba, Funmilayo Ransome Kuti, Fela Kuti, and Sankara. Free your mind. I thought to leave this here for posterity because I've been seeing posts like this from both sides for some time now. Let me just, offer my own 2 cents. Both of them are wrong. Both of them are wrong. The ignorant person that wrote that nonsense is wrong. Made, who calmly answered, is also wrong. And the person who says, wow, Made just made my day with the response, probably when I know you were not expecting me to say that Made was wrong, but he was wrong. But I like the way he answered. I like the fact that he wasn't throwing tantrums. He was speaking based on his knowledge, and he was clear about it. But that knowledge itself is wrong. But let's start with the clown that first said that. And I think I want to say something. You see, this whole thing about conservatism that some people are shouting, this is not conservative, Kineo. This is extremism. And I said it before, some of these things I will say it, you may not like it, but it's fine. We should tell ourselves the truth. This is not what it means to be a conservative. This is what it means to be an extremist. A person's bedroom choice is none of your business. We should be telling ourselves this truth. All these clowns who jumped from one movement to Yoruba now went to the extreme of doing the exact same thing they were doing to people there. They're now doing it here, shouting, pure blood Yoruba. That thing is nonsense. The crazy part is that folks like this do DNA for them. Discover that DNA tests, maybe they are not even 50% Yoruba. It might turn out that the person is like, it's not about that people being pushed. Oriola, it did not start now. I've been part of this. I've been seeing this thing for about 5 years. Forget what's happening right now. I'm only enjoying one. When they test your blood, DNA test, you might discover that you're just like 25 or even 15% Yoruba. With all this irrigate on back against social media, you see. What's your business with the person somebody is marrying? Sheila's wife is Igbo. Sheila is a man. He can take care of his home. Let me say something, and I've said this before. If you're a man and you married outside Yoruba culture and you're a Yoruba man, and your wife does all this thing of, we take them away from your culture and we do anything we like, we hate Yoruba culture, it is not that woman's fault, or it's your fault. Because you are the one who you don't understand, you are not strong enough to be able to actually be the man in your home. Not to say that the woman should not put anything from her culture, but somebody wrote something some time ago. It's true. He says if the Hausa man marries an Igbo woman, the children the woman gives birth to will be Hausa children. I have like a senior colleague, not in this industry, not on social media, in when I was working in a particular industry. She's from Kano. Her mother is Yoruba. Aja is Fulani through and Hausa through and through. She's Hausa. The mother is Yoruba. Of course, she has some Yoruba things. She went to school in Yoruba land. She even went to Ife. But she's Hausa. If you're a Yoruba man and you marry an Igbo woman or another Kinikon, is now your children now becoming, they are now confused. They don't know where they belong. It's your fault as the man, no. It's not the woman's fault. But does that mean that there are not people that married other people that still raise their children? And for crazy part, some of the people that do all this insulting on social media, their own children cannot speak Yoruba. And the blood they are shouting, we've not done DNA test yet, so we don't really know what they are saying, to be fair. So let's make something very clear. All this thing of thinking that a person's loyalty lies in who they are married to is not necessarily true. We found Yoruba people who marry Yoruba people. Some of the people that went to join Azikiwe and that created Yoruba Federal Union in 1948, some of them, their wives were Yoruba. Many of them, gossip, their wives were Yoruba. They were Yoruba. And they see on the Yoruba. A person can be Yoruba, married to Yoruba, and still just be, you know what I'm trying to say without having to say it. That's one. Number two, if a person marries a Yoruba person, whoever you marry, at least have your culture at the back of your mind. Find a way to inculcate that in your children. Number three, there are people who have married other ethnicities and they are doing well. One of them was insulted to the point where they called his wife an Osu and his children Osu, which is taking me to number four. If you want to marry from other places, my own advice, you don't have to take it. My advice is this, especially if you want to marry from Igbo land, do what Igbo people do before they get married. If you want to marry from Igbo land, do what Igbo men and Igbo families do before they get married. Which is what? They want to know who that person is, who the family is, and the kind of lineage they come from. And they will not marry an Osu. You Yoruba men that are shouting that you are free, you are marrying people that will give your children inferiority complex for life. It's not that they are Igbo or not. It's the fact that all the superiority that you see is a product of inferiority complex. A person who in their own culture is permanently restricted to a particular place in society is the person you are getting married to. That's your own problem, because when you now go back to your wife's place, they'll call your children Osu, because Osu is perpetual. Osu simply means, you know, they are sacred slaves. There's a secular one, the Oru, and they are still there, by the way. And they know it amongst themselves. They don't marry amongst themselves. They're outcasts. Thank you. In this country, you have a caste system. Okay, they have a caste system. All of us, especially for Christians, you know, we're all one in Christ. In the East, their oneness in Christ does not allow them to marry across that caste system. They don't go across that divide. They are permanently like that. They know it. You need to know it too. Just because you met somebody in Lagos does not mean that you can now, and stop thinking with the third leg. Think with your brains. The person, you have children now, they can't go back home. When they go back home, they call them outcasts. Those children now begin to have pain on waiting no concern them if them papa don't think straight. That's not what the guy was saying. Oriola, please stop, or else I'm going to mute you. I don't have time for this. A society that has a caste system does not mean that everybody in that society is part of that caste. If you don't know how to explain certain things and break it down, and you make it look like everybody in Igbo land is like that, it's you. Your own ignorance is actually the one speaking loudly. That's the point. Like your people are sometimes very loud, but we are sometimes very ignorant. It's not about the Igbo. It's about the system there. If you know where the family is, then you can now do what you're supposed to do. It doesn't mean that every Igbo person is an Osu, but there are also people amongst Igbo people, and Igbo people do amongst themselves, they don't marry Osu. They know it. Because if you do, it affects your stuff. But that does not mean that every Igbo person. So this person says that the person has married. When they say use just Osu today, they're not talking about the caste. On Twitter, is to insult any Igbo person and say they are Osu. That's unfair. This thing is not even very difficult. I'm wondering why everybody is not acting as if they know what's happening. The fact that he says a man says the face of another foolish Yoruba man who married a useless Osu Igbo woman. How did he know that the person is Osu woman? He doesn't know. That is what you guys use on social media to insult every Igbo person. You are Osu, you are Osu, you are Osu. Did you fact check? Did you? That's one. So that guy, that is not conservatism and be conservative, whatever. That is extremism. And people that talk like this have no plans for Yoruba people. They don't even know anything about our culture. They just hate others. If you are speaking for Yoruba out of love, it will sound differently than if you are speaking because you hate other group. Do you even love yourself enough to even come up with a plan for Yoruba people? Or you just hate people to push them out? And once they're out, you now bring your hate to us. Before you know it, it's now Oyo versus Kinikon and Kinikon versus Kinikon, because the hate is always alive. And that's the point. So if, for instance, you are doing it based on love for your people, who would know? But if any small thing you are shouting, oh, somebody marry Igbo, therefore there's a problem. You whose father and mother are both Yoruba, are you doing well? Having said that, now let's talk to Made. I think Made is a very calm person. I like the way he answered. But again, is the answer of a person who is very naive. His marital choices are his to make. I don't know if she's also. I don't think she is. But regardless of what he does, I mean, he has done it. This thing of where I began to have problems with his response was when he said, of African unity, and they hoped that they would preserve our culture and traditions and treat each other with love and respect, creating a continent that will support our children with love and joy. This way, they would grow up in a unified continent. Anybody who thinks like that is an ignorant person. Are there books that espouse these ideals? Yes. Just because you read it in the book, or let me put it this way, maybe you're not totally ignorant, you are wrongly educated. The idea of a unified continent is not even local to us. It's something that came from the Caribbean, from the Americas. And while I love this idea, this fantastic romantic idea of African unity, it is not grounded in reality. Folks who were taken as slaves gave birth to children in the diaspora. Those ones longed for home, as they should. They had this idea of Africa. They thought of it as one place, and they felt like, oh, we're going to come, and black people are going to come together. There will be black power and black this and black that and everything. They wrote that. Do I blame them for writing that? No. They were in the diaspora. They were thinking about Marcus Garvey, who came up with this whole idea of Pan-Africanism. He never visited Africa. Not once. They just had this fantastic idea of this thing. W.B. Du Bois, some people call him Du Bois, some people call him Du Bois, who eventually traveled to Africa, was already grounded in that ideology before he even visited. The point is this: you who were born on the continent, how would you have the same view of your space as a person who was not born in your continent but who longs for home and created an ideal utopia, so to speak, of Africa, and you really think that's what it is? You know that the Yoruba man is not the same thing as an Igbo man. The Igbo is not the same thing as a Fulani man. The Igbo will curse you if you say it's the same man as a Fulani. All these things for one Africa. You really think in your mind that the man in the Zulu is the same. And by the way, this crazy idea that because we are all dark-skinned, we are from the same place, is a very ignorant way to think. And I will say this: of all the continents of this world, is only one that has this desire for ridiculousness. Africa. We want to unite. We must be together. We must have Kiniko. Say waiting. Every other practical things, e.g., travel, e.g., economy, e.g., cultural exchange. No, we were looking for identity. No identity like Africa. None. Everyone thinks of unity as, I've said it here several times, is the unity of purpose, not unity of identity. 1 second, please. Unity of purpose. What are we doing together? So the other things he mentioned, for instance, when he says collective management of resources, what does that even mean? Collective management of resources. What does that even mean? that I don't have enough sensible people in Yoruba land to manage Yoruba resources. I have to work with people from all over Africa to manage this because we are all one. How do we think like this? So you are really telling me right now that if they want to talk about the gas in Imo State, it has to be somebody from Kenya or Yoruba man. Igbo people don't have anybody that can do it. Collective management of what? Or we have a government at the center that manages resources of everybody. People think Africa is a village. See, if an outsider thinks like that, it's understandable. But you grew up in Africa. You grew up here. This is not a street. It's a continent. We are different people, and it's okay. You don't see Europeans shouting because we are all white, we are one. You don't see the Asians shouting because we are all black, we're all, well, some people say yellow, but you get the point. That they are one. Is it China you go and meet now that they are one with Japan, and they will tell you that you are making sense? Or you go and meet South Korea and say they are one with Japan? And they will not tell you the history of their wars or the history of colonialism between Japan and China. And guess what? It was the smaller one colonizing the bigger one. You think because they quote-unquote look alike, they are one. So whenever you come to Africa, you come with this ridiculous idea because we are all black, we are one. So we should have this unified. Unified for what? Unified for what? What exactly are we gaining from this I'm sorry. And I know a lot of people are doing it because they have this good mind. Say, if we just, Africa will just rise. That thing is not rooted in reality. It's rooted in just a fantasy world. And let me say this way, there will never be a time they are going to have Africa as one, with one person ruling Africa, and we are all now under that thing. It will never happen. You know why? Because the people pushing that thing, they don't understand what they are doing. It's what will lead to wars. People don't understand the impact or beyond the impact, the consequences of some of these dreams. See what's happening right now. A person, I don't want to mention countries, but we've had sessions here before. The ripple effect, thank you. When a person comes and says, in this country, there's no tribe, there's no ethnicity, we are all one. Only for you to wake up and discover that this person is working with his own ethnicity in another country. Has it not happened in Nigeria? Did it not happen in the 1940s? When a certain group of people were telling us that we are all Pan-African, we are all one Nigeria, we are all one Africa, only to discover that they had plans for every one of us. And that plan actually was built on the fact that their own ethnic group must be the Oga of all of us. How can you be daft to think that we are all one because the person says we are all one? And they are telling you that, see what this person has in store for you. You're like, it doesn't really matter. I just believe in oneness. Oneness is and one day we're going to have this. I've promised before, but it's because we have this long series. We'll have sessions on even this definition of Pan-Africanism or Pan-African. Listen to, maybe one day we should sit down and talk about it. What caused the rift between Zik and the folks in NCNC who were also Pan-Africanists? E.g., this boy's great-grandmother, or this man is married, so he's not a boy. This man's great-grandmother, Olufumilaro Ransom Kuti. You know, I didn't know this was actually quite serious until I read Fela's tribute to Awo. Then I was like, want to get to her. Say Awo introduced tribalism. Fela wrote it. I have the book somewhere here that Awo introduced tribalism. I was like, Fela went to the US, came with Black Power, and anybody that can come Pan-African, they have no idea what happened in the 40s or 30s, for that matter. We should ask the question: what happened between Zik and Nkrumah? What was the definition of Pan-Africanism to both of them? How did it cause wahala? These things are documented. One of these days we'll have sessions on that. The point is this: if we are really serious, the other things that Mali wrote here, very, very important. Let me read what he wrote. Free travel without visa restrictions, I agree. Shared culture, shared knowledge, collective growth, I agree. Why wouldn't we want to share? But it's not share where, see, this Nigeria is like, it's too big. So I can't even call it a microcosm of Africa. It's too big for the example I even want to use. But look at the way we are right now. You have an ethnic group, you say shared culture. A culture will share what you have and tell you it belongs to them because that culture is underdeveloped. In other words, their greatness is in appropriation. They cannot acknowledge the source of what they have. They cannot. To acknowledge the source of what they have right now is to show that they are less in their own mind. Meanwhile, more developed cultures across Africa, let's even stay with Nigeria, across Nigeria, would easily tell you we got this thing from this place, we got this thing from that place. Is it the person who is changing Ashwebi to Ashebi that I'm going to share my culture with? Says Ashebi, and that Ashebi is indigenous to their place. Oga, you don't even have the Asher that you're... People are not serious in this country. The person who introduced unitary system to us in Nigeria, his name is Ironsi Abi. Ironsi banned ethnic associations in Nigeria, banned all the associations. But when he was choosing his own advisors, all of them were Igbos, all. But he said no ethnic association, Egbemo Dudu, a ban. Even ban the Igbo Union to ban all of them. But the Equity and all of them were still having their meeting. You can still share your culture with others, whether or not they are willing to accept. You don't understand. It's not that they're not willing to accept, Obina. They accepted it and told me and my children that that thing came from them and that my hometown is theirs. Those are not people to share anything with. So I share something with you because we are all good people, great nation. You now turn it around and say you own it and that I'm the one who is borrowing things from you. I'm like, in your history, there's nothing to borrow like that. I'm not mentioning any group. I'm not mentioning any group. You know, there's nothing wrong with sharing stuff. Absolutely nothing wrong. You know, I used to have issues with Black Americans when they say they don't like the fact that white people were braiding their hair. Of course, that one is actually wrong. It's not appropriation because cornrows did not start because of black people. They've been braiding their hair in Denmark for centuries. You know, the Vikings used to braid their hair, so it's not about that. But the point is this. Royally says, shut up, we know who you're talking about. Since you know what I'm talking about, why should I shut up? Why not say that to your parents that did not raise you properly? Because I can assure you, your father will not be able to talk to me like that. Your father cannot talk to me like that. Anyway, let's talk to people who were properly raised. They used to talk about this appropriation thing, the cornrows on white, you know. But then I was trying to understand what the issue was. Of course, the deeper you go, you discover that, oh, this cornrows is not like Africans gave it to them. They were also doing it already. But I think the real issue is appropriation without acknowledgement. Sorry, you know, from time to time we have retards. Again, you know what? I'm not going to mention. Let me tell you what your elder said. No, let me not do that because there are other people here who are not doing like you. So I know where you are from. If I were to answer you, Omar Taba, I'm going to say something that will hurt other people. So I'm just going to let you be. I'll mute you because if you continue like this, I will say things that I don't want you to, because there are good people from your region here. If you see me holding back, it's not because I don't know what I want to talk. You hear the one that will make you go and call your father in the middle of the night and ask him, why did you give birth to me? Why not just stay and let your lineage perish with you? Anyway, I've muted you, Sha. So we won't go into that. The point I'm trying to say is that I was trying to understand where the blacks were coming from. So what I discovered was that this was what they could hold on to in a place where they didn't think they were all that, even though I think they are all that. But in that place, they had to hold on to that. And then a lot of them will go to work and they will be, you know, sometimes had to stop braiding. And then suddenly they see other people doing it. But you see, they are not at home. For Yoruba people who are at home, when a person comes into our home and sees us doing something and decides to do it, for us, it's okay. Because you are secure in your identity. You are secure, you are at home. But when I began to understand appropriation as a Yoruba person, was when I saw people who borrowed stuff. Because, and I've said it several times, we borrow stuff as well, right? It takes a very underdeveloped mindset to think everything originates in his head. Any sane person would understand that there's nothing in this world that, everything around you could not have come from you. You must have gotten something, unless you are isolated and you have no connection with anybody. But most likely you must have learned something from people. For instance, there are certain things I will say today. If that Owe is not up to 200 years. Is a Yoruba proverb today. But Aguda Ojelabe Gesi is reference to the Catholic and the Portuguese as Aguda and Gesi as English. But now in our own, should I say, the repertoire of proverbs, we have them featuring in that. It means that somehow we got something from there. We got some things in our culture today that came from Sierra Leone. And one of these is we're going to have a session on, I also know that at the time I didn't talk about it intentionally, but I think I should talk about it at some point, about the influence of the Saro in Yoruba land. And a lot of good. There's good and bad, but there's a lot of good that people don't usually talk about that we should talk about. The things they brought back home. Right? There are things we got because of trade with Malians. Not the Mali people, the ones from Mali. There are things we got because of our trade with Hausa. The Islamic words, the Arabic words we borrowed from. It doesn't change you. English language today is a potpourri of different languages. You find Latin, you find French, you find Arabic, you find Farsi, you even find Yoruba. Does that mean English is not the one language that all of us want to speak? But if you are coming from a place where you are used to hoarding because you think your identity depends on the amount of what you possess, not on what you share and receive, you now be shouting, hey. Anyway, the point is that most Yoruba came from Sierra Leone and Brazil. Sorry, we have another clown who just came in. Sorry, maybe you made a mistake. Frankie Fex, let me not say. Maybe you made a mistake. What are you trying to do? What are you trying to say? Because I don't want to assume you know what you are saying. Because what you said right now is actually very, very insulting. But let me see if you can redeem yourself. Somebody says there's a plausible explanation for the origin of Gudugudu Meji ati Yayamefa. It's not even about plausible. It's about it was about the Ibadan elders going to meet the colonial officer. And they had a conversation. I can't remember the details, but as we're reporting to the colonial officer, he kept saying, yeah, good. And one of the elders counted 7 goods and 6 years. In other words, the fact that he was agreeing what they were saying and he was in tandem with them. So when he got back home and he said, good 7 times. Yeah 6 times. So now those are things that we got. Frankie Fex, after the return of slavery, not really. So the folks in Sierra Leone are not from Brazil. They were the ones who were settled there by the British. The ones from Brazil are the ones we call Aguda or Amaro. The ones from Sierra Leone are the ones we call Saro. So you have Brazilian quarters, for instance, in Lagos, and then you have where the Saros are as well. We'll have all these sessions when the time comes. Anyway, to wrap up on this Monday issue, I think, we should be very measured. If you want to talk to young people about marriage, talk to those who have not married. You can't go and meet a married person who has not hurt you, who hasn't said anything bad about his culture, who has not denigrated Yoruba culture, and just go and meet that person and say, why are you married to an Igbo person? Who are you to ask that question? Who are you to ask that question? And who is to say their marriage will not last longer than yours? And who is to say their children will not be more Yoruba than your own? They lead his home and ensure that his culture is embraced by his own family. That's on him as a man, working with his wife. That does not mean that, of course, we know that there are women who are just skinny, but if you are the man, know before you get married. Once you marry, that's you. All these things is for people who are not married. Everything I say about all these things about people who are not, if you want to marry a person, go to their hometown, do what they do in their hometown. They research. The way they research marriage in Igbo land, it be like PhD thesis. Research, they will go, ask questions. Don't go and marry outcasts. But don't also go and meet people that are married and be shouting, why are you married to you? I mean, who are you? Third, if you have this idea that we are all one Africa, you are a joker. We are not. And it is not a problem. You don't see an Estonian killing himself and say, I'm the same as a French person. If you want to know how angry an Irish can be, an Irishman, tell him he's English. What kilo separate England at the island? Tell an Irishman that he's English. Should be on the same continent. In fact, our neighbors, tell him he's English. call 1.0. Why are you deceiving yourself, Obina? You say outcasts are 1.7%. You are not serious. When you are ready, whatever you say is fine. It's not even my business. I just don't want that kind of mix. Not because of the blood, but because of societal implications. I don't think anybody has inferior blood. But I don't want children that are not yet born to come into the world and be constituting nuisance all over the place because they are rebelling against a social standard. Why do you hear all this anger? Everybody's angry from a particular anger. Sometimes it's the child rebelling against this. I mean, why do you see there are feminists from all over Nigeria? The angriest one are from a particular part of the country. Why? Look at the culture. The woman has no rights. I'm not mentioning any group. Just go and do your research. Go and verify. The woman has no right to her father's property. The one that they are beginning to have, they called her to give it to them this century, a few years ago. The woman is blamed if the husband dies. Her head is shaved. She has to drink water that was used to wash the corpse. That woman now talks about feminism. You think it's going to sound the same way as the descendant of Fusheto Aniwura or of Efroye Tinubu? That anger that you're seeing is coming from somewhere. Is there societal, is there social framework, the cultural framework? That's where it's coming from. Or you have a case where there are videos, by the way, I'm not playing it today. There are videos, question, would you marry? Anybody say, would you marry an old? Should say no. But we're all one in Christ. Our oneness doesn't go there. And that's even better, that's even good though. It gets worse when it's called that people who are not even subjected to this, who are even supposed to be freeborns, begin to argue between themselves if Catholic can do Anglican and Anglican. I mean, it's just interesting. Big Abada, I think you're coming here for the first time. I don't come here to talk movies. If you want, if it's not today's topic, but if you really want, we can create a session on this alone. And the materials, I will promise you this. I can bring 10 materials and every single one will be from the Igbos. It will not be from Yoruba people. I'm not one of those people telling that they're just making things up. I have nothing to gain. I'm not denigrating your culture. I'm just telling you that people should be wary. And here comes Obina. It says, Obina, there are terrible aspects of every culture, sir. Just as Yoruba still unalived on Ababaku. Again, there's a mistake you are making. It's the assumption that we are twins. So if you have something happening in Yoruba land, it must be happening in Igbo land. It's not. It doesn't happen like that. Number one, we are different levels of evolution as cultures. And we have to say these things. We are on different, and I'm putting my hand like this. I'm not doing up and down. It's intentional. But make no mistakes, we are not on the same level. We are not. That's one. Number two, Ababaku is not being practiced in Yoruba land. That's one. Number three, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. There's an Odufa, Iretemeji. Let me find a way to explain. Let's do it this way. You see, every culture in the world has been involved in human sacrifice. Every ancient culture. Everyone. I remember saying this sometime. We're talking about, Albakwa. Someone said it never happened before. It has happened before. You don't have to. It has happened before. And that's why history is very interesting. There's no need to try and change anything. It has happened before. But you see, what I did was to try and understand different cultures. So one day I was doing this small research on Scandinavia, and I discovered that they used to bury heirs and rich men with slaves to help them, of course, on their way to Valhalla. And those slaves will be willing. I'm going somewhere. I like to compare apples with apples, not apples and oranges. Don't be comparing one culture that's like this to another one that's not like that. It doesn't help. So they would say, "Oh, you are going with your master." It's not even about being a king. Just say the person get money, but the person will be willing. The slave will be willing, and they will talk to the slave and all of those things, and then they'll kill when the time comes. When the master is going, the slave will offer their lives. They'll kill the slave so they can, journey with the master to Valhalla. As it was happening there, you see it in Egypt. And of course, you see it in Yoruba land. The same thing with twins. Twins, for most cultures across the world, so anything that was out of, yes, in America, South America, the same thing. Human sacrifice. I'm looking for a name. Aztec, God bless you. It's the Mayans I was looking for. Ayodeji, you are really helping me in the comment section. Mayans, Aztecs, Mayans, they do this thing. It's all over the world. Slaves are buried with the rich man, the king, the powerful man, the earl, all across the world. The same thing with twins, right? Whatever we cannot explain as humans, we are afraid of. And so, if anything is extraordinary or we assume to be supernatural or extraordinary, we either jettison it for a long time. So for Yoruba people, we did the same thing, even to twins. Our flex in Yoruba land is not to say we never did it. If you say that, you are ignorant, because we did. No. Something happened before we started celebrating divinity. We used to do the exact same thing to twins. It's just that we did not have to wait for Mary Slessor. Your flex is not that you didn't do these things. Your flex is how did you stop it? I won't go and quote the SFR, but anybody that knows if I here will know Iretemeji. It's in that particular Odu that Orunmila came with the idea of changing the order of things in terms of sacrifice. And it was a drama, so to speak. There was a knife. So a person was escaping. I don't want to go into the details of it, to be honest, but a person was escaping punishment, was going to be killed. And, Omila came up with two knives. There was the sharp knife made of metal, and then the other knife made of wood. And then it says they should get an animal. They should use the metal knife, the real knife, on the animal. They should use the wooden knife on the human. That whichever one produces blood is the one they'll be using for sacrifice going forward. Our philosophy evolved to the point where on our own as a people, thanks to our philosophers, we were able to go beyond the Abubaku you are mentioning and get into the point where human sacrifice stopped. It happened. It's just that, you see, in our own case, homegrown solution, it got to a point, again, no details for today because it's not today's topic. It got to a point, the people evolved to say, you know what, at this point, let's use animals. So, if you know, I already quoted the Odu, so you have the story of those two knives. That was how that stopped. The reason you cannot compare Yoruba people and your people is that it still happens in your place in 2025. There are some that was Oyinbo who stopped. That was not us. For the twins, we went from what everybody did to putting them at a pedestal where they now became divine beings. I mean, we didn't always embrace twins in Yoruba land like everywhere else. But the change we experienced happened with us. In our own group, it got to a point, again, there's another Otufa for that, where they now moved on to say, you know what, no. These ones are blessings from God. I mean, you have to know the story of Jose Mawe and the Ebumawe, the woman who went to found Ondo, and our brother, the twin brother, who was the Ebumawe of Agoiwe. They were twins from Ife. There was some that happened that required them moving out of Ife at the time. Not to this topic. The point I'm trying to make is that after a while, we didn't need any external help. We didn't need any Oyinbo to come and help us. If we had Oyinbo people to help us, I will tell you. Doesn't take anything from us. But we did not. On our own, we solved that problem. We evolved. If a people who still cannibalize, and literally I saw a video of people, you cannot say because you have a problem, then Yoruba people also have the same problem. No, not like that. This is a problem with Nigeria. This is one of the problems with Nigeria. The assumption that what exists in one exists in another is like saying that because you have ESN, there must be something like that in Yoruba land. Which is where you see the stupidity of some of these people when they say things like, there's a Amotekun, it's like ESN. I'm like, are you dumb? The only thing you can compare Amotekun to in the East is Ebubeagu. But because you want to say that, oh no, we are the same. It's not necessary. It's not. We don't have Nnamdi Kanu giving us ESN. And at the first sight of people who had guns, who were going to kill, we all spoke against it, and the governor, they got them arrested. I'm very sure they are cooling their heels in the prison now. Cultures are different. And I say different intentionally because the cultures are better than some cultures. More no lie. But it's not today. And again, if you also notice, I'm very careful. I'm not saying one culture is like this. I'm not mentioning any name of any group because, again, there's no Yoruba, there's no English for that. Just stay with me. The point I'm trying to make is, just because something is happening, you don't have to bring up and say Ababaku. Were you the one that they killed, or did they kill a member of the family when they were doing Ababaku that now left with that king? Right. So let us know stuff. Somebody said we still see news of cannibalism and skull miling in your state. I don't know the state you're talking about. Right. And there's another thing also is that, are you going to find people who commit atrocities and crimes in my region? Of course. I didn't say it's a land of the saints. We're talking about the culture of the people, not the actions of some. For instance, where you come from, we have actions of good people, but you have culture of retardation. I'm talking to that person particularly, specifically, and I'm not going to mention your name. You know exactly what I'm saying. You know I'm responding to you. There are good people from your region that I acknowledge, and we talk. But your culture is a culture that is retarded. It is stuck in time past, and that's why you guys are not making any progress. I didn't mention any group, so we are fine. Where were we? Kubu was not. He's not. I'm talking about the person. He's the same person now, and she's from Ife. She's not from Oyo. All these Oyo revisionists. No, she's from Ife. She's not from Oyo. Yet they are the most progressive group. Which group is the most progressive group? And how did you get that stuff? You know, let me make you laugh, Frankie Fex. Last week, I saw a video from a guy. He's in Anambra. I'm mentioning the place because, of course, I'm talking about the particular place, not because I'm not trying to denigrate anybody. So this guy is from Anambra State. He went to he carried his camera, saying they go airport, carry camera, record. At the door, they say, can you not see? Say this place is bigger than Asaba Airport. And I was like, this thing is cultural. I mean, I've always known, but then of course, like, it's cultural. You don't have. If I want to talk to you about, last week we had a conversation on Gateway Airport in Ogun State. Not once did we talk about it being bigger than the one in the Ibadan. By the way, everything is shouting about in Anambra. I can assure. Go to the airport in Ibadan. Everything that you showed in Anambra, if you put it together several times, it will fit into that Ibadan thing. They'll give you change. Like the land, way everything that he's talking about is like one corner of the Ibadan airport, but he's shouting they're bigger than Asaba. So I was like, why do you have to include that you are bigger than another? Can you not just be? It's a culture of comparison, because it's a culture of I better pass my neighbor. It's not a culture of greatness. It's a culture that gives you comfort in mediocrity because you are better than the neighbor. And it's not the person's perspective. I see it in writings from the 1930s. I see it in Zik's writings. I see it. Oh, I beg, more just leave him. I beg. I see it in writings going back to the 60s, the 30s, the 40s, 50s, and 60s, 70s. And thankfully, I don't even have to stand up right now, because I did this thing, where I brought some books out, so I won't have to be going inside the library. So I brought some books here. I just pick it and read it to you. Like, it's not a one-time thing. Again, the point, it may not be that your people want to do it, but you have been influenced by certain people, and it's not good. Let's move away from that. Somebody says something here. Please touch upon the political reason or importance of Abubakar in your empire as it relates to the treachery of the Alaafin close staff relations. No, let's not go into that. We're not discussing Yoruba stuff, but one of these days we'll have a session on it. As our people are rejected to be... I don't want to read that one out. Anything as our people say they are. I'm not even... The other day I was listening to the Asagba, the king. 1 second, please. I was listening to the Asagba, talk about what he thinks. I mean, sorry, this whole identity Igbo thing and all of that. The funny thing is that, if you read the history of Asaba itself, the man who founded that place is Igala. Just like Igala people don't talk. The man who founded that place is Igala. And it was his children who then went ahead to head the different groups when he broke into different groups, and then eventually they brought it together again, and so on and so forth. The point is that it is well. Back to my day. Somebody says, I'm sure your grandfather fella is weeping in his grave now. You are a disappointment to Abamieda. You are a disgrace to that family. That's unfair. It's unfair. Amadi responds, I don't think you are aware Igbo women and other ethnicities were among Fela's 27 wives. See, I'm just going to end this particular post and move on. And here's where I go. That is a lie. The man is not from Igala. Atuche Chris, you just go and sell your spare parts. I beg. I don't want to do your history today. Please, I'm begging in the name of God. I have topic for today. I was talking to a professor over the weekend. We're talking about the migration into that area, the Delta area of Nigeria, that Delta state. We're talking about that particular place. And we were talking about language and people. Not forget all this one with the shout inside comment section. I'm talking about people who don't study this thing. So we're trying to talk about the influence of language, because a lot of those people speak Igbo. And I've said it several times, there's nothing to be ashamed of. Again, facts don't care about my feelings. It's not about how I feel. It's about what it is. I may not feel good about it, but it is what it is. By the way, I don't feel bad about it. It doesn't really mean anything to me. But a lot of people there speak Igbo. you know, and people are now saying that those people moved. And by the way, this statement started in 1967. There's a document you should read. It's called Midwest Response to Biafra Invasion and Nigerian Liberation. It's written by a professor of history. I think his name is Uyilawa Oswanlele. For the first time, people moved out of Enugu, went into the Midwest, and told all of them that they're from Arochukwu. Before then, they did not know that story. It's in the book. I think I've read it here before. And so what the professor was telling me was that there are two things going on, and he was right. I mean, so he told me that two things going on. That one is the people, the other one is the language. That the people moved from the west in there, the language came from the east. Not that people did not come from the east though, but that the bulk of the people that occupied that territory came from this side, and a lot of people also came from this one, and then merged with them, and then the language became the language of communication. And I was able to see the sense in what he was saying, because when you read Sunset in Biafra by Lechi Amadi, the same thing happened in Rivers, present-day Rivers State in the 1940s. That the language, the influence of language cannot be discounted. You can't say, oh, it doesn't matter. Of course, it does matter. You can't say, oh, they have no influence. Of course, they have influence, but it doesn't change the identity of the people. That's the point. E.g., the Olukumi people of Aniocha North Local Government, they are Yoruba people, but they bear Igbo names. It's not because they are Igbo, it's because they have been influenced. Now, if a culture is sane, they will be proud that they have influenced another culture. And that pride and the love that they show that smaller culture will make that smaller culture even say, you know what, why can't we even say we are the same? But once you come like an overbearing, can you say, oh, all these small ones, now me, all of you, now me. They say, wait, oh, we are not you. We are not you. That is wrong. The language, the culture, the tradition is on. Okay. When I'm ready to buy spare parts, I will listen to you. For now, let's just stick to people who are educated. Somebody says, even Anambra are Yoruba too. Is that, are they? Are they? Number one, there is no people called Anambra like that. I mean, everybody has their own different groups, and they, even you know this. The person writing in the comment section that what I'm about to say right now. Let me tell you where you are going to find it. There's a book called Notes on the Igbo Country by G.T. Basden. It was published in the 1920s. And when he was interviewing Onitsha people, you know what they told him? They were not Igbos. The Igbos were east of them. And the folks west of them, they called Enwani. They did not consider themselves Igbo. Listen, today are they Igbos? Of course. Of course. And there's nothing wrong with that. Are these books on Redomi? Some of them are there. Some are even out of print. But the ones that are in print, you will find on Redomi books. Excuse me, on Telegram. Redomi books on Telegram. Thank you for bringing that up, Kem Cake. You find the ones that are... So you find Notes on the Igbo Country and Among the Igbos of Nigeria by J.T. Basden. I was still reading some things about that thing over the weekend. I mean, identities evolve. So right now, it has evolved. The only minus is that even now that it has evolved, you now have the core or original and the fake. Again, it's your ethnic issue, so let me just leave that alone. So back to Made before we go. That somebody says, we read about how your great-grandmother, Madame Fumilayo Kuti, walked away from Awo and joined the Zikis movement, and now she was eventually disgraced and chased away from the party. Leave all the colorful words. African unity does not mean lack of ethnic consciousness. I don't think people should be insulting his family. They shouldn't be insulting his family. If people have married Igbo, are you going to tell them to go and divorce because you want to make you happy? The goal is actually to talk to young people who are not married yet. 1 second, please. Talk to young people who are not yet married. Not, let me tell you, not that they should not marry people from a particular place. So I'm not saying, you know, they should not marry. Just like watch before you leap. A situation where you have people saying things like when they raise their children, they're going to raise them to be their own culture and have this disdain for Yoruba culture. Nah. On that, you can do individual basis, but even at that point, still confirm if the person is also or not. All right. There's a video from Sahara Reporters. You can't see it. I'm just going to read it, but you can check out Sahara Reporters. Abia security operatives uncover 34 decaying corpses of victims allegedly killed by notorious criminals in Abia Imo border forest. The painful thing about this video is the skeletons. Human beings, 34. We pray for peace in our land. May their souls rest in peace. All right, some good news before we go on. This is from Nairametrics. The book on Redomi, so there are two Redomi, in fact there are three. There's Redomi Kariaye is Yoruba. There's Redomi Global is for all of us. Redomi Global, we have sometimes materials there that you can take advantage of. And then Redomi Books, that place, the book you get there are hard copies. The only soft copy books that you get there are the ones written by me. And those ones are on seller. But Redomi Books actually houses hard copy books, and they can be delivered to you anywhere in the world. And, you know, we've delivered to people in different parts. So please take advantage of that. Somebody says, why did you people fight to return Igbos to Nigeria, Yoruba? They ask Una. Why do we fight Igbos to return to Nigeria? It wasn't so much about fighting Igbos to return to Nigeria. It's about stopping Igbos from stealing Nigeria resources and land. I hope you got the point. It wasn't so much that you were needed in the country. It was to take back what you were stealing from the country. God bless you. FG approves new medium-term debt strategy, sets 60% debt to GDP ceiling by 2027. The federal government has approved Nigeria's medium-term debt management strategy for 2024-2027. For 2024 to 2027, aimed at ensuring debt sustainability, improving fiscal stability, and deepening the domestic security markets. The approval announced by the Debt Management Office, DMO, in a press release on Saturday followed the endorsement of the policy framework by the Federal Executive Council, FEC. All right. By the way, adverts they don't pay for. I found a book over the weekend, bought it. I'll read it maybe this weekend, but I was able to get it last weekend. I think I've read reviews. I think it's nice, so I want to publicize it. The book is called Making It Big. It's by Femi Otedola. I will be reading it later this week because I have some books I have to finish. But I got it, and I think from the little Timotiri, it's quite nice. So, and please, let me also quickly say, people say things like, oh, he's from a rich family, there's nothing you can learn from him. If you understand how biographies work, the point is not that your life is exactly the same thing as the person who you're studying. The point is to learn the principles that they used, the principles they employed in getting ahead in life. So I've seen all these things on social media saying, oh, because he's from a rich family and the father was a former governor, you can't compare yourself with him. It's like saying that I have nothing to learn from Dangote because my grandfather was not Dantata. Doesn't mean you have nothing to learn. Of course, you're not the same, clearly, but that doesn't say you can't learn anything. You know, people learn across, you know, different cultures, ethnicities, social classes. You can learn from anybody, right? Nigeria, I think people like suffer story. Suffer. Say, I suffer. I suffer. Miracle can't happen. I can't break through. Now, the kind of story people they like with that. But my own question, this is how I see it. If I am not Femi Otedola, can I be his father? So that my children can have that story. How about that? And why should I read Femi Otedola? So as my kids they grow up, I go they use Femi Otedola's skinny. If not that money thing where they people head, I feel they use them. We're not bad like that too, but we don't reach Femi Otedola. But I feel use that train them. You know, you don't have to have. He was suffering. Now became big. I will learn from that one. That's all. You know, aspirational. The struggle. Someone said, "Oh, you don't get Papa will go borrow you 250 million naira to scale Xenon." But it did not start with the 250 million naira. It worked for the father's company. It changed the way they did things. And of course, his father's clout helped. It was a former governor. All those things help. But let me say something before we go on. You know, one day, I just thought about it. There's none of us that has nothing to fall back on. There's none of us that has nothing to fall back on. It could be your father's name. And your father's name will probably just work in a very small circle, but it's something. It could be your hometown. Like I met somebody last week who is from my mother's hometown, and we clicked. We clicked just because she's from my mother's hometown. We had things to talk about. It could be the school you went to. It could be the house you grew up in. There's something. And for him, it's his father. For you, it may be your mother or your cousin. You know, I was in a circle this weekend. I mean, it's good to as well. I was in a circle, and the person was telling me about his cousin-in-law. Now, this morning, I was thinking about that statement while I was in the bathroom. Interesting. I was like, wait, though, this man actually mentioned his cousin-in-law. Human relationship just changes. Like, everything just changed in my mind, like cousin-in-law. See, you will find that connection somehow. And I want to then show you the one by man connect. Connect cousin, want to connect in-law cousin. Before you know, everybody is growing at the same time. You know, not this one, you're just looking for a suffer edge story. But anyway, I would advise that you read the book. I think it's fantastic. There's one more thing I want to read, and then we can bring people up. 4:25. It's Monday, so much at the level of your Monday, it's normal. There's something that this guy, I think his name is Oluwatobi, is the CEO of Nord. He put something out over the weekend that I find very, very interesting, and I thought I should share it. I hope I can quickly find it, shall. Oluwatosin, the Jesus that I know is enough for me. Oluwatobi Ajayi. Oluwatosin, the Jesus that I know is enough for. They say you come and learn from someone like this guy who is making noise. And shout, no, I'm from a village. He's from the city. I can't learn anything from him. You go take for your poverty. And even if you have money, it's not about money. You have poverty of mindset. Your mind is poor. Please, I'm not insulting anybody. I'm saying people that think like that. So this is from Ajayi Oluwatobi, is the CEO of Nord Motion, the car manufacturing company in Lagos. He says it is encouraging to see Nigeria's economy showing signs of stability. The real measure will be how this translates into better opportunities. As an entrepreneur, this is the first time in 5 years that I can plan and run my business with a sense of clarity and certainty. The unstable FX environment of previous years was a major distraction. It is refreshing to be able to now work with esteemed customers on structured payment plans with greater confidence that the Naira will hold steady for some time. The next phase should focus on policies that create jobs at scale, boost incomes, and drive greater investment in infrastructure. healthcare, security, and education, ensuring that the benefits are felt across all levels of society. I thought that was really beautiful, and it's worth mentioning. And I pray his business continues to grow, and that the economy also stabilizes. Beyond stability, we also have progress. And I said last one, I'll be good news. Okay, Poju. One last thing, one final. This is good news from Ogun State. This is from the governor of Ogun State, Prince Akwabiodun. It says, we are delighted to inform our people that the drive from Abeokuta to Kwapalanto is now free of bad portions. The contractor handling the Abeokuta-Ota Lagos Road project has almost completed the rehabilitation and reconstruction of the section between Abeokuta and Kwapalanto, making the journey along the axis smooth and stress-free. It's something to also put out there. We are happy that we're experiencing progress. All right. Now, I noticed something I'm trying to come up. It's 4:28. We'll bring people up now. And when we're done, we'll get into this stuff on our lower. Somebody says, what were Ojuku's soldiers looking for in Yoruba land or Anoketupupa? Oluwatosin. I'll bring people up now. Please, as soon as you come up, please mute so that we don't have feedback. Oluwatosin. The Jesus that I know is enough for me. Hello, Prince Howard. Good afternoon. Prince Howard, you are up, oh. Hello? Hello?
That wasn't intentional.
Oh, okay. But thank you for being here. Thank you. Oluwatosin, Oluwatosin, the Jesus that I know is enough. That song, I think I got it on Twitter. Sorry, on TikTok, actually. So it's stuck. Maybe I should go and look for the song myself. I think it's going to be nice. I already answered who helped you people with your written language and vocabulary. You guys are having another session in the comment section. Did Ajayi know how to speak Igbo perfectly? Let me know answer. Let you and West, Emma, I'll learn from what you are typing. All right. Glad to be here. So we're going to move on to the class now. So we're going to class now. That's not class. That was news and reactions. So that's how we do this every weekday, Mondays to Friday, 1 p.m. if time, West African time. We have the first session. Okay, we listen to music on TikTok, and then we have the first session, news and reactions, which is what we just finished. And now we're going to move into class. We're going to class. We're going to go to, we're going to be discussing Aolo, Zik and the Nigerian Constitution, part 3. Somebody says, imagine teaching a Fulani man his language. Frankie, because of the way this thing they work, I beg, more end that thing. Your first primer was written by Jack Crowther. Gratitude will not kill you. Okay? Gratitude and acknowledgement, or acknowledging the good that others have done for you, it will not kill you. I promise you, it will not kill you. Jack Crowther did this for us, and we are happy about it, and just move on. Stop asking, could he speak Igbo perfectly? The question was what I was doing in Guinness World Record of how perfect you could speak Igbo. It was the fact that your primer, upon which everything that has been done as far as writing is concerned in your language, that primer was created by Jai Crowther. And guess what? It's okay. It doesn't kill you. That's why some of you were angry that during there's this centenary or whatever, there's an event they organized, I think it was in Enugu, where they unveiled a statue, a Jai Crowther statue. It was the first African bishop, first. He got to Onitsha, the Niger Mission, 1859. 1857. He got in 1857. There was nothing of, he did what he did. Your pride should be that you were in darkness, he brought you light. Your problem is that you're looking at the skin color and saying, I don't want to say because it's Yoruba, because it's Nigerian, because it's black like me. He's higher than you. But forget. How did you know the nouns, adjective? Number one, you didn't have nouns, adjective written. You didn't have a concept of those things. Was systematized. He did that for you. But you are from a place where gratitude is anathema. How did you know it? Should I send you address to his gravesite? Go to the cemetery and go and call his spirit. Somebody did something for you, acknowledge it and move on. It's like somebody telling you about what people did, and you're like, oh, who asked him to write it? Because they thought that maybe it's going to help your destiny. It was after them we now had what's that thing? Is resource person. At least today I've been giving me resource person. You've been giving me resources. What's that thing? I was like, I think it's or something like that. That was made in the 1940s, I think. It was a documentary that was made then. Anya, yes. If I look very well, just I don't want to. Why you guys laughing?
Hen. Other. Ụbọchị a na-akpọ ya day. Ọzọ. Nke a bụ bịa, come. Ngwa mmadụ jazọ tinye ike. Come. Ọzọ.
It's daybreak in Udi. The point is, I don't know why you guys are laughing. They were learning the English writings in Anya. Are you okay? Or is there something wrong with... How is Anya English? Hell! Chineke. I should play it again. Okay, because of popular demand. If I see another person that asks, I'll play it. If not, I'll just move on. Because I think you're looking for bass balls. Another person has asked. When I play sincerely, I was playing just to tell you how people learned. I'm not even trying to use to. I'm not. For me, it's not a jab or anything, but.
Ego. Hen. Ọzọ. Ụbọchị a na-akpọ ya day. Ọzọ.
So somehow oku is English. Ego is English. May God help you. They are learning how to spell. But let me ask a question. Why does this make you feel inferior? This is history. There's nothing wrong. Why does it make you feel less? I don't get it. If you show me videos like this of your Bible, it's evolution. When I was growing up, we had slates. We used to have slates. So that brings slate and chalk now. Now make me now used to. So what? I don't understand. Like, by the way, somebody asked where Udi is. Udi is in Enugu State. And they were learning to spell not English words, Igbo words. Anya, anya. That thing doesn't sound like English to me. Egi or ego. Ekpe, ekpe. 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 It's like saying, Jabi bata ejo, abi. Jabi bata didoje ejo, ye fifila gigele. It's not. Igbo words in English alphabet, you are very stupid. I'm sorry, guys. Just get to a point, just get tired of this nonsense. What kind of rubbish are you writing? The problem is that you are ignorant, you are proud, and you're not very smart. And that combo is destructive to anybody. Anybody can be ignorant. All of us. I mean, there are many things I don't know. But now add pride to it. You are done for now. There's nothing like English alphabet. I mean, sorry, there's English alphabet, but there's nothing like English script. The alphabet, or deduced, I should say, from Latin script. It is Latin script. Yoruba people don't use English alphabet. We use Latin script. The fact that we write it the same way doesn't mean that we're pronouncing the same word. For instance, A in Yoruba is E in English. A in Yoruba is A in English. But the script is Latin. And before Latin, we use Ajami, which is Arabic in origin, I should say. And you still see it in our, you see it in the military. You see it in the Nigerian military. You see it in even some Naira notes. That stuff you see is not Arabic, it's Ajami script. What they're writing is Hausa. Right? But the script they are using is Ajami. Their Yoruba words also that there was a time when they were writing Oyo, they will use Ajami to write in Oyo, in Lorient, and places like that. Listen, again, you don't feel inferior. This is a blessing. It means that there was a time you guys were ignorant or you didn't know these things, and now you know those things. Why do you feel like you have to, what is there? There is, okay, Yoruba people that are speaking English, did we bring it from heaven? We all learnt it. He's trying to say we had no form of alphabet before the British. Okay, number one. At least history makes it very clear that the Yorubas had contact with Europeans. You guys were inside the world, though. You know, you were interland. You were far from even local civilization. You don't get, like, you were not civilized on your own as a people. Leave Oyinbo for a second. The Yoruba understanding of civilization goes back 1,000 years. Before Oyinbo, you guys have no. Let's not do that. The point is not about Oyinbo concept. Civilization you don't have, you didn't have, and all the materials on earth will tell you that, unless the ones that, like the one somebody sent to me, the woman, a professor, was going to talk about the concept of origin and identity, and she started with, we believe that, and I was like, are we joking here? Is it video trending? I was going to respond to it earlier, but like, for now, just leave it for now. The Oyinbos got to some people, introduced their writing to them, and the blessing was two-pronged, right? Apart from the fact that they came into Yoruba land, there were also Yoruba people taught those things in Sierra Leone. Some of them eventually went to Furabe College. Some of them eventually went to the UK, like Majai Crowther, who was a linguist. How come none of freed Igbo slaves returned to develop Igbo region? Well, they have some who returned. Some returned with, some even served. A couple of them served as missionaries with Bishop Bajai Crowther. They had one or two, a number of Igbos who also worked with them that returned from Sierra Leone. Again, sincerely, this Anya that I played, sincerely, I didn't play it to degrade. It's just history. But when you now say that they're not learning, they're learning English language with Anya, I'm wondering, Abi, waiting this up, like what's happening? Am I missing something? But please, and I told you are stupid earlier. I was going to say sorry, but that thing you wrote is actually very dumb. What you're talking about English alphabet. Give me any shape. People borrow scripts every time. You go through the Portuguese, the Spanish, English, all of them use Latin script. Does that mean they are speaking Latin? Like if you have full knowledge, you will be aware of your ignorance. You like me now. And once I get to spaces I don't know what that. For instance, if you begin to talk, let's say rocket science now. Yesterday we were watching a documentary, Isaac Newton documentary yesterday. I like documentaries a lot, and I like watching with my family. Me, I was even working. I was doing something else. I was asking the boys, okay, we'll pause. Okay, on that matter, I am not an authority. I will just keep short, right? I'd rather just listen. I know I don't know it. Socrates said it. And I think it's one of the signs of maturity, the ability to acknowledge your ignorance. I don't know this. It doesn't mean you are now totally ignorant of everything in this world. But on that particular matter, I don't know him. And it doesn't kill you. I'm sorry, maybe I don't know. But again, if you feel bad being called stupid, I apologize, but that action was a stupid action, very stupid. But maybe you are not the stupid person, but just let all of us do better. But oh God, where were we? God will help all of us. We are all learning. Nobody knows everything. We are all learning, right? But let's not be loud with our ignorance, be shouting, as if we know what we're talking about. That one will not fly. All right? But thank you very much for being here. The gentleman that was shouting English alphabet earlier, thank you if you're still here. I'm glad you are here. But let's learn together. Don't come and pollute the waters with pride. God bless you. All right. Having said that, people like say we go enter today's topic. The British will never deny alphabet linked to Latin. Let them deny itself. People will tell them that they're lying. But you're right. But does that mean that, okay, so British, for instance, use, the numbers we even use is not even, the number is Arabic. Hindi Arabic. So part from India, part from Arabic. The 1, 2, 3, those symbols are not even our own. And they don't belong to English people either. They don't even belong to Europe at all. It's between India or like an amalgam of some things from India Arabic, and then other from Arabic. But we all use it now. Does that mean that we are less than the Arabs or than the Indians? This is your pride. It's not going to, Bible say, okay, it's anger that doesn't work righteousness. Pride also will not work righteousness. So let's all learn together. If there's something I'm saying that is wrong and you want to correct, please feel free to come up. Raise your hand. You can come up. I will request if you can just prove it, and I will learn. But don't just constitute nuisance in the comment section. I beg you in the name of God. Thank you for understanding. Let's go on now. All right, before we go on, please let's like the live. Let's do some housekeeping. If you're on TikTok, please like the live, share the live. If you're on YouTube, please like the live stream. Let's share as well. We're about to get into today's topic. We're going to continue from where we stopped last time. There are two things I have to discuss at some point this week. One is a book by E.B. Ayondele. E.B. Ayondele. The book is called The Educated Elites in Nigeria. That book is a treasure trove. And there are some things I want us to learn from that book. I want us to learn together from that book. It's in line with the video that went out last week, and we haven't gotten so much feedback on any video like that one. And it was basically on the 20-year plan that the Igbos had for Nigeria. Let me read the title properly so that, in case you want to check it out on YouTube. All right. The 20-year Igbo plan that shaped Nigeria. So I referred to something, I said something referring to Ayondele's book. One of the books I referred to was Ayondele's book that talked about the 20-year plan that was put together in 1944 by the Igbo National Caucus of the Igbo State Union. By the way, I need to pause to say, we've already started the class, so I need to pause to say something. Excuse me. If you are Igbo here, please try and understand. Listen to what I said. The 1944 plan was put together by the Igbo National Caucus of the Igbo State Union. I do not think that the entire Igbo people gathered and said, do this for us, dominate Nigeria for us. I don't think that's what happened. I think certain people had unbridled passion and ambition and wanted to take over everywhere. And they were the first set of people to have some sort of power or influence in Nigeria from your region. The things they set in motion has affected the growth of Nigeria, and it is one of the reasons we are where we are. The tools they used, the style of the operation are still here with us, and they are the ones you are using today. And that is why you are not able to divorce. I can divorce this thing and say there's a way. It's even very difficult, to be honest, like the Igbos and the people. And the reason is because you literally copy them and use their rhetorics. You may not know why you do it. You may not even know that was the plan. But I'm telling you, you are copying them, and you are giving us, you are showing us that the pattern is still alive. And that's why this is important. This conversation is not to demonize an ethnic group or to say people are bad. That's not the reason for all of this. And the reason I always put out this caveat is that if one is not careful, you can weaponize, you can weaponize ignorance. You can also weaponize knowledge. And weaponization of knowledge is what leads to, people bickering, and that's not the purpose. I think that a lot of young people don't even know some of this. I mean, even I didn't know this thing at a point. All of us, again, we were ignorant of certain things at some point. So it's not. So I'm not saying, oh, I found it, let me now push it in your face. I'm saying I found it, and it explains a lot of things. And if you can just understand why it is the way it is, perhaps we can then begin to work, for a solution that will make sense. But if I'm reading these things or I'm bringing them out and you're like, oh, he hates us, he does this, it will make you feel good. You think I hate you. Not that it matters to me what you think, to be honest. But you will feel good, and that will be it. You will not get anything from this thing. But at least you can drive you to read, and then you can make up your mind. And what I hope it achieves for folks from the East is the acknowledgement of what has happened in the past, which hopefully will make you evolve out of victimhood. I can assure you, I have the material. I've read it here before. It was a tool that was first employed in the 1940s, and it worked. And since then, you are still using it. Somebody says here, he says, did you also find yours? Yes. Yes. I've mentioned it here before. Ayondele's book is one book that served all of us breakfast. All of us, every ethnic group, especially the major ones in Nigeria. The man lambasted us. last week I was there talking about Alaafin Oyo and Alaafin Anoni, and I was saying all these things that people are talking about with our structure, and the fact that we are trying to go back to what happened pre-1945, which is not very wise. There's no perfect group. There's no perfect ethnic group in Nigeria. There's no perfect group in the world. But there's an evolving group and there's a stagnant group. Or there are evolving groups and there are stagnant groups. If you choose to plateau, it's okay, as long as you let the consequences of your station in life apply to only your people. But if your stagnation is affecting my people, I will speak against you. It's not because I hate you, it's because that you're affecting me. I am not perfect, but we are seeking to evolve. In other words, we'll come and say, see, wait, we are messing up here, Yoruba people. Wait now. Didn't I just mention right now about conservatism that insults people and says to people that somebody is marrying Igbo and the people are Yoruba people, and I spoke against it. You will not be able to do that because you are retarded. Jeep. And I'm saying that because of what you just typed now. Guys, I have answers for you. I don't talk, but I have answers for you. Don't mistake my I have answers for this. What I just did about you, Yoruba people going extreme with Igbo marriage and everything, you can't do that because you are retarded. And I'm not even the one saying you are retarded. It's your Igbo elders that say you are retarded. The Igbo elders said in 1999 that 2 million Igbos are permanently, irreversibly retarded. I did not say this. I have a book here. I always bring it out because I don't like to say it, so it doesn't look like I'm insulting you. Let me read it out. Guys, sorry, one minute. Anytime I say that thing, it's important to read it from a book. So that you're not thinking I'm not insulting you, I'm quoting book. 1 second, please. I will find that book because that statement is heavy. So it's important for me to tell you where it came from. It's from this book. That's where it's from. And I'll read it. We keep quiet not because we don't know what to say. We keep quiet because of who we are. This is the remedy sought by Ohaneze. This was from 1998, by the way. During the Oputa panel. 1999. Let me see when the book was published, so that in case you want to buy. It was published in 2011. Who wrote it? An insider's account of Nigeria's Truth Commission. So this is what Ohaneze Ndigbo asked for. Many things, but I won't read everything. Plenty. But one of the points, the one we are going to, says that compensation for the Igbos over the atrocities of the past. I wonder when Igbos will pay all of us for what they did to all of us. But it is well. Reverse. Go to the things that affect what I want to talk. So they said they have 50,000 Igbos killed in the north. That was not true. Igbos were killed in the north and it was terrible. But the numbers that came out in 66 was between 7,000 and 8,000. 66 October. And the people that gave us that number, guess who gave us the number? 7,000 to 8,000 people. Guess who gave us that number in 1966? Guys were in class. So let's just guess. Who told us that it was between 7,000 and 8,000 people who died? Again, lives were lost. Nothing to banter about. But it's also important that we don't get gaslighted and be gaslit by people who want to just manipulate us. So let's make something very, very clear. The people who gave us that information, Eastern region, they published a pamphlet. The title of the pamphlet was Pogrom. Let me say this, there was never a pogrom in the north. There was a massacre. But there was no pogrom. The pogrom rhetoric is from the book that they published. And their sympathizers, right? They killed them. They were looking, state sanctioned, looking for Igbos, ethnic cleansing. So they said 7,000 to 8,000 people. That's what Ojukwu told us in October of 1966. By January of 67, he said there were 10,000. By May of 67, he said there were 30,000. By 69, he said there were 50,000. These people in 1999 now published 50,000. Again, we are not trivializing the lives that were lost, but it's not good to lie. All liars shall go to hell. So 50,000 Igbos were not killed in the north. It's not true. These are the things that affect the young Igbo minds. The elders are doing terrible. They don't understand what they're doing. It's affecting our nation. Because how will you read this one? I want not go and join IPOP. Anyway, 10,000 Igbos killed in other parts of Nigeria between 67 and 70. 30,000 Igbos maimed in the pogroms between 67 and 70. 50,000 severely raped women. 50,000 assaulted and maimed. They're different from those who were maimed. Okay. 600,000 killed during the war. 900,000 children who died. By the way, that number, let me not talk about it again for now. 900,000 children who died. 500,000 women raped. Wait, though. I thought we read 150,000 severely raped. Okay, there's severely raped and there's raped. Yeah. Anyway, 2 million children now intellectually permanently retarded. I promise you, I did not say that. The Igbo leader said it. 2 million children now intellectually permanently retarded. That guy that was insulting me, that was saying nonsense, is a descendant of one of them. And he said 2 million Igbos who were psychologically traumatized. Put them together, that's 4 million already. The good ones you see are not connected to these ones. And I know a lot of good ones. But the ones talking rubbish in the comment section is a descendant of one of those permanently retarded people. All right. Let me change the audio source so that I can get deep into this. When we are ready for When we are ready for conversations in this Nigeria, we'll talk about the reparations that Igbo people have to pay every Nigerian, particularly those of the South-South. And, yeah, South-South. Particularly those of the South-South and parts of Yoruba land. When we are ready, we'll have that conversation. They have to pay Benin. Let me just say Edo State, because they went all the way to Agenembo there. They have to pay Edo State, they have to pay Delta State, they have to pay Akwa Ibom, Rivers, Cross River, Bayelsa. They have to pay those 6 states before we even start. Then you now pay on those states. That's when you understand the fact that when people keep quiet in Nigeria, they want peace. But no, you don't want peace, you want problems. All right, let's get back into this. So we've been discussing Lagos. That's true. They bombed Lagos. And it wasn't just the capital they bombed. They even bombed places that were not part of the capital. Even Lagos said it needs to collect money from folks in the south. Again, I'm not saying this because I don't think there should be reparations, to be honest. There's no need. But you see, once you begin to come, by the way, I didn't read to you here. You know what, let me read it. Sorry, guys, sorry. I know that it's not today's topic, but that retard made me read it, so I'll quickly finish it. Total financial claims based on the above, 8 trillion, 1999, 8 trillion, 680 billion, 150 million naira was what they were asking for. And yes, Ibadan, they were going to blow UI too. They were asking for 8.6 trillion naira in 99. Now they're asking for 10 trillion. If we don't speak now, they'll now ask my children for 20. So let's ask them to first pay their own. And if I'm for every 1 naira that Nigeria pays our Southeastern brothers, they'll be paying 5. And they have to pay first. So they will pay the 50 trillion, they will not pay them 10 out of it. Shall I money? Everybody will be all right. People don't talk in this country. But it's not because it's not because they didn't suffer, it's because they healed. They were hurt, but they healed. The ones who are always crying are the ones who would never heal. And it's not because we don't want them to heal, it's because you cannot heal if you don't take responsibility. You cannot heal if you don't offer kindness to other people. You cannot heal if you think you're the sole victim of everybody, of every event in history. Everybody will be fine. May God bless everybody. Mama's channel, you're just joining us. Don't worry. I think the sound will work very soon. But I mean, all the best to every region. I malice to none, love for all. But we have to be very careful in this country, and we have to say these things. Did you know that these guys bombed part of Benue State? Did you know they bombed part of today's Kogi State? This is before the war. I'm not talking about the war. By the way, just in case you are joining us for the first time, Nigeria did not start fighting any war until July 6, 1967. That was when the war started. But the bombing started in September of 1966. That's 10 whole months before the war started. Ojukwu was blowing up places. And I will mention all those states again for emphasis. Lagos State, not just the capital. Lagos State, Ondo State. They tried in Kaduna, Kano, and Oyo, but they failed. Then when they succeeded in Cross River, in Akwa Ibom, in Kogi, in Benue, in Rivers, in Bayelsa, in Delta, in Edo, and in Ondo. I mentioned Ondo earlier, Abi? Yes. How do you know it was Ojukwu? Is that a question that you actually mean for people or for retards like you? Because at this point, I'm not going to be. I note you now, so I know exactly the level of your brain development. You know, I can understand. You come from a place where leadership is not appreciated. So is the person who went to blow the thing that blew it up by himself? There's no sense of. You know what? Mabatielo, I don't have time for you. Let me not waste my time. Because no matter what I say, you will not learn. You are just a waste of time. Let's get back into this now. It is a simple, peaceful question. It's not a simple, peaceful question. It's a terrible question. See, people tell you that all questions are valid. No. No. I mean, if you're a child and you ask that kind of question, of course it will be valid because I'll say, okay, you're a child. So naturally, kids can say anything, but you are not a child. A person threatens the government and starts blowing things up, sending people to blow things up. Do we have the names of the people that blow some of those things up? Of course we have them. Like the one from Onitsha that took his tanker to the front of Casino Hotel in Yaba. Maurice Chime and Sons. But do you really think? Well, don't worry about it. Anything you say is right. I beg. I'm wasting time. Let's continue. We should leave the leader and be focusing on Maurice Chime and be asking him, "You're a bad person. You're a bad person." Let's forget all the things that happen all over the place. It wasn't coordinated, though. They just did it because the spirit of the ancestors entered them, Abi. Don't worry. If you think I'm wrong, you are right. Don't worry. I'm just wasting time. Let's stop wasting time. All right. So, what have we been discussing so far? We've been talking about Nigerian Constitution, and we've said a lot of things. Jeez, Lord. We've said a lot of things. Awo, Zik, and the Nigerian Constitution. We've talked about I don't want to go back too far. We've talked about the change that happened after South Richard's Constitution, with Sir John Macpherson being introduced. Don't worry, today Omar Fongon, you're going to like it. Did I say Omar Fongon? No, that's not right. Omar Dugon. I've got Omar Dugon. That's my so Yobala is Mala. Omar Dun. It's going to be fun. You're going to like it. All right. So Sir Hugh Foot was the one who came up with the idea who has those two questions that we talked about last week, whether we want Nigeria to be fully centralized and or to show a federal system. The second question was if we should stick to the existing regions or if there should be modification based on the many linguistic groups we had in Nigeria. Now, we've said that, we've said the Ẹgbẹ́ Ọmọ preferred having linguistic groups as the base for state creation. Of course, the Easterners didn't. But we also talked about what the NYM said. Igbos will soon run from the comment section. Yeah, if you are studying, they don't study, they don't like, let's just leave them. Anything they want to do, they should do. It is well with everybody, yeah? But I hope people will stay and learn. We can learn together. You can even teach me. I'm open to learning. But don't teach me nonsense. All right. So we talked about what the Yoruba said, what the NYM also said. We're going to run very quickly. And then we eventually arrived at the conference in 1950, the recommendation of the Northern region, the Eastern region, and the Western region. And also we had the General Conference that met from 9th January 1950 to the end of January of that same year, 1950. And the things they talked about, and I will all believe that the idea was essentially quasi-federal system. It wasn't the kind of federal system that he thought that Nigeria needed. And I've said it several times, you really want to discuss federalism in Nigeria, I think the person to listen to is Chief Obafemi Awolowo, because not only did he study it, he was able to transplant it into a context. And I think one of the major problems we've had in Nigeria over the years has been this idea that we have, has been this thing where we have foreign ideas, we bring them home, but for some reason we find it very difficult to make the ideas ours. Therefore, it's always foreign. The cultures and the countries that have made foreign ideas work are those who have found ways to domesticate those ideas. And we've done it in religion, for instance, but we have to also do it in ideologies, right? Sorry guys. Excuse me. All right, we've done it. We have to do it in ideologies as well, right? In democracy, for instance, what does it really mean, right? And not say, oh, this is what it means in America. No, what does it mean to you, right? The way democracy is practiced in America is totally different from how it's practiced in India, but it's democracy, and definitely not the same thing that you have in Greece, but it's democracy, right? It's the same thing with this idea of federalism. How do you make it yours, right? Of course, you study those who have done it, and then you are able to domesticate it. And I think that as far as Nigeria is concerned, the person who has done more work in that regard is Chief Obafemi Awolowo. The idea of federalism and other things as well, right? Yeah, and so we went from there and we talked about something interesting that happened in 1951. So we're going to start reading now. I'm trying to open another document because we may need it. So let's continue. So I'm reading the primary source for this series. It's been about 3 weeks now, but it's worth it. And I hope you like it. We're trying to read the entire book, although we are jumping some pages here. But again, if you want to have the book, please check out Redomi Books on Telegram. You'll be able to find this book and it can be delivered to you. The hard copies will be delivered to you wherever you are. The book is called Awo, the autobiography. Awo. Or Awolowo. But Oyinbo Life is around, so it's Awo, the autobiography of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. And it says here, when the Action Group proclaimed its slogan of unity through federation in 1951 and declared support in principle for the new constitution, popularly known as the Macpherson Constitution, Dr. Azikiwe and his lieutenants made venomous attacks on my colleagues and me. Of course, this is not the first time. Something similar had happened 3 years prior, in 1948, with the formation of Ẹgbẹ́ Ọmọ in Lagos. So again, it's happening again in 1951. Azikiwe and his lieutenants made venomous attacks on my colleagues and me. Dr. Azikiwe and the NCNC took the view that the country should have a unitary constitution. If there's anything, okay, no, let me not jump ahead of myself. Just stay with me. But let me say this: 1943, Azikiwe had published a pamphlet called "The Political Blueprint of Nigeria," and in that pamphlet, he talked about federalism. But his own idea of federalism was based on geography, right? And he also favored Igbos more than other groups. We have this conversation before. We won't go back into it. By 51, he had moved from federalism to unitary system. So he says Dr. Azikiwe and the NCNC took the view that the country should have a unitary constitution with one strong government at the center. According to Dr. Azikiwe, the Macpherson Constitution, like the Richards Constitution before it, was designed to break the unity of Nigeria. In other words, federalism will break Nigeria's unity. We have to be together and have one. We are all one. That is the definition of unity, which is what Iransi eventually did in 1966. Are you connecting the dots? It was argued most preposterously by the NCNC that if the idea of federalism was accepted and the Macpherson Constitution was allowed to operate, it would become necessary for people moving from one region to another to obtain passports or travel certificates. Accordingly, the NCNC called, though unsuccessfully, for the boycott of the new constitution. For our part, we stuck firmly to our guns. Let me quickly say something. I think we mentioned this on Friday, but it bears repeating. See, this is Nigeria. Whenever a person tells you repeatedly about Nigeria's unity, just know that person is using you. Any person, from my own observation, who is always shouting Nigerian unity is a person who is trying to use you, for the most part. Maybe not all, of course, you have outliers, but for the most part. The reason these people wanted unitary system was that it was just one reason. It was because they moved out of their region into other people's spaces. And then they had the assumption that if every region was autonomous, that those regions will be able to man their own borders and stop people from entering anyhow. So essentially, they would have passports or travel certificates. And because of that, they didn't want to have a federal system, because as far as they're concerned, it will break unity of Nigeria. That unity that you hear, I've said it several times, I'm going to say it again. When people tell you about Nigeria's unity, please ask for the definition of terms. What does it mean? Define that term, unity. Please. Let's always ask that question. Please define, or let's always make the request. Please define unity. For the most part, it's not what you think. And it's the same thing for just about everything, including federal character. What does it mean? I've heard people say all kinds of things in Nigeria. They just throw one word up. And for Yoruba people, again, for the most part, we are just busy with life. We don't really concern ourselves with those basics. But we are supposed to be sophisticated and everything. We don't know these things. So people can just say it to you, and then before you know, you're also singing a song. Why are we not united? Well, what does it mean? Unity, in this case, means freedom to move anywhere and do anything they want in any part of Nigeria, because they are coming from a place that had scarcity. Again, you can't blame people for coming from a place that has scarcity, but you wonder why they can't build up that place. But anyway, I mean, you can move anywhere. But the point is, you can't use your own. It's like when people talk about this indigenous. By the way, we're not going to ever stop talking about this indigenous status bill. Although it is dead, I can assure you it's going to come back. You know why? This is not the first time. Power structure is to keep coming. So we have to keep talking about it, not because we hate any group, but because I'm not going to determine what happens in my house based on a guest. And yes, you are a guest. And when I come to your house as well, I will be a guest. I don't mind. I know my place. So what I do, or what my fathers have done, and by the way, guys, this is not our fathers have done this, and a time is coming when I'm done with this, and we'll go into some of the wisdom of this ancient fathers. What they do is to make sure things are fair for the guests. They want to take care of their guests. They want the guests to be well taken care of. I've said this several times here. The first mosques that the Hausas had in Yoruba land were not built by the Hausas. They were built by Yoruba kings. Maybe not the massive mosque that you now see. I'm saying place to pray. A place where they could pray. They were not those places. In fact, let me even say this. This is quite interesting. When the Hausas began to move into Yoruba land, the places they lived in at first, by the way, you're going to find this in a book called A History of the Yoruba People by Professor Banji Akintoye. Ibiton Desi, where the Hausas were, is written in Yoruba. Ibiton Wasi was the king's palace. In different parts of Yoruba land. Why? They were strangers. They had to be taken care of. You had to protect them. Let me tell you one story. This happened in Oyo. There was a Hausa man that traveled to Oyo, and some people attacked him. Some things happened. Won't go into the details, but people attacked him, and then they looted everything he had. And listen to what I'm about to say. They looted everything he had, and eventually he found his way to the palace. And he said he didn't even care about the things that they looted, the bad, all these like bandits and thugs. But that there's one thing that they took that he needed at the time. It was his Quran. So the Alaafin asked, who took this man's Quran? And nobody answered. And the Alaafin called Shango. He called on Shango to fish that person out. Listen, no. Alaafin is using Shango to find a person that stole another person's Quran. That's why I say all this religious fight in Yoruba land is nonsense. If you know what, this is why I don't like telling these stories, because I will now want to, but I don't have to go into the details, do I? Sorry, that was a question to myself. I did ask myself a question, and I did not answer out loud, but I don't answer myself. I want to read to you. This is my number. I'm just trying to explain to us how we view strangers in Yoruba land. So it's important, of course, you want to protect strangers. It's not a thing where we just say, oh, we don't care, just carry your load and go. That's not who we are. We are very developed, sophisticated people. But I'm going to read this thing to you. I think I found the page. I found the book and I need to find the page. Remember? Fast. So this is from Samuel Johnson's book, The History of the Yoruba. So I mentioned the chief. His name is Ashamu, was the Basharum. There's a problem between him and the Alaafin. One Alajaita, a Hausa trader at Oyo, was plundered of his goods under the pretext that he was bringing bad charms into the city. Among his confiscated goods was his Quran, which he prized more than all his other stolen property. He appealed to the king, and he, from a sense of justice, ordered that all his goods be restored to him. All but the Quran were accordingly restored. The Hausa again appealed to the king for this his most valued treasure. The king insisted that search should be made, and the last Quran... Sorry, 1 second. Excuse me. The king insisted that search should be made and the lost Quran be restored. The Basharun, in whose possession it probably was, or who at any rate knew where it could be found, refused to restore it, and told the king it could not be found. His Majesty felt this keenly as an insult to his dignity. He was heard to say, quote, "Is it come to this that my commands cannot be obeyed in my own capital? Must it be said that I failed to redress the grievance of a stranger in my town? That he appealed to me in vain?" Turning to the Basharun and pointing upwards, he said, "Very well then, if you cannot find it, my father," meaning the deified Shango, "will find the Quran for me. As the god Shango is reputed to take vengeance on thieves and liars by burning their houses, so the next day, when lightning struck the Basharum's house, great was his rage against the king for being instrumental in convicting him of theft and lying. The ceremony of appeasing the god by the devotees entailed heavy expenses on the Basharum, who, had it been another man's house, might have gone shares with the Alafin in the fines imposed upon the sufferers. He knew where the trouble came from, for he noted the king's words, "My father will find it for me." That's what Yoruba people would do. And this is not, I'm just reading this one. I already mentioned what happened in Akoko, the other one of people living in the king's quarters. Hausa people. This one using the power of Shango to ensure that Entoji Quran, they found him. So we like strangers, we like guests, we don't mind visitors, but we also do not we don't make ourselves small in order to accommodate others. And those who are always asking us to accommodate more and do more and do more and do more, they don't do half of what we do. I'm not saying they don't accommodate, though. They also accommodate, but not the way we do. And they know it to be true. And so when they said the constitution was going to be the constitution was going to be federal, they were against it. And by they, I mean NCNC, which at this time was already populated essentially by the Igbos. And the argument was that they would need to obtain passports or travel certificates to move from region to region. In other words, my region must determine what will happen in my region based on your own comfort or your need to move around, not based on the fact that I own the space. And that's what unity means to some. On 31st March 1953, the Action Group precipitated a constitutional crisis, as a result of which a conference for the review of the to 22nd August 1953. Before we went to London for the conference, an alliance was concluded between the Action Group and the NCNC. When was this? 1953. By the way, many times, Solo 28, similar to the story of Nibodi Apomu. Okay, maybe when you have the time, I'm trying to connect. I know what happened in Apomu, but that one was with Aole. Maybe I missed this one. So maybe when you come up. All right. So this alliance was in 1953 between Action Group and the NCNC. So it says here, before we went to London for the conference, an alliance was concluded between the Action Group and the NCNC in unexpected and most dramatic circumstances. The move for this alliance came from Dr. Azikiwe, who of his own volition came to embrace me in front of the House of Representatives buildings on 31st March 1953. After the members of the NCNC in the House had joined those of my party to walk out of the House, it was stipulated by the Action Group before this alliance that the two parties should first of all reach agreement on those issues of fundamental importance which divided them. At our first joint meeting, we took up, by the way, notice how they had the first alliance, right? It came from Dr. Azikiwe and the NCNC. At our first joint meeting, we took up the question of federalism. It did not take us any time to persuade Dr. Azikiwe. It must be said to his credit that he is himself a believer in federalism. Indeed, he is a believer in many a good cause. The only puzzling thing about Dr. Azikiwe is that more often than not, there is a wide gap between what he believes and what he preaches, and between what he preaches and what he practices. 1 second. Sorry about that. Just the audio stuff, and I had to put something out there. But thank you for staying tuned. So let's continue. So he says that Azikiwe came up with the idea that they should work together, because there was going to be a conference in between July and August of 1953. And so they talked about federalism. This time, Azikiwe believed in it. But Awolowo says that, it says here, it must be said to Dr. Azikiwe's credit that he is himself a believer in federalism. Indeed, he is a believer in many a good cause. The only puzzling thing about Dr. Azikiwe is that more often than not, there is a wide gap between what he believes and what he preaches, and between what he preaches and what he practices. In any case, though the alliance was short-lived, it did help to settle to my satisfaction some of the burning issues of the time. In regard to one of them, Dr. Azikiwe declared at the 1953 Constitutional Conference that federalism is imperative. So what did you notice? You noticed that in a matter of 10 years, Azikiwe had gone from one end to the other and back to the original place. And that's why I said, when we're talking about ideology, political ideology in Nigeria, one person that we don't really want to take very seriously, sincerely, is Dr. Azikiwe, because there's a book he published in 1937 where he talked about all of us are the same. Then 43, federalism. Then 51, unitary system. Then 53, federalism is imperative. After that election, there was an election, by the way. After that election, it changed again. But let's continue. The conference altered the structure of the Macpherson Constitution most drastically. Specific powers were vested in the federal government, concurrent powers were also specified, and all the residual powers were vested in the region. We of the Action Group, as a result of the agreement reached with the NCNC, I'll read that slowly. We of the Action Group, as a result of the agreement reached with the NCNC, did not press for the revision of regional boundaries. In other words, Yoruba people, Action Group, Western region, not just Yoruba, Western region for the most part, was AG, mostly AG, right? What they wanted was ethnic-based federalism. Instead of them to push for that when they got to London, they did not. Why? Because after all, they had a conversation with NCNC before they left Nigeria. Mistake. We of the Action Group, as a result of the agreement reached with the NCNC, did not press for the revision of regional boundaries, though the NCNC, contrary to this agreement, when was this? 1953. This was not the last time. Contrary to this agreement, teamed up with the NPC to demand that Lagos should be separated from the Western region and declared a federal territory, which was done. In other words, before 1953, Lagos was part of the Western region. I'm not talking about the states. I'm talking about even the place that there was no capital. That's why people tell you that there's a Lagos as capital for 1,000 years. It was Lagos. There was a period when that place was under the Western region. And the reason it changed, we read about it last week. If you were here when we talked about it, please signify in the comment section so we don't have to go over it. We'll just move on very quickly. But if you were not here, or if you have more people who went here, then we'll probably want to maybe explain again. But let me just quickly check to be sure. There's something I need to confirm. On both, there's something. You were not here. Any other person, just say, if you were here, say yes. If you're not here, say no. So you don't have to type too much. Emabino. Okay. Oh, no, it's not so sure. Okay, looks like we have a lot of people who were not here. NK Williams, good to see you. Oh, you were not here as well. Okay. Okay, this is going to take us back a bit, but it's for the best. Number. I'm going to explain it fuller than what I did last week, so it makes it also enjoyable for those who were here. There's some things I omitted last week because it wasn't the Orotans or Onkonia, but since we are all here, I want to read something about how Papa himself talked about Lagos and how it threatened to secede. I talked about it last week, but I didn't really read some things. I didn't think I was going to have to do this, so now that we are here, just give me a minute to find the pages. So I'm looking at the Hansard, right? Oh dear. I'm looking at the outcome from the UK Parliament, House of Lords, 2nd December 1953. But the issue is, so I'm trying to find, I don't want to read everything, because if we read everything, we know we'll come out here today. Awo lowo. Awo lowo. Oh boy. Don't worry. I will. You will like when I'm done with all this. You will. I'll make up for our wait. There's a shorter version now. Okay, maybe we should just use this one. Let's use this one. So let's start with the okay, we're going to start with the book by Terminal. Tekena Terminal. Let me read that one. At least that one I can easily find. Please, if you're on TikTok, please don't stop our tapping. And don't worry, we're going to read everything. All of us will enjoy this session once we start reading. Just that, give me a pod here. All right. So let's start with this book. This book is called Separatist Agitations in Nigeria since 1914. It was written by Tekena Terminal. All right. So, again, by this time in 53, Lagos was already part of the Western region. There's another speech I think I should read. Maybe this also help us. I'm sorry, I'm trying to connect the dots. Latif Jakonde. There's something he also said that will also help us put all these things together. Once we get started, you will see why all this, going around and around, why it's important. So I'm going to read from his own inaugural address and the thing that he had to say at the time. Yes. Finally, we have the materials that will help us understand this thing just a bit deeper. Okay. So Akoma flow free flow emergency. Okay. So let's get into this. Let's start with that book by Tekena Terminal. From that name, you already know where it's from. anybody wants to help us in the comment section, from the name you can tell. Tekena Samina, where do you think that man is from? Oh, we have people on YouTube as well. Yes, and Facebook. Oh. Yes, that side. Bayelsa Rivers. All right. At the same 1953 conference, the book is called Separatist Agitations in Nigeria since 1914. It says here, at the same 1953 conference, Nigerian delegates again became painfully aware of the serious political differences which tended to mar the evolution of harmony between various sections. The controversy over Lagos, Nigeria's capital and leading commercial center, caused more bitterness in 1953 than it had in 1950. During the 1950 and 1953 conferences, which discussed this issue, delegates from the eastern region made it clear that they regarded Lagos as a no-man's land. When was this? 1950. That's why all this started last year. This whole Lagos no-man's land started in the 1950s, and the idea was corrected that same year. Let's listen to what the Western delegates said. The Western delegates, however, regarded Lagos as a Yoruba town, which they wanted to administer on their own terms. During the 1950 General Conference, the Northern delegates who held the balance had also agreed that Lagos municipality and the colony districts should be merged with the Western region for administrative purposes. During the 1953 conference, however, the Northern delegates had recommended greater regional autonomy under a federal constitution. The Northern leaders in 1953 feared that whoever administered Lagos would control and perhaps deny them their key outlets at Apapa, then considered more important than Port Harcourt. During the 1953 conference, the Action Group delegation led by Obafemi Awolowo emphasized the historical connections between Lagos and Yoruba land. Awolowo expressed willingness to allow the Western region to contribute towards the cost of building a new capital elsewhere, provided that Lagos and the colony districts would continue to be administered by his region. Oliver Littleton, the Secretary of State at the time, in consideration of the overall interest of Nigeria, decided when approached by the Nigerian delegates that Lagos should be the federal capital of Nigeria and that the municipal area of Lagos should be regarded as federal territory. He thought that his for a united Nigeria. United Nigeria is so no. Everybody does things for a united Nigeria, but it's always affecting Yoruba people. Again, what does it really mean? Unity. Now let me read something to you from, I'm coming back to this book. I want to read something to you from Lateef Jakonde's speech. Again, one of the things you discover from that stuff is that this whole, by the way, Lagos no man's land, the first person that said it was Jaja Wanchukwu. He said it in 1947. But the entire delegates, the delegates from the eastern region, all of them said in 1950 there was no man's land. Even when Yoruba said, listen, it's Yoruba land. And it says here, this is inaugural speech from the former governor of Lagos State, Lateef Jakonde. He says, under the Commission of 19 February 1866, the settlement of Lagos was governed by an administrator and a legislative council responsible to the government of the West African settlements residing in Sierra Leone. This continued until 1874. By letters patent dated 24th July 1874, the territory was administered by the Lieutenant Governor. By Lieutenant Governor to the Governor of the Gold Coast Colony. 9 years later, by letters of patent of 22nd January 1883, Lagos was administered by a deputy governor responsible to the governor of the Gold Coast Colony. I'm going somewhere. Let me quickly find it. I found it. So he said about 1883, 1886, and he says the administration continued under various constitutions until 1954. This is where I'm going. The administration, you know what? Let me read it slowly so that we can all wander around. under the Commission of 19th February 1886, the settlement of Lagos was governed by to the governor of the West African settlement residing in Sierra Leone. This continued until 1874. By letters patent dated 24th July 1874, the territory was administered by Lieutenant Governor subject to the governor of the Gold Coast Colony. 9 years later, by letters patent of 22nd January 1883, Lagos was administered by a deputy governor responsible to the governor of the Gold Coast Colony. In 1886, Lagos was again set up as a separate colony in response to a petition by the people of Lagos, who resented being governed from the Gold Coast. That's present-day Ghana. It was administered by a governor of the colony of Lagos under letters patent dated 13th January 1886. This was the first time that the territory now known as Lagos State came under one administration. The administration continued under various constitutions until 1954, when Lagos was separated from the rest of the colony and constituted federal territory, that is to say, a no man's land. So at this point, the idea of having a federal territory where everybody could just say we can claim it did not happen until 1954. And that was why Awolowo wrote the letter that he wrote. So let me read to you the letter he wrote, and then I'm now going to see if I can read something to you from the Hansard of House of Lords in 1953. This is what Awolowo wrote. I saw it just now. Where is it? All right. As Nigeria was transitioning towards self-rule during the 1950s, new constitutional arrangements and rivalries between political parties in contention. I remember the book. Sorry, guys. It's fuller than this. I just remember the book right now. I just remember the book now. The one that will give us something fuller. Hold on, please. If I think that book safe. Wow. By the way, if you're on TikTok, let's get to 100K, please. Kindly power tap and share the live as well. I found the book. I just sent it to open. God is good. I think we're here. The book is called Chief Abafemi Awolowo. Sorry, the book is called Between the Ethnic and the National by Remi Adekoya. Between the Ethnic and the National by Remi Adekoya. So it says here, the North, with their deep but already somewhat shaken trust in the British and distrust of their brothers in the West and East, fear that greater autonomy, referring to the autonomy that what we saw in Takana Tamano's book earlier, right? It says the North will, with their deep but already somewhat shaken trust in the British and distrust of their brothers in the West and East, fear that greater autonomy now suggested for regions will lead to the West seceding when it suits them, especially as the West incorporates Lagos at once, the commercial and political capital, and only effective outlet to the sea for the trade and commerce of the North. The North now insists on Lagos being a federal area under separate administration to safeguard it from becoming a Yoruba preserve and to make sure the access to the sea remains open. Oh, jeez. There's a particular thing. It's part of what I'm looking for, but there's a particular thing I'm looking for. This thing is wasting time. Mombo. So all of this was because of access to the sea. Just give me a second, please. It's taking a while. So it says here that with the improved political climate and in the view of the fact that the North, which had often stood against state creation, was now for more state. No, guys, I'm not prepared for this, but I'm going to find it. That's my problem. I must find it. I've got to find it. Okay. During constitutional discussions, July 1953 to February 1954, the Northern region insisted on Lagos being made a federal area to ensure its access to the sea and prevent it from becoming a Yoruba preserve. The British colonial authorities ultimately decided to excise Lagos from the Western region and declared it a federal territory. Awolowo viewed this excision of Lagos as an injustice and a dismemberment of Yoruba territory. Despite the AG's initial opposition, the decision to declare Lagos a federal territory was later considered to be in the interest of the Western region by 1954, given the expenditure of the federal government on Lagos. In the tense period, no. Oh boy, I'm reading. Let me just go back to the answer. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to put together a lot of things right here in front of you. These are the things I usually do before coming here. But since we're all here, I can't do it under curtains or behind curtains. So it is what it is. Let me read from the answered. It says here. By the way, this answer, when you say answered, it's just essentially the document from the Parliament in England, in the UK. So this is from House of Lords, UK Parliament, answered 2nd December 1953. The title of this debate is Future Status of Lagos, Wednesday, 2nd December 1953. I'm not going to read everything. This thing is long. I just want to read something to you about what Awo did, or what they said about Awo. So it says here, another point, this is from which of the lords now? Lord Milverton. So this is from Lord Milverton. It says, another, God, guys, there might be no. Another point with regard to that reply about whose meaning I have asked for an elucidation is that if it was merely a statement that the resort to force by the action group will be met with force. Praise God. So here's the point. Awolowo wrote a letter. Oh, jeez, man. Finally, I found what I was looking for. Sorry about that, guys. I'm happy. Awolowo wrote a letter, and it says here, this is what he says in the letter. He said, Awolowo sent a letter stated that the freedom of Western region to decide whether or not they will remain on the proposed Nigerian Federation. I will take that slowly. I'm excited now because I found what I was looking for. So let me read to you what happened here. Delegates from the predominantly Igbo Eastern region regarded Lagos as a no man's land, while delegates from the predominantly Yoruba Western region regarded Lagos to be a culturally Yoruba city to be governed strictly on their terms. Obafemi Awolowo sent a letter which stated the freedom of Western region to decide whether or not they will remain on the proposed Nigerian Federation. In other words, we may leave or not leave. And that was taken as the fact that he was threatening secession. So he was threatening to secede. Right? So that was what Awo said. Now let's look at what the Oyinbo people now said. It says here, another point with regard, this is Lord Milverton now, another point with regard to that reply about whose meaning I have asked for an elucidation is that if it was merely a statement that a resort to force by the action group would be met with force, surely it was hardly necessary to state it with such forceful ambiguity. That would be the normal reaction of a government to challenge its authority. But undoubtedly, it might mean that any meeting held in the Western region at which secession from the Federation was argued and advocated will be treated as the use of force. If so, the letter which appeared in the Times of November 26 is very relevant. It was from two of the action group leaders under Mr. Awolowo, who was present in London at the time. And in it, they pointed out that their leader was well known for his moderation and for his determination to use nothing but constitutional means. But they said, quote, Mr. Littleton's letter implies that even as an attempt, I'm going to take that again. Mr. Littleton's letter implies that even an attempt to achieve our ends constitutionally will be regarded as force. Such an idea comes ill from a minister of a country which permits not only Irish nationalists, Scottish nationalists, and Welsh nationalists, but even communists to stand for election to parliament and allows them to do all in their power to influence the electorate. Let me explain all this Turinchi. Guys, this is what I've been looking for. Here's the point. The action group did not agree with this idea of let's remove Lagos. So they published something in the Times of November 26, 1953. The Times, of course, in London. And in there, there was a letter there. So they stated that, listen, we reserve the right to be part of this Nigerian Federation. Essentially, if what you are doing doesn't really favor us, we might just decide to pull out of Nigeria. That was Awo and AG. But Littleton then came up with the idea. The idea, Littleton said that anything they said that would amount to secession will be treated with force. In other words, the British will respond to it in force, even though Awolowo was not threatening secession through the use of force. His own position was constitutional. But the Oyinbo they talk say, no matter what you do, we will take it to be the use of force and we're going to respond in like manner. And Lord Milverton is now saying that, why are you talking like this? Like, what's the basis of this argument, considering the fact that regardless of what happens, you use force anyway? So the point is this, and this is the fact that actually got me very excited. When the Yoruba people wrote that letter, or the action group, when they wrote that letter, they mentioned some groups in the UK. I mentioned the source earlier. I'll mention it again. They mentioned some groups in the UK to make a point. And for me, that's even more important than the whole idea of secession. They said in the letter they wrote on November 26 in the Times, November 26, 1953, they said, that's Oliver Littleton, by the way, Secretary of State. Mr. Littleton's letter implies that even an attempt to achieve our ends constitutionally will be regarded as force. Then they say, such an idea comes ill from a minister of a country which permits not only Irish nationalists, Scottish nationalists, Welsh nationalists, communists, and all that to stand for election to parliament. In other words, they're saying that, listen, if you can do this for Irish nationalists and Scottish nationalists and Welsh nationalists and communists, why can we not have a constitutional process that allows us to secede from Nigeria if we wanted to do so? This was in 1953. And the person who asked for the book I was reading, this is from the House of Lords, the UK, debated on Wednesday, 2nd December 1953. It's in the House of Lords answered, UK Parliament. So the point is that even in that moment, I was already talking about the idea of secession based on constitutional processes rather than force. And even though it was not even misinterpreted, even though it was met with this thing of if you try it, we're going to forcefully bring you back in. It was very clear in the letter that they published in their own newspaper in London that wasn't about forcefully, seceding. It was about going through constitutional processes. But anyway, regardless of what they wanted to do, they had done what they wanted to do. They had said that Lagos was going to be the new capital. When was this? 1953, and it happened 1954. All right, so we took a detour. Let's go back to the book now. It says, though the NCNC, contrary to this agreement, teamed up. Is there any other source I wanted to read? Any other one? Actually, there's another one, but time's a lot. There's another one. By the way, let me just quickly address this thing. There are some Yoruba people who went on social media and took the speech I read earlier from Lateef Jakonde and put it on social media saying that it was Yoruba man who first said it. I've said something several times. One of the major problems we have in Nigerian political discussion or landscape is half education, and it's worse than ignorance. With ignorance, at least you don't know. With half education, you assume you know. What Jakonde said in 1979 and 1983 was not the first time the word was heard, and the context was definitely different in 79. The first time the statement Lagos is no man's land came to the fore was in 1947, not 1979. So I don't want to mention this person's name because it's what you see with all these excited Yoruba bots, all this, I'm Yoruba, but I understand. You don't understand, Jack. Jaja Wachuku said it in 1947. The Igbo delegate said it in 1950. And even then, it became part of Western region in administration. And that's why you notice that even parts of that inside Lagos, when they won the seat in 1951, they came to Ibadan. They traveled to Ibadan. They left Lagos, and traveled to Ibadan because Ibadan was the place where the parliament was. Western region parliament was in Ibadan. There was also representatives in Lagos, but the people that won in Lagos went to Ibadan. It was because at that point, even the area that we now call capital was still part of Western region. And the representatives of Lagos, when we say the representatives of Lagos, were like House of Assembly members. They traveled to Ibadan for meetings, including Azikiwe himself. When was this? 1951. And this, I'm jumping that particular episode because we've had a session here where we discussed, the whole thing about cross-carpeting. So I don't want to go into it again, but if we have to, maybe another time. But the point is that in this particular period, they were in Ibadan, even though they were representing Lagos. And the reason was because that area was under the jurisdiction, so to speak, of the Western Nigeria Parliament or Western Nigerian region, period. And of course, representatives will meet in Ibadan. So when people now use Jakonde's statement saying Lagos no man's land in 79 to refer to what happened in 1954, what you don't understand is what happened in 1950, what happened in 1947. And those who want to teach us history should please help us to try and read a bit more before they just, and again, these guys are influencers or influencer. I don't, some people are influencers, some are influencer. I'm sure you get the point. Notwithstanding the loss of Lagos to the west, an important step had, in my view, been taken at this conference towards the achievement of true federalism in Nigeria. The central and regional governments, now equal in status in their internal relationship and residual functions, were vested in the regional government. The northern region, which has 19 million out of 34 million population of Nigeria, it is well. Oh, Mama's channel. No, the Yoruba man said it. Lateef Jakonde said it. The context was different and the timing is different. You can't say somebody that said something in 1979 said it before the one that said it in 1947. Even basic common sense will tell you that that's a 32-year gap. A man said it in 47, an entire group said it in 1950. Between 1950 and 1979, that's 29 years. And the whole idea, again, the idea that, it's federal capital for them is that Yoruba people cannot claim to own this skinny. But the way they even talk about it in 2025 is not even the same way it was said in 79 or even in 50. In 79 or even in 83. It's similar to what they had in mind in 1950, which was, number one, everywhere's no man's land. All of us own it. Even though the area they're talking about is just the capital, they now apply that thing retrospectively, I should say, to the entire Lagos state, even though Lagos state was not existing until 1967. We know what we are doing, and that's how we respond to them. They're not that smart, by the way. let's get back to this. The northern region, which has 19 million out of 34 million population of Nigeria, and 264,300 square miles out of Nigeria's total area of 340,000 square miles, was not yet in a position to dominate all others put together. Under the Macpherson Constitution in the House of Representatives were shared 50-50, where the seats in the House of Representatives were shared 50-50 between the northern region on the and the western and eastern regions on the other. Now, we talked about this earlier as well. We're not going to go back into it. We had a full session on this last week. The video is on YouTube. We talked about how the eastern region facilitated the allocation of half the seats in parliament to the northern region in 1950, right? And we also read to you what the Ooni of Ife, who was the representative of the western region at that conference, Obade Sojaderemi, what he said. We had 3 regions. The north wanted 50 seats, 50% of the seats, or they would secede. The East said, yes, let them have it. So when you blame the North, excuse me, I'm not being. Sorry about that. I think it's the cold, but we're good. All right. So there was okay. So this is where we stopped the last time. We're going from here now. Besides, there were official as well as unofficial members in the Central Legislature who were nominated by the governor or the Governor General, as the case might be, to represent interests not already adequately represented. When the review of the Richards Constitution commenced, some of the leaders of the people of Benin and Warri, now Delta provinces in the western region, demanded that these 2 provinces should be created into a separate region. We're beginning new stuff now, so by next time we're going into this, we'll be talking about state creation. All right? We're starting here, but let's continue. When the review of the Richards Constitution commenced, some of the leaders of the people of Benin and Warri, now Delta provinces, in the western region demanded that these 2 provinces should be created into a separate region under the proposed constitution. What do you think Awo did? Let me ask. Do you think he was against it or he was for it? We'll tell you what the other people that call us, whatever, we'll tell you what they did when it was their turn. No? Sure, we're discussing history. Thank you, Kem. Your name is quite interesting, no? Kem. It must be Kemi. It was for it. So when you talk about, I want to say this, I want us to be armed with this information. When you talk about state creation in Nigeria, and you talk about what happened in the eastern region, a lot of people tell you that, but even the Midwest also had issues in the western region. It's not the same thing, though. Just because something happened in one region doesn't mean that the exact same thing or something was similar happened in another region. It will not be the same thing, no. So let's get into this. We're beginning this is part of the series, but a new part of it now. When the review of the Richards Constitution commenced, some of the leaders of the people of Benin and Warri, now Delta provinces in the western region, demanded that these 2 provinces should be created into a separate region under the proposed constitution. I wholeheartedly supported this demand in principle, but I doubted the viability of the proposed state. I did not at that time know enough about the finances of the Benin Delta provinces, commonly referred to as the Midwest, to be able to express a categorical opinion in support of the demand. I was the first speaker at the Western Regional Conference for the review of the Richards Constitution, and I gave clear and unequivocal expression to this view. I'll explain everything. I'm sure you get it, but I'll explain it if need be. And I gave clear and unequivocal expression to the view which I have just stated. I did make it clear also that as soon as the revenue of the area was judged adequate to sustain it, the proposed Midwest state should be created. Some of the representatives from the Midwest argued strenuously at the conference in support of their demand, but they did not receive any sympathy, even in principle, from the majority of the members of the conference. The Midwestern representatives assumed, without giving any facts or figures in support, that the new region would be viable. I was not prepared to go the whole hog with them on a mere assumption, which might afterwards prove to have been gravely misconceived. As the review proceeded from stage to stage, this demand received less and less attention until it finally faded out completely at the General Conference. As we continue this conversation, I might introduce another book. And I think on this matter is probably the most important book. It's the Minority Report, the Willis Commission Report of 1958. We'll read what the Midwest want to, or what they wanted. We'll read it. It's here. And then what the Western region did about it. I think we're going to start today, okay? So that we'll just go into the East later. So what do you see here? They told AWO, they told the conference that they wanted to have their own region. AWO at this time, it was not premier yet. All right? We didn't have sorry, if you're on TikTok, you have to power tap. Please, let's power tap. This thing is showing inactivity and the live might just go off. Please, I need your help. If you're on TikTok, please power tap. I have to do something so that we can continue. So that we can, continue. We don't want it to go off. So please, I know we've tried. We're on 100.3K, which is good. Let me clap for you. Let me clap for everybody first, because egg me oju. Thank you. Thank you for liking it, and thank you for joining the team. If you're on TikTok, please click on the heart icon above me, above my head, just here. Join the team, drop a heart to me, drop a gift. These things push the lives to the FYP. And also, please engage by, comment, gift, tap, share. Thank you very much. On YouTube as well, please, I'd like you to like the live. I look at this because this is where my monitor for YouTube is. Please like the live, right? And also share. Thank you very much. Same on Facebook. Please share the live. Thank you. About share so that other people will also see what we're discussing here. Thank you very much for your support. All right. So at the Constitutional Conference, the Midwest, well, it wasn't Midwest at the time, the provinces around, there were two provinces in that region. There was the Benin province and the Warri province. So I was saying earlier that at this time, AWO was not premier. AWO was not premier. Nobody became premier of anything in Nigeria until 1954. And it's important to remember these things because it helps us to understand, the history a bit better. Like, what powers did they possess? What office did they occupy? What could they have done? So we don't assume that just because the person was leading, he definitely was one in power. So what AWO was he was the leader of government business. And by that, he still had to, he was basically in a way, I was going to say deputizing, but he has to still take authority or orders from the lieutenant governor. So Nigeria had a governor. The regions had lieutenant governors. In other words, they were lieutenant or deputies to the Oga at the top, right? Which was at the point South or Richards, later John McPherson. But the lieutenant governors are the heads of the regions. There were no premiers. So the indigenous person, Tojoga Parliament, is the leader of government business, not the premier at the time until 1954, when they now removed that title, lieutenant governor of the regions, right? So let's get back. So they wanted to have their own space. And then AWO was like, it's fine. Like, if you want to have your space, it's okay. But he wasn't sure of the viability. Thank you, Prof. The lieutenant governors are the CEOs of the government. Thank you. So the point is that ultimate authority was not in AWO. That's what I'm trying to explain. And that detail is also very, very important. So there was one in charge of the region. So it says here, so when they said we were going to break, AWO was for it, but then he had a problem with the viability. He wasn't sure of the viability. And then the guys in the Midwest kept saying, "No, we can take care of ourselves and everything." And then it says here, some of the representatives of the Midwest argued strenuously at the conference in support of their demand, but they did not receive sympathy, even in principle, from the majority of the members of the conference. So majority of the members of the conference would be north, south, east, would be north, east, and west, everybody, right? Perhaps because they didn't understand how it would be viable. Excuse me. But the agitation for the creation of the Midwest state was by no means dead. It gathered momentum after the McPherson Constitution came into operation in 1952, as had its it gathered momentum after the McPherson Constitution came into operation in 1952, and had as its mighty advocates the Oba of Benin, His Highness Akenzua II, and Dr. Azikiwe. I was now the Minister of Local Government as well as leader of the party in power in Western Region. On October 1954, I became the Premier, also holding the portfolio of finance in the Western Region. My support in principle for the creation of the Midwest had never flagged. By virtue of my position in the government, I had access to information which was not hitherto available to me about the finances of the region. And in due course, I was able to satisfy myself that the Midwest, if constituted into a separate state, would be viable. I therefore made up my mind finally that the Midwest should be allowed to go. But there were formidable forces within the action group which did not support my stand. The creation of the state, they argued, would mean the sacrifice of the people of the Midwest to the domination of the Edo-speaking people. Again, please, no. Action group members felt that the threat from that region would be the Edo-speaking people. Why? Because clearly they were the majority in the Benin and Warri, of course, Delta provinces. Benin and Delta provinces. So at that time, the Edo people were like over 600,000 people. So they were the majority. And so if you have a Midwest, you're going to have domination of the Edo-speaking people. In any case, such a state would be ruled, at least for some years to come, by the NCNC. Why should we gratuitously widen the area of our opponents' influence by offering them another state, practically on a platter? Why should the Western region alone, and the smallest region at that, of all the three regions in the Federation, be dismembered? Where are we right now? We are in 1954. When we get to Willings Commission, that was in the commission started meeting in 57. The report came out in 58. So when we get there, I'll go back to that book. But the point here is this. Although Awo was for separation of, the Midwest, if they wanted to go, the AG said something I think it made sense. So AG had power in the Western region, NPC Northern region, NCNC Eastern region. Now, here's the crazy part. NCNC was also the dominant party in those two provinces that would form the Midwest, which would mean that I'm sorry. Gorilla just typed something on the comment section. The comments, he said, as he's smoking his colos, he's power tapping from Pluto. You to power tap from Earth. ASAP. 150K, next target, ASAP. Gorilla is on another plane. He's in Pluto. Okay. Let's continue. So, the point is that they were like, listen, we are the smallest region, right? At the time, the Eastern region also had parts of Cameroon. So, Western region wasn't just Yoruba land. Western region had the smallest landmass. So, we were the smallest. You now want to break us into two again. So, the AG was like, we're not going for that. And then, of course, added to the fact that even if you create that Midwest, AG will not have any power there. It will be the NCNC. So essentially, according to them, you are widening the area of your opponent's influence and you're offering it to them practically. You're offering them another state practically on a platter. So that was the issue the action group had, even though Awolowo was like, it's fine. But I'm on action group side because why would I allow the opponent to just have more states just because? The arguments went forwards and backwards, and I was always in the minority within the party until 1955, when the agitation for the creation of the COR state, consisting of Calabar, Ogoja, and Rivers provinces of the eastern region, became very intense. What year are we right now? 1955. In that year, the party, that's AG, agreed to support the creation of the Midwest state, provided Dr. Azikiwe was prepared to agree to the creation of the COR, that's Calabar, Ogoja, and Rivers states. That's present-day Akwa Ibom, Cross River, Rivers, and Bayelsa. Parts of Bayelsa. It was argued that action group to surrender to the protagonists of the Midwest, who were mostly NCNC, whilst the NCNC refused to make a similar concession in the eastern region. What book am I reading from? Awo, the autobiography of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. It will be a triumph for the NCNC. It will be a triumph for the NCNC over the action group if the Midwest state was created and the COR state were not. My view was that such a triumph could only be temporary. One of the things you also notice in this reading, of course, is that sometimes Awo would have a particular way of thinking and then the party will be against it. But again, the party is supreme. So he says, my view, talking about himself, Papa, my view was that such a triumph could only be temporary. The creation of the Midwest was bound to have the effect of sustaining the agitation for and bringing about the creation of the COR state. Minority elements in the other regions of the country will sooner or later say to themselves, if it can be done in the Western region, why can't it be done here too? About the same time as the demand for the COR state was made, the demand for the Middle Belt state, consisting of the non-Fulani, non-Kanuri, and non-Hausa ethnic groups of the northern region, was also made. By the end of 1955, the demand by the minority ethnic groups in each region to be constituted into a separate state had become very clamorous. I was an ardent supporter of all of them. First, because I was now convinced that each of the proposed new states, Midwest, COR, and Middle Belt, would be viable. Secondly, because I felt the time had come when the North should be broken into at least two separate states. Why? It was the biggest. But whilst I succeeded in carrying the party with me on the issue of the Midwest and COR states, on condition that the two were created simultaneously, I did not succeed in regards to the Middle Belt state. There was at that time a good deal of friendship between the action group and the NPC. For myself, I nursed this friendship, but not out of conviction. There was, in my considered opinion, a yawning gulf of fundamental principles which lay between the action group and the NPC. But prudence dictated that I should toe the party line, and I did. Somebody says, could we say NCNC was one and those parties that wanted to change things but was Igbo-nized? I didn't really get the question. No. How do you get the book Redomi Books on Telegram? I'll type it here. It's hard copy, but they can deliver it to you wherever you are. Okay, so that's it on Telegram. On Twitter. Kimosono. That's it on TikTok. Let me see. Maybe we should put it on YouTube as well. You're in the UK, yeah. It can get you in the UK. I'd advise you buy more than one share so that it will be worth the cost of delivery. But I mean, regardless, it can be delivered to you, even if that's the only thing you want. And the books are not expensive. Well, depending on what expensive means to you, but generally speaking, they are not. I want to write the address on. So it's a Telegram channel. You go there, you see different categories, and you can just take advantage of the books. Hard copies, like I said, the only soft copy is the Pursue Risk category. And even that one, you have to buy it on seller, but the links are there. But the hard copies you'll find there, just pick the one you like, and then you can send a message to Redomi Realm. You'll see the handle there in order to get. I was going to say something. All right, so yeah, remember, there are other things that may not, maybe like pages here and there that you may want to access. You find that, or you find those on Redomi Global. It's a Telegram channel as well. Redomi, the same spelling, Global. There you find some materials. Those are free, but we don't have full books like that because of copyright and stuff like that. So, yeah. Redomi books. Now, to answer the question that somebody asked, let's quickly answer that question. I'll move on to the next chapter. It says, could we say NCNC was one and those party that wanted to change things, but was, I don't really understand the question. But was NCNC Igbo, was it turned to an Igbo party? Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. But I don't think that was the question you're asking. So if you don't mind rephrasing, I'll be able to answer better. All right. The tactics which the, excuse me. It is well with this our today's recording. I know we're having a lot of excuse me, but Emma Bino. The tactics which the action group employed up to the commencement of the 1957 London Conference on Nigeria's Constitution concerning the demands for the creation of the Midwest State, the COR State, and the Middle Belt State led to all sorts of compromises, complications, and disappointments, all of which I frankly admit are concomitants of political life. Early in 1957, when preparations for the 1957 Constitutional Conference were being made, the lineup of each of the three major political parties, Action Group, National Council of Nigeria, and the Cameroons, and Northern People's Congress, on the issue of new states was separate and distinct. Please pay attention. The Action Group wanted the creation of the Midwest and the COR states, provided the two were simultaneously created. It was also willing to support the demand for the creation of the Middle Belt State, but was at the same time anxious not to offend the NPC, which was deadly opposed to the creation of any state, and in particular, the Middle Belt State. For the NCNC, it was keen on seeing the Midwest State created. It also wanted the rest of the Western region to be carved into three states. Central Yoruba State, consisting of Oyo, Ibadan, and Ondo provinces of the Western region. No, let's go back a bit. So the NCNC they wanted the rest of the Western region to be carved into three states: Lagos and Colony State, consisting of the Colony Province of Western Region and the Federal Territory of Lagos. Central Yoruba State, consisting of Oyo, Ibadan, and Ondo provinces of the Western Region, and Kola North and Cassava State, consisting of Abeokuta and Ijebu provinces. It was, however, opposed to the creation of COR State and silent on the demand of the creation of the Middle Belt State. I want to say something. I've read this thing before. I want to say something I've never said before. I will find a way to say it. There's no way you're going to play this kind of politics and make progress in life. Let me just start by saying that. You cannot play this kind of politics and make progress as a people. It is not possible. It's not possible. When your growth or your success is determined by the failure of others, you cannot make progress. Even if you have money, even if you can see physical growth, could work, you'll be fighting amongst yourself, because that terrible mindset will affect you. And I'll explain what I'm saying. This is introduction. First of all, introduction. I'm missing on and through automation. In other news, where were we? Number one, Northerners did not even want any region. created, like three, the crowd were good. So they don't want more states. They don't want, particularly the Midwest. They did not want anybody to create Midwest. You could call that selfish, but at least it's not affecting any other person, right? You guys see this pattern. Just understand this pattern and we'll be fine. The AG Action Group with Western Region, they said, you know what, we have our people who have always been asking for creation of Midwest states. Okay, this is the point. We want you to have Midwest states as long as the COR will also have their own state, so that not be only we go lose, COR too will lose part of their own, because they are even bigger than us. We are the smallest. So let's have part of us, and let's have part of those groups as part of the Eastern region as well. Which meant that they were not against the Midwest, but they didn't want to just be the only ones to lose. And then they should have said the same thing for the action for the Middle Belt, which, by the way, much later they decided to support. But at that time, they were in alliance with the North. So they're like, Midwest wants to go, you can go, but as long as the COR would also be allowed to leave. Then came the NCNC and the Eastern mindset. What was the mindset? Now, remember what I said about when they were doing constitutional conference, constitutional review in the 1940s. It's not different from what's happening right now. They said, listen, the North, don't touch the North. We don't want to wahala. Let's just leave them alone. But you see, those Western people were, that Western region want to break it into 4. The North is the biggest region, followed by the East and then the West. But we're not going to touch the biggest region. We're not going to touch the biggest region. We're not going to divide it. We're not going to divide the second one, which is our own region. We're not going to divide it. But you see that third region, the smallest region, we're going to break it into 4. That is the definition of unity. And what did they say? They wanted to break the Western region into the Midwest. So the Midwest will be carved out. That will be the Benin Delta province, present-day Benin and Delta State. Edo and Delta State. So they will call that place out. Then they will take Lagos colony and what's the other part, Seth? Sorry, they will take Lagos and the colony province and create another state. Then they will take Oyo and Ondo, present-day Oyo, Osun, Ekiti, and Ondo states, and call that one central state. They will now take Abeokuta province and Ijebu province. The crazy part is that these guys then say, don't touch the Eastern region. These are the people that want to teach you about politics and federalism and fairness in Nigeria. I know what, it's not just, if it's just history, I cannot say it's history. The pattern is still there. Again, for the option time, I will say it until I'll keep saying it. It is the same mindset that gives you indigenous status bill. It's a mindset thing. Own something everywhere. Everybody loses at my expense. Oh, sorry, no, that's not the word. I win at everybody's expense. Everybody has to lose for me to win. So break the West, break it. But that region, by the way, when we get there, we'll talk about it. How Azikiwe promised the Eastern region that they were going to have states before elections. As soon as elections were over, he changed it. At the time, he was Premier of Eastern region. And someone wrote something in the comment section, Prof, it's very true. You see what happens these days when people say, oh, they're from the Midwest, Awolowo did this, Awolowo did that. The person talking doesn't know what he's talking about. Even in the London conference of 1957, in other words, they carried the matter go London. By the way, we're going to go deeper into this today. Then we'll expand it next time. And if you're just joining us, thank you for being here. We meet here every weekday, Mondays to Fridays, 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. So please join us tomorrow. I'll play something on this that we've done before, and then we'll go into stuff deeper afterwards. Now, here's the point. The folks in the Midwest, our AG Yoruba people were not against the creation of the Midwest state. But it do not make sense for us to cut. I'm sorry I'm repeating it. It's important. Who told you what you are saying and where are your validations? Sorry, guys. I'm going to have to mute this one. If you're going to ask a question, at least ask like somebody that is actually using his gray matter. If you're going to ask a question, ask for sources. Ask like you have home training. I've said it several times. I will say it if you ask. I don't have a problem telling you. And the primary document for this particular topic, which we are not even, we've not, I think we're not, this thing you see it in the answered UK Parliament. We're reading Howell's book, his autobiography, but you also see it in the document that was prepared by the Williams Commission report, the document that the Williams Commission produced in 1958. I've said it. What the Midwest people complained about, I'll read it. That's the thing about me. See, if you affect your Bible, I go read them. But I will also understand it from the perspective and from your perspective. Does this thing show Warren's cotton saw? What the Eastern region said, we'll look at it as well. Show Warren's cotton saw. Then you cannot decide. But these are the details of it, of the event, right? And by the way, like I always like to mention, just for emphasis, this book was published in 1960. Zik was alive. Zik was alive and he had 36 years to respond. And when he responded 10 years later, he didn't mention these things. We have that book as well. He was very careful. He would just be going surface level, never went deep. And when the time comes, we'll read that book as well here. So, Zik, NCNC, the mindset from the East, sincerely, maybe you are not like that. You're a good man, I get. But the political culture of the Southeast, primarily, is what we are reading. Let me just put it that way. It's about this. And the thing is that kind of mindset only wins in the short term. It always loses in the long term. Always. If you throw the coin up 1,000 times, it will fall on its side. The point is that this thing of I must win, you must lose for me to win, that thing affects people's mindsets. It makes you begin to develop psychological problems, and I can assure you it can become generational. And that's why when we do negotiation classes, you will hear win-win. In negotiation, you hear win-win. In other words, you win, I win. When the person is leaving the room, they should not feel cheated. There should be something they can also say, I got out of this. Which was what Action Group was playing here. We can let Midwest go, but you should let the other one go so we win. In other words, you will campaign in Midwest, we will also campaign in Midwest. You will campaign in the COR, we will also campaign in the COR. Let me tell you why they will not do that. Because no matter how many times if they had done that thing, NCNC would never win in COR. They couldn't have won in COR. There were issues against NCNC in COR already. So they knew that if you break that thing out, NCNC would lose that part of the Eastern region. But guess what? The same thing would have happened to Action Group in the Midwest. Most likely, Action Group would not win in the Midwest. So you win some, you lose some. So you have win-win. So I get something from this. You also get something from it. I don't feel like, it's not a zero-sum game. I don't feel like I lost everything and you won everything. But no, the Eastern political history from the Eastern region has shown us, I'm talking about history now, the goal is for everybody to lose for them to win, which is the mindset behind unitary system. It's the mind because it's win all, winner takes all. I know the funny thing, like I said, it's a short-term thinking and it always fails in the long term. But here's the crazy part. You will suffer for it in the long term. Who is crying out that there's we want to break region, we want to have a nation, we want to have, when, I jumped 1954. Oh, by 1957 already. I just remembered now. I was going to go into, I was saying that there was something else I did not read earlier. When I was talking about the constitutional conferences, I would have read what happened in 54. But I would have read it and I'll still do it maybe next time. I'll do it from an interview that Azikiwe conducted, that they granted, an interview Azikiwe granted in 1975. And what he said about his decision of 1954 and the idea of secession, which was a year after Awolowo and an action group had written that stuff in the Times of London in 1953. We'll have that session, maybe next, I'll try and note it. So many back way. Recap. So you are against secession clause. You want unitary system. What is happening right now? You cannot secede right now, even though you want to secede. That short term, we must take everything. It's affecting everybody now. You cannot say, oh, Hausa, Fulani, they are taking over the government. They are the ones at the center. They have put everybody there. Who created a unitary system? Why can't they just change it? Will you change it? You. If everybody had federal system. Everybody was trying to understand how do we manage this, how do we manage this. You now came and united everybody and created this structure. The Hausa was not expecting that. The Fulani man did not even think of that. In his mind, he's just thinking, good people, great nation, we'll just do my own. As a matter of fact, he's more concerned about his northern region than anything else. Not to say he doesn't think about other people, but for the most part, he's thinking about the northern region. But guess what? Now you have created something. He steps into it and was like, Now like this is the day. So now like this and they enjoy 100% power like this. You now came back to him and said to him, change it. Change it. He won't want, why would he want to change it? Okay, what's what I'm looking for? What's the motivation that would allow him to now change it? To now suit you? So when it doesn't suit you, regionalism is good. But when it suits you, let's go unitary. And as soon as it stops making you feel like you are part of it, then it's the worst thing. It's just an advice. Even if you do business, people, let's learn from history. Even if you are doing business, please, that's what I'm looking for, incentive. Thank you. There are many English speakers in the comment section. Me, we're learning this English small. If you're doing business with people, always think of that person too. It's like when you go to market and you buy something, mo kò gbá mi ó lè má gbẹ ṣùgbọ́n bóyá ẹni ó kàn tàbí pé òun àtàwọn ọmọ ìgbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ láti ọjọ́ yẹn ni inú ẹ̀ dùn kó rówó bọ̀ kò rérè ó ti gbá gbogbo ẹ̀ ó ti ná pa. That thing has to be in us, even in our businesses, where you just want fairness, not cheating. And just because you paid someone something for a thing doesn't mean you have not cheated them. And you know a good bargain. I know when you are cheating somebody, especially those who are lower, you know what I'm saying, like in lower social class. And if you treat your mates, your equals, with that winner takes all mindset, if you treat them like that, they are waiting for you. They are waiting for you. And when they find you, they will pay you back in your own coin. Somebody on YouTube says, Kubo says, General Gowon was ready to change the system, but Ojukwu rejected it at Aburi. Yes. But it was after Aburi. It was in March 17, 1967. You're right. Gowon actually came up with the idea, 17? Yes. I think. Decree number 8. It's true. At least Gowon tried to change it, but after Gowon, every other person just enjoy this style. May God help us. All right, where were we? We were where we were. So we're saying that the northern region did not want any region to break out. They didn't want any other new region, particularly their own, the Middle Belt. They didn't want to lose any lands. And they didn't say that anybody should lose any lands either. In other words, don't touch me, stay where you are, let me stay where I am. Nobody is touching anybody. Which, if you ask me, it's a fair stance. Not good. It's not good. Because the Middle Belt people also have the right to have their own state. But at least they're not saying break up, but I'll stay whole. So for me, it's fair. Selfish, but fair. It's politics, after all. For the Midwest, it's, listen, you can go, we can have the Midwest, but we also want to have COR. In other words, win-win. I'll lose some, I'll gain some. Which is not selfish in the sense of, don't touch me, don't touch me, don't touch me. The Eastern region was not fair, and it definitely was not good. It was not even bad, it was evil. It was evil. The same people who were against federal system because they were afraid that they are going to require passports to move around Nigeria are the ones who now want to use that same federal system to break up the Western region into 4. But they are the ones who tell you about one Nigeria. The NPC and its leader, the Sadana of Sokoto, made certain moves before the 1957 conference. Listen, this part I think is very important. You cannot go deep into this part without going to 1954. (6:44 p.m.) Okay. I'll read part of it, then we'll go to that book. The NPC and its leader, the Sadana of Sokoto, made certain moves before the 1957 conference, by means of which the action group was rendered almost hors de combat and splendidly outmaneuvered when the question of new states came. When the question of new states came up for discussion at the conference. On its own, take that again. On its own motion, the NPC, that's the Northern People's Congress, suggested to the action group that a meeting between the leaders of the two parties were desirable in order that both of them might exchange ideas in regards to proposals to be made by the NPC and the action group. You know what? Let's do it this way. I'll give you like a summary of what's here. We'll go to 1954, then we'll come back to this. If not today, next time. So, all this strange about break us into 4. This is what happened. See, in 57, before they even went to London at all, the North felt they should have this meeting. By the way, they not outmaneuvered Yoruba people, I won't lie. Even Awolowo even acknowledged it, because he said they splendidly outmaneuvered. So the action group was splendidly outmaneuvered. I like it when a person can just take it, say, I mess up. It actually shows that you are wise. It's unwise people who are always shouting, they did not maneuver me. I know what I was doing. You did not know, Jack. So, no, there was no federal power. They didn't have federal power at this point. Rewaju, they did not have federal power. This is 1957. There was no federal power. We just had regions. We're going to talk about state creation in London, 1957. And so, the North had a conversation with Yoruba people. We'll go into the details later. And essentially, it was like, this state creation thing that I want to go and do, let's talk about it before we get to London. What do you want? What I want? Let me quickly read to you what they agreed. So they said, as far as creation of states is concerned, it was agreed that all claims for the creation of new states should be rendered to a commission of independent men who will be appointed by the Secretary of State. The commission would consider in the first instance whether the proposed new state is viable on the basis of existing services provided in the area. Excuse me. If the commission is satisfied that the proposed state is viable, then it will hold a plebiscite in the area in order to determine whether the majority of the people want the new state. If the majority of any ethnic group within the area votes against the creation of state, it will not be included, provided that its separation from the new state is geographically possible. But if it is inland, If it is an island within the proposed new state, then it must form part of the new state. Anyway, so this is what happened. Sardauna had reached out to Action Group, so they planned a meeting to hold in Ikorodu. This was in March of 1957. That meeting held in Alhaji Gbadamosin's house in Ikorodu, and Tafawa Balewa represented the north. SLA Samuel Ladoke Akintola represented the west, or maybe I should say it this way. Tafawa Balewa represented the Northern People's Congress (NPC). SLA Samuel Ladoke Akintola represented the Action Group at the Ikorodu meeting. And what I read just now was what they agreed upon. So if we're going to have this state, what we're going to say is that we're going to create a commission. That commission will now look into the agitation for the state, and they'll now determine if the state is viable, and they talk about the contiguity and the geography of the area and so on and so forth. When they were done with that meeting, the Sardauna traveled to meet Awolowo. This was around the time, so this period was the time when the North and the West worked together. So the Sardauna traveled to meet Awolowo, and I think it was in Ibadan, and said to him, listen, we've agreed on this matter, makes absolute sense, right? And it's going to work. Sorry, I think it's going to work. This is my own words now. It's going to work. We are on the same page. But, you know, we are three regions, 3 major political parties. Why not bring in the third group? Why not ensure that we have like a united front? In other words, we have agreed on the same things before leaving Nigeria. So when we get to the UK, we just present the matter before the Oyinbo. So yes, thank you. United front, consensus, yes. You know, when I read it, I'm going to read it again, how Sardauna visited Baba. Sardauna actually left Kaduna, went to Ibadan to meet with Awolowo. They wrote it there, Ibadan, all the way, because it was like, let's have consensus, right? And then, of course, they fixed the meeting for Lagos the same year, 57. But here's my question, or here was the question that made me link this to 1954. I asked the question, why? And I'll tell you why I asked that question. If you have 3 groups, you can have a simple majority. It's easy. It's just 2/3. Like 2 out of 3, you're good. If 2 of you have agreed about something in Nigeria, in other words, the North and the West are agreeing about a thing, why do you need a 3rd person? Why? I asked that question, and if you're not careful, if you're not careful, you'll be like, there are many answers to that question. You could say, for instance, that, the NPC knew that NCNC, Omagbe and Baboje, will betray. By the way, they betrayed everybody. That's what I'm saying. When you look at everybody that calls you traitor, betrayer, all those in Nigeria, now them they do and pass. And we have story from 1950. No, what am I saying? From 1948, 41. So as I talk, I can't remember something way happened before. 41. Can I tell you what happened in 41, in 48, in 50, in 53, in 57? It's a consistent pattern. But I then go counter and say somebody be betrayer. I don't even like using that word because it's bad English, but I mean, it's what people call it. I was trying to find, again, just me thinking, why, if you are 2 out of 3, and 2 of you agree about this, on this matter, and then you go to meet the colonial government, surely the colonial government will look at you and say, listen, 2 out of 3 agree on this thing. Simple majority is clear. But something happened in 1954. And I think that will give you an idea why, in my opinion, I'm not saying that the Sardauna did this for altruistic purposes. I'm not saying that. However, I also don't want to assume that he just did it because he knew that Zik was going to mess up. After all, it's not like he had a way to know the future. Having said that, I shall find it. And lo and behold, I found it. I want to read to you an event that happened in 1954. There's a crazy thing here is this. What I'm about to read right now was an interview that was granted by Dr. Azikiwe in 1975. This is 21 years after the fact. And I'll just say this. I don't like the interview very much because I didn't see a person who saw the errors in his past. But let me not spoil the show. Let's just go into this. This is from This is from the New Nigeria, right? New Nigeria 1975. I'm going to read some things to you. When the 1954 Constitution Conference started, my good friend Chief Obafemi Awolowo tabled a motion to the effect that in the new constitution, provision should be made that any state which feels like seceding should do so. I was opposed to it and said no. And said that once we have a federation, we are indivisible and perpetual. That was when we began to use that expression, the indivisibility and perpetuity of the federation, and that to secede would amount to treason, and so a debate ensued. The Secretary of State then was Oliver Littleton, later Lord Chandos, and was very much interested, and that was his first time in saying that the people of African descent were people actually debating at a high level. So a full day was given to Chief Awolowo to make his points. He spoke brilliantly as a lawyer. He made his points why secession should be incorporated in the Constitution. He cited the case of the Soviet Union, which is a federation, and that secession is written there so that any state in the Soviet Union can secede at will. He also cited the case of Western Australia, and eventually he finished his case and was applauded. We adjourned. The next day, I had to reply. I availed myself of the opportunity to, demolish the arguments of my friends. I'll take that again. He says, the next day I had to reply. I availed myself of the opportunity to, demolish the arguments of my friend, and I cited the case of United States, which based its constitution on that of the Swiss Federation. That is Switzerland. Not exactly. But let's continue. I pointed out a case, I think, that of Texas versus White, where Mr. Salmon Chase, the Chief Justice, laid down the principle. He was really an arbiter, that the Union was intended to be perpetual and indivisible, and that any attempt to divide the Union by secession was treasonable. The North, that's NPC, supported Action Group. Please pay attention. The North, NPC, supported Action Group. When was this? 1954. The question was then, should we have secession? The colonial office came to our rescue. You know, the usual principle of Britain, divide and rule, laughs. So, Aziko is laughing. But this time, it was in our favor. Underline our. So, the colonial office backed us. Underline us. Lord Chandos said that on the face of the arguments before him, it would be suicidal to incorporate secession in our constitution, and that is why we have section 86 in our constitution, that if any region or state should secede, then it will be an act of treason, and that was what led to this war, because Colonel Ojukwu seceded and so violated the constitution. Number one, I did not read to you what Awo said. It was intentional because it will not be fair. We're reading Awo's book. Let's listen to someone else. This is Zik talking now. And what does Zik tell us? The number one, Awo said, listen, our country is made up of nations. Awo said this much in his 1948 book, 47. The book was written in 1945, was published in 1947. The book is called Path to Nigerian Freedom. I already made it very clear that we are essentially a geographic expression. That's what Nigeria is, just a geographical expression. The people there are different. Therefore, let's have a constitution that recognizes that. And also, that if people want to pull out, they can pull out just like other nations that have multi-ethnic groups within them, e.g., Russia or the USSR at the time. And so he gave up, used that as the base of his argument. There's something I've noticed about people who don't seem to understand what Nigeria is. And it's something that is common to almost all of them, is the fact that they are very quick to bring up the United States in conversations. Any small thing in the US, in their minds, it means that they are competing with another nation that is, big, that they call them Sena climbs. But in reality, they are very ignorant. And I'll tell you why. The complexity or the complexities involved in the formation in the composition of the peoples of Nigeria is not the same as that of the US. Apart from the old settlers colony argument, which is a very valid argument, the place was designed by a group of people. When they were working on the American Constitution, how many Chinese people were there? Somebody said Awo should have worked with MPC. Awo is working with MPC. Please, just hold on. I said, God. You said Awo should have worked. Awo is working with MPC. Why are you blaming Awo? It's not even Awo working with MPC. It's MPC working with Awo. Awo came up with the idea. MPC supported it. NCNC was against it. Why would you blame Awo? I was explaining that when people compare Nigeria with America, I just see ignorance everywhere. Ignorance on display, just as it speaks English, good English in some cases. The truth of the matter is this. You see, when they were writing the American Constitution, they did not call in fact, they didn't care. No black Americans featured in that story. There were no Chinese Americans. Asian Americans were not there. It was not for written and codified by a specific group of people. There's a book, we've talked about it here before, we'll do it another time. They're called the WASP. WASP. West, what am I saying? White Anglo-Saxon Protestant. They designed that country for themselves. Let me see if I can find a book. I remember the title, but I don't remember it in full. I'll see if I can quickly find it. Just mention it so in case you want to, research, have a number of books on that concept. You can get WASPs by Michael Knox Biran. It's a fantastic book. It tells you about the foundation of America. It's just titled WASPs. WASPs by Michael Knox Biran. And then the other one is Flight of the Wasp by Michael Gross. There's another one, but let's stay with these two. I think there's about three more. But let's say, if you can find them, you will get it. WASPs, White Anglo-Saxon Protestant. They designed the nation for themselves. America did not open up like this from the beginning. And I've said it here before, all of us can enter, everybody can enter, is all our country. It was 1965. This year will make it 60 years that America opened up the way it is now. It was not always like that. And so a nation like that cannot be governed. Anene Okeke, were you there when they are writing American Constitution? Sorry, I saw it from your surname. You don't deserve an answer. You are dumb. Now, when you now want to govern Nigeria the exact same way they did America, it means that you think that you are aspiring to something, but no, you are showing that you are not thinking straight, because you have nothing in common with them. USSR is a better example. Switzerland is a better example. Belgium is a better example. Canada, interestingly, is a better example for Nigeria than America. At least you see the French and the English. They are different groups. And see, it's what you see today in Canada with guys in Quebec. Everybody's saying, I saw there's this video, of the government going from shop to shop, telling them that the sign must be in French. That's the Sena climb that all these clowns always, and they're clowns. By the way, if I don't want to insult people, I just call them clowns because I think it's a lot easier on my mind to call people that. Sena climb. If you go abroad. They are telling you that this signpost, they are now wanting fine one thing. You got to pay the fine. Your signs must be in French. The services you are offering, your menu, you write in French. Thank you, Kem. You write it in French. They are saying that climb. They are good people, great nation. They are not fighting anybody. They are asserting their independence or their autonomy and the fact that they have a different identity. And they are still one nation under God. Anyway, I was making all the argument about USSR. Then Zik came like his descendants still do today. America. Say America say the union is perpetual and indivisible. Which brings me to this point. You see, when you don't understand the foundation of a matter, you're just fighting over what they are saying. So, for instance, you are fighting based on talking points. What did he say? He said it here. He said that Mr. Salmon Chase, who was the Chief Justice, said that the union was intended to be perpetual and indivisible. So because America was designed to be perpetual and indivisible, therefore Nigeria must be perpetual and indivisible. The sad part is that it is own people who are trying to break the Nigeria now. There's one shouting, it must be divided though. It must be divisible, and we have to change that talk. Now then they talk. Because when you're always thinking, and by the way, with all due respect, I think that in this particular moment in 57, what was more important to Zik was winning the argument. I said it in a previous video. I said it some months ago. I'm saying it again. I think he was more interested in winning an argument. Why did I say that? It's written here. He said the next day, I had to reply. I availed myself of the opportunity to, demolish the arguments of my friend. The goal was to win an argument. Forget Nigeria for a minute. Let's talk about theories. People's lives are at stake. Do you know how many people have died because of this secession thing from the East? Because a man won an argument. But that's not even the whole. And then, of course, he also said that, the British did, what's it called? Divide and rule. That he now said they favored us. My question is, who were the us? I'll read it again. The part where he said it. He said, the North, NPC supported Action Group. Aula was speaking for Action Group. The North supported the inclusion of secession clause in 1954. This was 6 years before independence. The North, NPC supported Action Group. The question was then, should we have secession? Not that we should secede though, should we include this in the Constitution? No. So you have three people talking, and this is where you now understand why I said, in order to understand what Ahmadu Bello did in 57, you must understand what happened in 54. If you have a situation where three people are talking about secession, two said yes, one said no, and the British started with the let me read to you. It says the NPC supported the North NPC supported Action Group. The question was then, should we have secession? The Colonial Office came to our rescue. Who were our rescue? I don't know. And I know the hour is not Nigeria. Why? Because of the next statement. You know, the British principle of Britain, divide and rule, but this time it was in our favor. Who were the hour? It wasn't Nigeria. Because this definitely was not in Nigeria's favor. It says, so the Colonial Office backed us. Us. Who was it talking about? Action Group, Awolowo's argument was not about Yoruba people. It wasn't even about Action Group. It was a position of the Action Group where it was for everybody in Nigeria. Where you have a situation where people can say, you know what, I won't come out. You know what more? This marriage is not working. And I've said it several times. Bible says God hates divorce. But you see, even God allows it. In other words, you should not be held against your will. And just because you have that clause does not mean you're going to exercise. I mean, marriages that are 50 years old, 60 years old, 70 years old, do you think that when they were getting married, the government decided that for you, there's no divorce? No, it's a matter of choice. You can choose not to exercise that right, but you must have that right. So if I say we're not leaving the country, it's not because I cannot leave. It's because I don't want to leave, or I will not leave. So it's a decision between capacity and willingness. Everybody should have the capacity, but hopefully they will not be willing to use it, which is what marriage is at the end of the day. You are capable of leaving. You can divorce and go, but you choose to stay. That choice is your willpower at work. It's not because you lack the capacity. Like if but that's what a cessation clause would have done for Nigeria. So that when it gets so much, you want to really leave, you then leave. But he said it was the colonial office came to our rescue. That's the first hour. You know, the usual principle of Britain, divide and rule, laughs. But this time it was in our favor, number 2. So the colonial office backed us, number 3. Who was he talking about? Definitely not Nigeria. And at this point, I'll explain something. So definitely not Nigeria. It was about himself, his group, his party, his region. And that's the point. The whole idea of no secession clause was not for Nigeria's sake. It was for his sake, his people's sake, his party's sake. So how does this correlate with 1957? I thought you wouldn't ask. So let me quickly do this. Here's the point. If I went to London with you in 54, 3 of us went and 2 of us agreed to something, and you say no, and the British sided that one person. So to the British, it's lower. 2 is not majority. So 2 out of 3, what is a majority to? The British have to side with the minority against the majority. What would now happen if the 3 of us agree on something? You get, 2 of us went the last time, you were against it, the British said, we'll follow that one where I was against it. Okay. Let 3 of us agree on this matter before we go on state creation. So whatever we agree, when we get there and the British says, A, what's your take? I'll say one thing. B, what's your take? The same thing. C, what's your take? The same thing. The British would have no other option but to acquiesce. So that's the reason Sardauna traveled to Ibadan, in my opinion. Some people have said it was probably because he knew that Zik was going to scatter everything. Maybe. But I think I'd rather use the past to judge people's actions than assume that they have some form of crystal ball to see what will happen in the future. And what I say is this. If a person has betrayed, and by the way, this is not the first time Zik betrayed them in London. This is the second time. I think I mentioned the other one the other time. It has become a pattern. Number. Okay. The pattern that you notice, of course, is that if it doesn't, even during the creation of Egbe, No, that one's a different case. So Shey is against Yoruba people, that's fine. The issue is not that, so there are two different things. Were they against Yoruba people, Christian Abegbe? Yes. But this matter be say, me, you, we go agree on top one matter, go meet Oyinbo. When we can't get there. So essentially what they're doing here is this. If the last time we did it, we didn't agree as a team, all of us. Let's see if we can have a quorum or a consensus so that when we go to England, we will present a united front. All right. So I'll read a little bit of this and then we'll close for today. Meet again tomorrow at 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. But we're not done yet. Somebody says he believed they would dominate others. Absolutely. There was a plan that was set in motion in 1944. And the plan was Igbo domination. And we know it, number one, because we have the documents that refer to all the things they did in 64. But also because Charles Oyema made that statement a year after they designed that plan. I was reading, I said I was going to have a session on that thing. I was reading Ayodele's book. It was in a club that he said it though. Not nightclub, but it was a club. Which club it was, I'll tell you when we come back. Vote this copy. It says, you vote the mouth for I cite you. Gorilla is just something else. Gorilla. Let me read this. I like the sound of it. Sheyi vote the mouth for I cite you, your face show, your shoes shine. You fit walk at night, nothing goes so. You are interesting. All right. Back to this. The NPC and its leader, the Sadana of Sokoto, made certain moves before the 1957 conference, by means of which the action group was rendered almost hors de combat and splendidly outmaneuvered when the question of new states came up for discussion at the conference. On its own motion, the NPC suggested to the action group that the meeting between the leaders of the two parties was desirable in order that both of them might exchange ideas in regard to proposals to be made by the NPC and the action group at the coming constitutional conference. It was thought that such an exchange of ideas would facilitate proceedings at the conference and might lead to closer collaboration between the two parties. In order to ensure secrecy for the proposed meeting, the venue chosen was the house of Alhaji Esuk Badamosi, one of the outstanding leaders of the action group, in his hometown, Ikorodu, some 20 miles from Lagos. Again, Ikorodu is not Lagos. It's Lagos State, but it's not Lagos. Today I want to, for the people at the back. The meeting was held on 3rd, 10th, and 17th March 1957. Neither the Sadowna nor I attended, but agreed to be bound by the conclusions reached there. Consequently, the action group and the NPC teams at the meeting were respectively led by Chief Esela Akitola and Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa. Each of them is the deputy leader of his party. On the issues of creating new states and revising regional boundaries, the following conclusions, which were recorded in the meetings of the meeting, were reached. Creation of new states. It was agreed that all claims for the creation of new states should be referred to a commission of independent men who will be appointed by the Secretary of State. That will be Oliver Littleton. The commission would consider in the first instance whether the proposed new state is viable on the basis of existing services provided in the area. In other words, if, for instance, you're part of Western region and there's free healthcare in your region, if you decide to now have your own Midwest, would you be able to provide free healthcare to your people because they're already used to that service? If there's free education in the Midwest and you want your own region right now, if you're able to get your region right now, would you still be able to offer that service to your people because they're already used to it? It's something that they have come to see as benefit of governance. Will you also be able to take care of the staff, secretariat? That speaks to viability of that space so that you're not dependent on another region or the federal government to pay salaries, which is the problem we're having right now in Nigeria, in Nigeria today, where many of our states cannot do without federal allocation. That is a misnomer. What Emmanuel thought at the time was that, listen, you should be able to stand on your own 2 feet without having to get support from any other state or the federal government or the central government. The Commission will consider in the first instance whether the proposed new state is viable on the basis of existing services provided in the area. If the Commission is satisfied that the proposed state is viable, then it will hold a plebiscite in the area in order to determine whether the majority of the people want the new state. If the majority of any ethnic group within the area vote against the creation of the new state, it will not be included, provided the separation from the new state is geographically possible. But if it's an island within the proposed new state, then it must form part of the new state. Then it talked about revision of regional boundaries. It was agreed by both sides after some discussion that any ethnic group within any existing region, please listen to this. Oh, I've never talked about this, but I'm looking at the time. I think it's one of the most powerful things they agreed upon. It was agreed by both sides after some discussion that any ethnic group within any existing region can join a neighboring region if the majority of such ethnic group desired it, and provided that the region which it seeks to join is willing to accept it. What does this mean? This was a master stroke from 1957. Let me explain this to you. So there were 2 primary things these guys agreed on in 1957. By the way, I call them guys now, but they are fathers. But I'm sure you get the point. It's not out of disrespect. One is creation of states. The other one is revision of regional boundaries. I already explained that one about creation of states, where everybody has money to take care of their stuff, right? You want to have your states. Are you generating enough income to take care of the services provided and also of the staff, of the people that will be working in that state or region, right? Number 2, which I think is very important. Number 2 is that if an ethnic group in a region, you know why? Because remember that when we were talking about creating regions based on ethnicities and ethnicity and linguistics, some people were against it. So this is like a backdoor way of correcting that anomaly, which is to say that if an ethnic group in one region wants to join another region, only 2 things will be asked. Number 1, the ones who want to join, do they really want to join? Like it says here, if the majority of such ethnic group want to join, and then if the other region is willing to accept them, what does this mean? Let me quickly explain. Yoruba will be the perfect way to explain. There are Yoruba people in Western region. There are Yoruba people in Northern region. If this, had gone according to plan, the Yoruba in Ẹkáàbọ province, in Ilorin, in Ijumu, in all those places, can have a plebiscite and vote to be part of the Western region. In other words, Oyibo has done what they wanted to do by using geography rather than ethnicity to create these regions. Abi? Okay. Since we are educated and we can think, we will then create a system that allows people to move from a region based on their ethnicity. So, for instance, the Yoruba people in the north could decide to secede, could decide to leave the north. It is not a physical migration. The land is the land. It is administrative, what's the word? Not migration. Port now. Administrative exchange or change or transformation, whatever you want to call it. But physically, they are still where they are. It's their land, it's their ancestral land. But administratively, they will no longer be under that region. They will move to the other region. So, for instance, it will be easy to say, okay, you know what, we still have Western region, but guess what? The Yoruba people are here. The Igbos in the Western region can decide to move to the Eastern region, not physically, but in terms of administration. So their state will now be Eastern region, so that they will be with their kith and kin. In other words, what we want... Sorry, guys. So what we are saying is that the Yoruba person who wanted Yoruba state originally but couldn't get it will now be able to at least move with his kith and kin in the Western region. I don't know if the Northern region was really doing this out of altruism or if they really meant it, but at least they agreed to it. Excuse me. at least they agreed to it. Somebody said administrative migration. It's also a very good description of that. So administratively, you are in a new region, but ethnically, you are still who you are. Every day, please don't say things like that, though. Please, I'm begging you, please. What you just said is very, very triggering, and it can cause wala. By the way, I didn't read something earlier. There is the National Assembly has passed a law on cyber crimes. Everyday age. What you just said right now can be a problem for you. Mm-hmm. So let me help you. Meanwhile, you have 5 followers. That means that you are not a real person. And you are account without identity. Please, we're not thinking in the direction of anybody fighting and army. I beg. And it's not because of fear, it's because it makes no sense. It's one thing to be afraid of the government. That's not even the reason. The reason is because it makes no sense. The last time people tried it, what did they get out of it? Who told you that you're going to have a better outcome if you decide to go to war against Nigeria or go to war with Nigeria? Meanwhile, you have no name and you have no face. And when the time comes, I'm very sure you're not going to carry any guns. There are many ways of fixing these things. If you think there's only one way, that's where you now begin to... You've been trying to fix it since 1950. What have you done? Let's continue. But please don't say that here. Please. We have to be careful. We're thinking, let's think together. Where was I? All right. Here's the important thing that I think we should take out of this particular point I just read. You see, in the 2014 confab that was organized by the Goodluck Jonathan's administration, they put a clause in that report that is similar to this. We're going to discuss it later. If you don't have that report, check Redomi Global. Right? Check Redomi Global on Telegram. Find the confab report, 2014 confab report. And in that report, you'll find what I'm about to say. The concept basically is the merging, or the way they put it is merger and demerger of states. And that's why I tell people that are looking for a regional system. The answers to many of these things have been written. The fight you are fighting is unnecessary because you are reinventing the wheel. When I hear people say things like, let's have a national conference, I'm like, for what? Why? All the ones they've been having, where are the reports? I've even studied the reports. And guys, the answer, they had those conversations and they wrote the report down. I'm telling you where to find the report now. Radio Me Global on Telegram. You'll see there. And that I'm going to go deep into it. Somebody says, but I'll go deep into it some other time, not today because of time. Somebody asks, how could Awolowo trust Azikiwe after how he has scattered the NYM? What is he supposed to do? Lady B, nice. What is Awolowo supposed to do? It's not about trusting, it's about what else you do. Regardless of what happened in NYM, 3 leaders had sprung up. And their springing up had nothing, well, it wasn't really based on the NYM events. So whether, but it's also it's a very, very valid question. It's a valid question. Because you see, after the NYM issue of 1941, in 1942, Awo and the NYM in Ibadan invited Azikiwe. In 1954, that case happened. Something happened in 53. I keep wondering what it is. I remember later, but something happened in 53. It was in 53. And also, I know that Babati disappointed Nigeria, Yoruba people for a very long time. Azikiwe is regular customer. I just noticed it now. 53 was when he said they were going to have federalism, and then they broke the alliance by the time they got to the UK. By now, your Bible should be used to it. That's why, and that's why. Thank you, Kubo. That's why you should not be very careful. 41 happened. 42 was invited. You know, he was invited to Ibadan to have a meeting with the Nigerian youth movement. He said he was busy. Guess what Baba did? Baba this time is Zico. No, he's not even Baba because Baba is reserved for Awo. So Dr. Azikiwe, what he did was that same week that the NYM was going to have their own meeting in Ibadan, Azikiwe traveled to Ibadan to have his own meeting, even though he said he was busy. The meeting that he did not plan before, he planned it. In 48, of course, was against Yoruba Guinea. 53 was when they were going to work together. Oh boy. Sorry, as I'm saying this, I'm remembering something else. In 1950, Zik was with Yoruba on 50-50 seats going to the north. But NCNC was with the eastern region of, so essentially it's like Zik was with his eastern region. Very interesting game. Don't try and play. 53 was the whole thing about federalism. 54 was secession clause. 57 was state creation, which we're going to talk about when we come back next time. 59 was when they were going to, form the government, and it disappointed Awo spectacularly. And then Awo tried to work again with him 20 years later in 1979. He still did the same thing. Baba no vex, Abacha used it, Babangida used it, Aguiyi Ironsi used it. Nothing bad if we use it. Sorry, it's time to mute this person. If you want to use it, bring your father's name, your first name, your surname, your picture. Put it here. Don't be a coward. Every day. Don't be a coward. Bring your first name, your surname. I have my first name and my surname here. Bring your first name, your surname, your picture, your father's name. Put it out here. Then type what you're typing. Until then, get out. Emiko Afiti Yakoba, Allah in the road. You'll be hiding under anonymity to be talking trash. You want to fight. The person, if you push Shakabula in front of this person, you must sad on you. They're the one who shout, let us fight, let us fight. Just Shakabula Bawo. Ordinary knockout. You'll be in his father's hometown. If you are bold enough, just write your name, your first name, your father's name, your middle name, your identity, your picture. Put it down. My picture is here, my names are here. Do it. When you do it, I'll take you seriously. Until then, I'm going to read that cyber law. Maybe on Wednesday. I was going to read it. I'll read it skinny. People can, to be honest, and let me also say something. Guys, let me also say something. There's no anonymity on social media. There is no anonymity on social media. I don't know if people know this. If they don't want to, if government don't want to find you, they'll go find you. If they want to find you, you will be found though. All this you're just talking things and you throw something and hide your hand. You can be found though. Not by me, by government. They will find you. Don't think because you are not using your name. But on this platform, you must have your name and picture to say those things. Somebody said with his NIN. Yes, I'm BVN. With his NIN and phone number, you should come and put everything out there, then you can talk. Anyway, the reason I'm doing this is because there's something else. I'm tempted to go into it. But I think if we do, we might not leave here. So I'm going to bring people up so we have the next 15-20 minutes to talk, and then we can close the session for today. So I'm stopping where the regional boundary issue, where people can actually move. And I said that this particular thing is something that we'll find in the 2014 CONFA report. So what I will do is this. Next time on this matter, right, I'm going to read that CONFA report, but you can read it pending that time. So you can just avail yourself of the opportunity. You can just take it out, download it from Telegram channel. So we'll talk about it, and then we'll now go into what really happened between, what happened in 1957 when the NPC, Sardauna, Awolowo, and Azikiwe met. What did they do? Where did they meet? By the way, they met in Lagos. After the meeting, what did they now do? How was Southern Cameroon involved in what happened with Dr. Ndeli? And then, what did they do when they got to London? What did Zik do? What did Ahmadu Bello do? What did Awolowo do? How does that affect what we are seeing now in? How can we find a parallel between what happened then and what's happening in Nigerian politics today? That will be next time we meet, which will be we'll be here again on Tuesday. But Tuesday is shorter. We have a shorter sessions on Tuesday. We're going to be playing something that you like. Wednesday we're going to go full into this, and I promise you we're going to read those books. And if I forget, please remind me. The documents are here, so we don't have to look too far for them. But we'll talk about the merger and demerger of states, and also try and see if this enthusiasm that a lot of people are having for regional system, if it can be grounded in stuff. And the reason I tell you I want to read that particular document, because I've said it several times, I'm going to say it again when we come the next time, that if there's any book, any regional, federal, I don't like the word I want to use. Like if you're a supporter of federalism and regionalism and things like that, you should read the 2014 CONFA report. It's big, but you can, thankfully it's electronic, so you can search for the words. You'll be amazed that a lot of the things that you're working on, they're already there. And I've said it several times, one of the problems that our generation has is that we always seek to reinvent the wheel. We don't ask. The Bible says that you ask, where is the English word for it now will be landmarks of the fathers. Where are the landmarks of the fathers? Not to be acting as if we are the smartest people. What have they done? What can we build on? Or else, just be having meetings, just be having confab. Now they're trying for another confab. Do what we then do that time? What did they don't do? And the reason this particular confab is very important is because what you are seeing with the anthem is from that thing. The anthem change was what actually made me read that confab report. Somebody was Ozekome, Barrister Michael Zekome, who said they talked about it at the confab report. So I went to look for that report. Then I found other things. The development commissions you see right now, Southwest, North Central, Southeast, South-South, Northwest, Northeast, is actually from that document. There are other things in that document. So why not study that document? So maybe in discussing that document, you could escalate certain things to the parliament. And one of those things is creation of states. And let me tell you a crazy thing. They mentioned like 1 billion times in that document, exaggeration, no? But they mentioned again and again and again, the federating unit will be state. The federating unit will be state. They don't want regional system. That's why when I talk about regional system, if you notice, I don't talk about west, south, east, north. Let's have region. I'm talking about the groupings of ethnicities because that's the original idea. And there's a provision for that in the Constitution in the 2014 CONFA report. It's there. I hope we discuss it, and I also hope that as we have these conversations, their politicians are listening to what we're doing, by the way. I discovered not too long ago, and I'm humbled by it, and I appreciate all that. So apparently, some decision makers actually are here watching this, and it's a pleasure and an honor. Everybody is important, but it's also important to know that those who actually are involved in policy making listen to this. Sometimes I get messages, which is a blessing, but I'm hoping that this actually sparks something, conversations, that will eventually lead us into just change the structure, just tinkering with it in such a way that it's going to actually benefit the people, rather than just the few. All right, so we're going to continue from there next week. I'll read the details in the book, and I'll read some things. The ones I cannot delve into, I will just leave it, because again, I've also learned that it's not everything that you can put out there, but the ones that we are putting out there, please, let's do something with it. Thank you very much. Somebody says, I need to go change my ID to my real name if politicians can also see I'm part of the progress. Yes, please. Please. do that. All right, let's bring people up now. Please, we will not spend too much time on our submissions, please. Ejo, because nobody came up earlier today, so I've been here all. Wow. Oh boy. Wow. 7:38. Nobody came up earlier. Wow. Anyway, thank you for coming up. We're going to have sorry, if you don't send requests now, please don't worry about it again. So the next 1 minute, please just send requests. I want to know so I can prepare my mind. So we have Storm Okoro, rural area. Please, let's mute, please. Kem, thank you. Let's mute, thank you. Rural area, Storm Okoro, please mute. Story feedbacks. All right, I'm going to bring, I think there's one more person. A doubter. Okay. So we're going to do it this way. We're going to have Storm. Storm, please go on.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good morning. Good everything.
Yeah, just to say kudos to you for the for doing this for the education because the Nigerian today because history is not taught, we've lost the ability to relate to events that happened years back that we are currently dealing with. And to deal with it, you see, in South Africa, you remember when after Mandela came on as the president, they set up something called Truth and Reconciliation. Exactly. You see, for some reason, in Nigeria, we never thought we needed that to reconcile that 1966 to 70 war until we reconcile it and the story is told properly. This different portion of the country telling their own story to suit their own cases will continue. Unfortunately, we need, this is required, this is needed, especially thinking back of the recent event, the election that just happened in 2023, the way different factions believed and the story that followed that, the story that they told to marginalize or to malign everybody else. Because with this history was never told. Students at university, if you do not wish to tell this story at high school level, university students should be able to access this, should be able to access and tell this story to heal this wound, because there are wounds. We have wounds in that country, and that's why no man's land is still. I mean, I didn't even know no man's land came up in 1950.
47 actually.
How about that? It's just incredible. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I've enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
That's my submission. That's my submission.
Thank you very much for that submission. I really appreciate your take. And also, let me also quickly announce that history is back in schools. But to be honest, even when history was in school, some of these things will not be said. And the reason they had, which I don't think is valid enough, to be honest, was and still is national unity. And the problem with a national unity that is not built on truth creates a vacuum that's filled with propaganda. And so, but I hope that as we share these things, also helps us. And there are many things that we are going to discover together, so I'm looking forward to such exchange. That exchange. Also, thank you, sir. So I'm going to, sorry, I just remembered now. If you'd like to support what we do, let me thank all those who have given gifts. So I see the gifts on TikTok. People give gifts, but I'm not able to stop to acknowledge every one of them. But thank you very much for your support and your generosity. If you're on, regardless of the platform you are, if you want to, I'm sorry, I'm type on your so for magician. All right, if you'd like to support what we're doing here, please, you can use the bank details up here to support it. We do this every weekday, Mondays to Fridays, 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. So help us to keep this on and also to push it to audiences on different platforms. So please support what we're doing. You can just use the bank details and we will appreciate your support. And for those who are doing it, thank you very much for your generosity. God bless you. All right. We're going to move swiftly to rural area. Good evening, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Abusi. It's been a long time. And,
good to see you, sir.
Good day, everybody.
Yes, sir.
I just want to bring your knowledge to... I was watching, I think it was a podcast from is it Edward Bilo?
Edmond.
Edmond, yeah, Edmond. This general, is it General Alabi? He was interviewing General Alabi, and General Alabi saying that. Did you watch the clip? It was, I think I watched it on TikTok. Was it yesterday or day before yesterday? So he was having an interview with General Alabi Sima, or whatever his name is, and the general was saying that the coup was more Igbos, but it wasn't an Igbo coup. So I was confused and he was saying he was too young at that particular time. And I don't really understand what he's saying. We all know that the opposite is Igbo, and he was saying that there was 39 Igbos, 10 Yorubas, and 8 Hausas. So
the officers, 34 officers. So there are 34 Igbo officers, and then the Yoruba, then Hausa. I've watched that interview. I've read his book. Okay, so I'll wait for you to finish.
I watched it yesterday. He said 37 Igbos,
37,
10 Yorubas, and 8 Northerners. I don't remember 8 Northerners being on that list. And even that 10 Yorubas, I don't know how they came up with that numbers.
No. He wasn't saying those people planned the coup. He was talking about the number of officers Nigeria had at the time.
No. He was talking about the people that participated.
No. So if he said, even if he says people that, number one, so here's the point. Okay, let's even say he's talking about people that participated in the coup, which I'm not very sure. I think, oh man, this is going to take us somewhere else.
I will send you the clip. I saved
no, I have the clip.
Send it to you.
No, I have the clip. I have the clip. I watched. I mean, he just brought it back again. I watched it first, and I watched it again last week. It's actually about the numbers of the officers that we all had totally. Officers are me, not that they were the ones that planned the coup. But here's the thing.
Well,
let me just quickly answer. Here's the thing. Sherry our elders had a way of, and then so we don't want to appear like we are, guys. There's no way I can say this. I'm just looking for the right words. Okay, so let me put it this way. If we were to talk about what happened between, let's say, Kiriji, Ibadan, Ati, Ekiti, we can talk about it freely. But when it comes to what happened in the Nigerian Civil War, the first coup, we find a way around it to be PC.
Well,
the truth of the matter is that you can argue that it was not an Igbo coup. I'm going somewhere. You could argue that case. I could argue it. But that's only if you're looking at things from one perspective. If you have a bird's eye view, it was definitely an Igbo coup. So here's the issue. A lot of people look at things from a particular perspective. And also, there's also the commitment to Nigeria for a lot of the soldiers and officers in the Nigerian army. That commitment makes them to intentionally decide in their heart that they will not see it that way. In their mind, is a way to redeem Nigeria. Because once you call it a Kiniko ethnic group, ethnic coup, then for them, it's going to make it look as if they are fighting against another ethnic group and they want to be Nigerian. And in the bid to be Nigerian, they're not able to actually tell the truth. Or maybe not. Maybe I'm not saying they're lying. No, I'm just saying they're not telling the full stuff. So I'll give an example. I'll explain this way. When you look at the idea of, oh, it was a revolutionary coup. When they say the revolutionary coup, it is right, but it's not. It is true, but it's not the total truth, and I'll explain. If you look through the eyes of Zogu and Ademoega, you will be 100% correct that the 15th January coup of 1966 was revolutionary coup. But if you just would take some time, it might take you a month, 2, 3, 5. There are many books I can recommend. If you would just spend some time to understand that coup from the perspective of Ironsi, of Ifajuna, of Gowon, of Njoku, of Akinjide, of Shehu Shagari, if you look at that event through those people's lenses, you will discover that there's another side to that same event. Of Victor Banjo. Yes, even Victor Banjo. What happened on the 17th, on Monday? Of even some things from Bengbule in his book, Nigeria's 5 Majors. If you look at that same event from those people's eyes, you will see something totally different. You will acknowledge the revolutionary coup. You have to. But you will then see, you will then see the ethnic coup. In other words, you are not going to see, no matter what book you read, there's no way you're going to cancel out the fact that there was a revolution somewhere in the mix. So people like Bengbule will tell you there was revolution. But in that same book, he also mentioned the I don't know if you noticed, because let me tell you what Bengbule did. He said, he talked a lot about the revolutionary thing. And by the way, he also had this very funny rhetoric that I found in this other book. Sorry, I'm going to mute story feedback. There's also another funny rhetoric I found in his book. I also saw it in Ayodele's book about Islamism, Islamization. But with Islamization, on Paroni last election, he wanted Solat in 1950. On there saw one Oguni. But here's the point. He would say, oh, it's about revolution, wants to change Nigeria. Then he would say it's not an Igbo coup, but then he would mention what Oji and Okafor did in order to save Ironsi. By the time you are done putting all this together, you will acknowledge that it was a revolutionary coup. Like me, I can't say it wasn't revolutionary. I mean, Uzoku was revolutionary. He was trying to change Nigeria. Read his speech. It's online. You can get it free of charge. You don't have to buy any book. Look for Uzogu's speech, Radio Kaduna, 15 January 1966. They went to remove the tribalists, also to collect 10%, all those things. He said it. That's what he wanted to do. It's also repeated. That speech is also in the book by Adewale Ademoyega, Why We Struck. Adewale Ademoyega was a revolutionary because they really wanted to change things. So you have to acknowledge that. But you can't stop there. If you stop there, you have only done, I can't even say half the job, like a third of the job, because the real work is not what happened on the 15th. It's what happened after 2:15. It's what happened after 6 a.m. on 15th into the 16th and the 17th. Once you are done with those 3 days, you now look at the events between that January and May. By the time you put those things together, there is no way on earth you're going to say it's only one thing that happened. So I can acknowledge that there was a revolutionary coup like them elders, a lot of our Yoruba elders say the same thing, and I know what they are doing. They will never want to say that, oh, I get it. There's another document that you must read. You must read Special Branch Report. It was published April of 1966. By the time you are done, this is what you are going to come up with. Number one, the revolutionary coup. Number two, the revolutionary coupists were used by the Igbo coupists, the ethnic coupists. And they are the ones who actually benefited from everything that happened. And those revolutionary guys were just useful tools. I don't want to use the word idiots. Just useful tools in the hands of those who were actually driving an ethnic agenda. I mean, it's easy. It's just that these things are hiding in plain sight. What did Ironsi tell Gowon? 12 midnight, January 15. What did Ironsi say to Gowon? 5 a.m., January 15. What did Ironsi say to Njoku? That 5 a.m. on January 16 or 15. What did he say to David Ejo? Between 5 and 7 a.m. of that same day, January 15. What did Mbadiwe say to the Northern People's Congress? What did Nwafor say to them? What did Zik say? What was the conversation between Deep Charima and Shehu Shagari and those people? What did Chief Richard Akinjide say? By the time you put all these things together, Oga, it was an Igbo. Was there a I'm not going deep into it because we've done it before. We'll do it again, but because of time. Was there what's the thing they say? Was there a revolutionary coup? Yes. 100%. Was it just one coup? No. And I've said it several times. There were at least 2 coups on that day. And I make bold to say 3 actually, by the time you count 16th. How did they remove the cabinet members? That was a coup. The day they were going to announce the new head of state, Sunday, 16th of January, they didn't even have a piece of paper to write there that they are going to transfer power to them. It was Sunday. They were in secretariat. There was no way to get the paper. Where did they write? What did they do? How did Azikiwe know what they were doing in Lagos and was the one that made the pronouncement in England? In Surrey, before I did it around 4 or 5 p.m. thereabout, before the Nigerians now heard about it 10:50 p.m. Are we deceiving ourselves? Are we just joking? Why did Azikiwe leave? You see, there is a document, not even a document, there are documents that I happened upon. It's in the British archives, from the British archives. See here. Why was the coup conducted? Why? Why was that coup conducted? What happened in 1963 that made the Igbo people say they wanted to secede? What happened in 64 that made Ojukwu plan the first coup? Ojukwu planned the coup before the 66 coup. Why did Ojukwu plan that coup? Read Frederick Forsyth's book, Emeka. It's there. Read David Ejo's book, Reminiscences. It's there. Why did Ojukwu plan that coup? Why? And then why did he stop? What happened between Tafawa Balewa and Zik in 64? You can find that in the book by Odia of Famon, The Forgotten Documents of Nigerian Civil War. These things are everywhere. It's just that, number one, soldiers think of one Nigeria, which I respect. But you see, this one Nigeria that you cannot shout when the North does something. Right? We can all insult the North and say Fulani did something. We cannot talk. Hey, Ayo, Deji. Oníjọ̀gbọ̀n ti dá wàhálà lẹ̀ lórí Twitter. Ṣé bá dé òpó? Cairo, I see you. I see you, Ayo Deji. Ṣé bá dé òpó eré mò ń ṣe o. But Ayo can find wàhálà, But I mean, these are questions we need to ask. We find it very easy to mention Hausa. we find it very easy to mention Fulani. We even got to the point where we lied on Yoruba people and said that the 1965 crisis, that wet here was the reason for the coup. We don't mind lying on Yoruba people who just lie. How can wet here be the basis for the coup when wet here happened in the last quarter of 1965, but the coup, they started planning the coup in August of 1965? And it was not the first one. The first one was Baujuku in 64, and Ejo talked about it. Even this one let it sleep. Freddy Foster let it sleep. It didn't go straight, but it let some things slip. Nigerian Civil War, John Desenjo, all these things are out there. It's just that, you know, I don't know why people don't like talking about. Like, does it mean that Nigeria is not one if you just talk? No, Wete was on 62, 63. Oh. No, Wete was 65. What happened in 62, 63 was treasonable felony of our law. There was a constitutional crisis in the parliament in Western region, but was not what led to Wete. Wete was in 65. But thank you. I mean, yeah, dates get mixed up sometimes. It happens. 62, 63 was actually Awo himself. First, it was a Coca inquiry. Then it was on. I mean, it was even under house arrest from Ibadan to Ikenne, from Ikenne to Lekki, from Lekki to Ikoyi. And then treasonable felony thing started. 62, 63, essentially the person who helped you, the person who actually worked, I mean, amongst others, or with other groups, to get independence was in prison 3 years after independence with trumped up charges. And if all those kinds of issues come, I will do this, read the judgment of Justice Showemimo, read the judgment and read what he said. There's a book here, My March Through Prison. One of these days we'll talk about it. The point is that, see, I think that if you can say Fulani did something and Hausa did something, and you even lie and say we do something we will not do, why can you not say Igbo did this without feeling that you are a bigot, unless you are a bigot? Like, it's you are just talking. Yeah, thank you, Oluwole. When you said my hands are tight, the entire judgment is in the book. It's in the book. It's in Chief Awolowo, The Political Moses by Odufua. I keep saying Odufua. His name is Odugua. Odugua. The entire judgment is in that book. The point I'm trying to make is we have to understand that saying that something, if I say the July counter coup was a northern coup, it doesn't mean I hate the North. It's just historical fact. If I say the January 15 coup was an Igbo coup, it doesn't mean I hate Igbo people. It's just historical fact. And it's not even because, and if you notice, I've not mentioned the people that planned the coup. It's not just because of those who, and so is it because when Igbo planned it, that's why you're not calling it Igbo coup? That's not even the reason. Listen, having more Igbo planned that coup in 66 is a normal outcome of the numbers they had. By sheer number, I mean simple probability, they will have more people to plan a coup anyway. That's why it's not even tenable to say, oh, because more Igbos planned the coup, therefore it was an Igbo coup. No. More Igbos could have planned a revolutionary coup. But look at the execution of the coup, Gosef. Who died? Who didn't? In order to understand that, again, please, if you can, I think I have there's an excerpt of the special branch report in Radio Me channel. Again, this one is free. You can pick it there. How did they plan that coup? How did they execute it? How come when they did it, they made sure that they told people like Babayi, they were going to do Ibadan, Kaduna, Lagos, Enugu, then they go to Calabar and free Awolowo, release Awolowo from prison. He was also waxing lyrical in his book, writing the fantastic plans. Okay. When they interrogated these people, do you know what they said? Nigeria had 5 capitals, right? And 1 place of interest as far as this was concerned. So 5 capitals would be Lagos, that's the federal capital. Ibadan, Western Region capital. Kaduna, Northern Region capital. Enugu, Eastern Region capital. And Benin, Midwestern Region capital. And then the place of interest would be Calabar, because that's the prison where Aolo was being held. So, 6 places, 6 cities. You look at the special branch report, and it's called that the entire plan that the original coup planners had was for 3 cities out of 6. Lagos, Ibadan, and Kaduna. We've done this before, we'll do it again. You'll be hearing things like the vehicle that was supposed to go to Enugu developed fort that morning. Are we even joking? They don't finish everything, that one can't arrive. Can't say, what's the name of the Archbishop Macarius was around, that's why. They not everything that was supposed to lead to the death of Igbo people, there was some coincidence, happenstance to try explain it. Sorry, there are some retards who keep coming here. I will not even be waiting to be explaining anything, just be muting you because what here? When it came to the politicians, politicians from all regions except the East were unalived. And in case, just very quickly, I like this part of it because I just think that more people need to know it. You killed. I did a video on how they killed Akintola. By the way, Akintola went down gun blazing. Yes, eventually it came out when it was done. That was when he surrendered. And they said he should come out, So the idea basically was, it was Fani Kayode was saying he should come out, They will arrest him. And as soon as he was coming out, the bunch of cowards gunned him down. But they have an excuse for Okpara having Macarius. Gunned him down in cold blood, unharmed. Go to the north. You unalive the Sadauna, his wife. You go to the same north. Officers. Ademulegun is 8-month old pregnant wife. How can you kill a woman tole? There's a book that the woman wrote, the daughter wrote now, Sholade Ademulegun. 2 children having to walk through the pool of their parents' blood. And why was that important? Because these people, if you don't unalive Shodende and Ademulegun, they'll become a threat to Ironsi. Who doesn't know this thing? Are we joking? The ones that were not killed were people that were not available. They were the person that was senior, the one was Victor Banjo. And he was the one who in his mind thought I was trying to make things happen. No, we must work with him. He didn't know that they were just using him, because by the next day they were going to kill him. The only reason they didn't kill him, according to them, was that there was a foreign guest at the reception. Then they threw him in prison. First in a ship, then in Kirikiri, then from Kirikiri to Ikorekpene, from Ikorekpene to Enugu. Just come on, Shoshi. When you did all of that in the north, Shodende was killed. Ademulegun was killed with his wife. Then in Lagos, major place, killed Kom Mohammed, killed Memalari, killed Lagema, killed Pam. This one is even the craziest. Pam was placing a call to Ironsi. His wife still talked about it. Was it Lagema or Pam? It was Pam. Placed a call to Ironsi. Ironsi was going outside his own place when the clowns that said they wanted to go and kill him were going in, because they already told him before then that they were coming. How do we know this? He's in Nigeria's 5 majors. People must think that Nigerians are dumb. Nigerians are not dumb. And by the way, talking about this also does not mean that evil people are to blame. Do you think if we talk about the Igbo coup, it means that we are blaming the Igbos? Like, people think very weirdly, and I know why. You know, in 1948, during that Lagos press war, they started telling Yoruba people, any attack on Zik is an attack on Igbo people. Why? Zik took money. They said, come and give us a report. Zik was saying it's because I'm Igbo. Igbo people still say it's because he's Igbo. What kind of nonsense, clannish, primitive mindset? A person from an ethnic group can be wrong. And if he's wrong, we talk about the issue. It doesn't mean that you're affecting me. Unless, of course, you are doing something that is unfair. But this one is not even unfair. This is something. So if we're talking about Igbo coup, it's Igbo coup. Then, you said Okotiebo was corrupt. That one is actually what gets me angry. Alone, how can you say Okotiebo was corrupt, but you have no problem with Mbadiwe and Nwaforizu? Are we joking? Orizu that was. I just don't. The things they say, it's as if they don't think that people have sense. Orizu that took $33,000. Sorry, $30,000 in 1953 was imprisoned. Guess who went? Again, saying it's an Igbo coup does not mean you are you're a bad person. Say in your mind you are trying to demonize Igbo people. But if we are discussing history and keeping it in the book, it was Igbo through and through. And Ironsi himself, Ironsi said, but they said they will not kill anybody. People of what happened between the night 12 midnight and 7 a.m. in 7 hours. There are 3 people who wrote different things about what he said. And then what happened between that 7 a.m. and the night of 15th, that same day. I have 2 other sources for what happened between those hours. Then what happened on the 16th? We have 2 sources. Then what happened on the 17th? We have many sources. Peter Banjo, people to go and carry out a coup. Igbo people did not say, all of you are going and plan a coup. It was not Igbo people's fault. But the Igbo leadership was 100% involved in the planning and execution of that coup. The special branch report was only short of mentioning names by saying civilians were involved. And we know those civilians, and I'm not mentioning because of the things they did between 15th and 17th. Therefore, it's an Igbo coup. Am I saying you as an Igbo person are the one responsible? No. For instance, if I say there was not a counter coup, does that mean Aliu that you are seeing here on TikTok is the one responsible? No. But it was a northern counter coup. And by the way, let me end by saying this because I've spoken a lot on this matter. Without going deep, I'm just trying to not go deep. Let me end by saying this. When the Igbo leaders do things, right, they always do it to favor themselves and their people. Whenever it works, all of them benefit. All of them. It is when it doesn't work that people now start telling you a story of it's not Igbo, it's not Igbo. When it worked, you enjoyed it. For instance, it's hard to stop talking on this thing, but I have to. Just one instance. When the coup succeeded, the Igbos themselves went on the streets of Kaduna to claim that they were successful. They said it. The wax record, 2 songs, were released. Ewu Nabakwa by Rex Lawson. Machine Gun by Celestine Uku. They said it. They told the Hausas, Shine Maganinko, now only Nzogu Fig run sense into your head. They did Bread Label, where Nzogu was high atop and his feet was on Sadauna. They printed almanacs. They played that music. I played it here before, but not today. They played the music of the Goats Are Crying, Ewu Nabakwa, and the Machine Gun thing. They played it in motor parks. They said it in secretariats. They said it was their coup. They said it was their coup. They owned it. Guess what? Two sources. Beckon to Serve by Shehu Shagari and what is that of this book? It's by Zik. What else with the crisis? Something of the Civil War. No. Something of the Civil War by Zik. If I find that, I'll let you know. But Zik wrote something about it. If you called it yours when it was succeeding, you can't turn around to say it's no longer yours because people you now backfired. We're not fools. Let's all live together. Let's be happy. We are one nation, but let's not lie to ourselves. God bless you, Prof. Origin of Nigerian Civil War. That's the one by Zik. Beckon to Serve Shehu Shagari, Origin of Nigerian Civil War by Zik. You also find it in the book by the same Godjo Alabi Sama, Tragedy of Victory. The statement by one of his officers, Abubakar, what he said will happen in the north. All of us are blessed. Nigerians, regardless of your region, Igbo, Efik, Ibibio, Yoruba, Hausa, Tiv, Idoma, all of us, we are one Nigeria, great nation. But let's not rewrite the history because we're trying to make people feel good. Because what you are doing is this. Whenever you deny the truth, and you just look for one PC thing to say, a politically correct statement to make, you are creating a vacuum. And that vacuum will be filled because nature abhors a vacuum. And what we have had in the last 50, 60 years is just a vacuum filled with propaganda, lies, and victimhood. It's enough. Let's grow up as a nation. God bless you. But thank you very much. And by the way, if you don't want to wait till then, the videos are on YouTube. Busui Oris. I've talked about many of these things before. Busui Oris on YouTube. Right? Thank you very much. Our final speaker for today. Oh, there's some people sending requests. I didn't see it. Okay. So we have thank you very much, rural area. I hope I answered your question. I'm about your first the Nigerian army, they have this code of one Nigeria. If you see that, somebody asked me a question yesterday, by the way. I don't know why, but okay, I know why. Person sent me the video and says, what do you think about him? Do you think would have made a good head of state or something? Or a great Nigerian leader? And I said, this is what I think. I think Brigadier General Godjo Alabi Sama was a fantastic soldier, great officer, and a wonderful leader. But I don't think he would have been a very good politician. I think he would admit it too. Because it takes a different kind of mode to be able to work in that space. Have you seen Alabi Sama account of the Civil War? I just quoted it. Tragedy of Victory by Brigadier General Godjo Alabi Sama. The book is here. So I've seen it, I've read it. And I think it's of all the books on the Civil War, although are more like it's as if you are there. You see the pictures, the events, the things. And he had a great mother. All right. Thank you very much for listening to that long response. So we have a doubter, then we have Prof.
For you to bring me before Prof. I don't know, bring me taking my sortie Prof. You are very joke. So I want to thank you so much for doing this, and also going back to some of the things that we've discussed before, and you've illuminated. Now, what I quickly want to bring out from the discussion and teaching of today is that Bíbélì wọ́n ní bó ṣe wà láti ti kọ́ ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ló wà nísìnyí kó má rí bẹ́ẹ̀ torí it's just like we are living in the past, like we as it were now. it seems like we are living in the 30s and the 40s and the 50s of Nigerian situation bó ṣe kan Yorùbá people. So kó má rí bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ láíláí. Nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ mú jáde ni pé in most cases àwọn èèyàn wa ò kí understand pé there is always a political agenda to everything tí àwọn tó máa ń jẹ́ politicians tí wọ́n máa ń ṣe. So àwọn tó jẹ́ normal people tí wọ́n mọ̀ pé agenda wà, agenda dẹ̀ gbọ́dọ̀ agend. Wọ́n máa tẹ̀lé àwọn èèyàn nítorí pé wọ́n rò pé nǹkan táwọn rò àbí nǹkan tí wọ́n sell fáwọn gangan ni nǹkan tó jẹ́ the real thing. Kí ni mi ń sọ ni pé tẹ́ bá lọ wo tá bá wo ọkùnrin tẹ́ ń pè revolutionary yẹn Adégbóyèga àbí Adégbóyèga ló ń jẹ́, tẹ́ bá lọ wò nínú brain ẹ̀ nǹkan tó rò ni pé àwọn ń ṣe revolution fún ní Nàìjíríà, kò dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé revolution yẹn ó ní bá nínú àwọn èèyàn kan, ó ní ethnic coloration àwọn particular ethnic group wọ́n wà ń bẹ̀. Tẹ́ bá lọ gbogbo àwọn meetings tí nígbà tẹ́ ń sọ̀rọ̀ nípa ìwà ọ̀dàlẹ̀ tí Zik wù kó má jẹ́ òkú rẹ̀ kó má sùn rẹ̀ ibi tó bá wà. Nígbà tẹ́ ń sọ̀rọ̀ nípa gbogbo àwọn ìwà ọ̀dàlẹ̀ tí Zik wù lẹ́ẹ̀kan, inú mi dùn pé ẹ padà rán yín létí àwọn nǹkan tó ti ṣẹlẹ̀ before time tí ẹ ń sọ yẹn. Ó ti hùwà ọ̀dàlẹ̀ ní around bíi 48, ó ṣe ní 50s, ó ṣe títí di 1983 because election yẹn gan kò yẹ kó contest. Ìgbà kan ló lóun retire ní politics, òun ṣe gbá kan òun ṣàwo kan. So ẹ rí i pé ìwà ọ̀dàlẹ̀ tẹ́ bá ti ráwọn yanmirin tí wọ́n bá ti ń pè yẹn kan lọ́dàlẹ̀, ẹ rí i pé nǹkan tí wọ́n ṣe ni pé wọ́n ń tà láti project ara wọn sí ẹni yẹn ni. So ìyẹn kọ́ la fẹ́ discuss. Nǹkan tá à ń sọ ni pé for every time there's always an agenda, and ìwọ tó bá jẹ́ Yorùbá tó bá ti understand gbọ́dọ̀ yín pé nǹkan tó ń ṣe yìí kò ń ṣe pé bóyá nítorí pé gbogbo àwọn èèyàn ń gba ọ̀nà Yaba, ìwọ náà bá wọn gbọ̀nà Yaba, ìwọ ó máa padà dé ká jẹ gbẹ̀yìn ni because o mọ agenda tí wọ́n ní. Even nínú Nàìjíríà ẹnìjọ́ mẹ́ta yìí a ti rí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn agendas táwọn èèyàn ní, táwọn olùbí padà wá rí pé agenda yẹn kò suit àwọn tí Obingo tó kó lọ sí pátì aládàá ìpàdé òbí táwọn ń ṣe yóò fáwọn ní presidency. Wọ́n mọ tọ́jọ́ ń ṣe kan, wọ́n ti rí pé Obingo yóò Gíríngò yóò kò lè gba kíní yẹn torí ìmọ̀tara ẹni láti jẹ́ mi. Òun ló fi ń ṣe bí obìnrin pé ẹjọ́ ẹ jẹ́ kí n kọ́ra fi tips, ẹ jẹ́ kí n kọ́ra aṣọ ọdún kan, ẹ jẹ́ kí n kọ́ra aṣẹ kan ní ìmá ìlú oṣù mẹ́fà. So kí ni mi ń sọ ni pé agenda máa ń wà and me everybody sọ̀rọ̀. Wọ́n ti máa ń bá sọ̀rọ̀ all the time àwọn Yorùbá but everything táwọn Yorùbá ti gbé wá fún yín ẹ máa wò fínífíní dáadáa kẹ́wọ́ pé nǹkan tó gbé fún mi yìí agenda wo ló jọ pé wà ń bẹ̀. If not inú kòtò lẹ ti máa bára yín and ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wọn ń sẹ̀ wọ́n ti ń bánu kòtò. Ìkànnì wọn táwọn èèyàn ti fẹ́ gbẹ̀mí ọ̀rẹ́ mi ó ti bọ́ sórí Twitter ó ti bẹ̀bẹ̀ òun ò ṣe gbá òun ò ṣe nǹkan tọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ ṣe kí n fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ ni pé nífẹ̀ẹ́ àwọn tó ń dá sí situation yẹn náà ń dá sí òun ò mọ̀mọ̀ òun ò ṣe òun ò bú lágbájá òun ò bú tàmẹ̀dù. Àmọ́ nǹkan tó jẹ́ kó kárí èwe ni pé ó rò pé bóyá bí Nàìjíríà ṣe máa dá làwọn jọ ń sọ, kò sẹ́nì kankan tó sọ pé kí Nàìjíríà máa dá, kò dẹ̀ mí ìdẹ̀rù pé ìran Yorùbá kan wà tó ní káyé Nàìjíríà bàjẹ́. Ìyẹn tí ìran Yorùbá lè sọ ni pé àwa ó ti sú wa, àwa fẹ́ máa lọ lé wa, àwa fẹ́ kó kúrò nínú ìgbéyàwó ìranù tí Zik tó kó wa sí pẹ̀lú àwọn Yorùbá. Ó ti sú wa, àwa lè máa sọ yẹn but nínú bá yẹn sọ pé ó sú wa yìí náà àwa nítorí pé ó sú wa káwa ní kí èyí tó sì wà lẹ̀ yìí ń pé kó bàjẹ́. Mi ò rò pé ọmọ Yorùbá kan sọ pé kó bàjẹ́. Gbogbo àwọn ọkọ̀ tíṣà kedere ìyàtọ̀ díẹ̀ ló wà láàrin wọn, òun ṣe pé ìyàtọ̀ yẹn náà ó pọ̀ tó bẹ́ẹ̀. Ṣe bàjẹ́ tó bọ̀ ṣe dáa tó gbogbo wọn sì dájú òbí lọ ní 1000 times ní gbogbo ọ̀nà wọ́n yìí dájú òbí lọ ní 1000 times bọ́ ìbàjẹ́ tó bọ́ ìyàtọ̀ díẹ̀ ló máa ń sábà wà lára àwọn politicians. So tí wọ́n ti gbé idea wá fún ẹ ìwọ ọmọ Yorùbá jọ mo fi lè máa rẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ wo idea yẹn dáadáa. There is always an agenda. Tabadẹ gbogbo nǹkan táwọn prop máa ń ṣe àpẹ̀lú wa tí ọ̀dọ̀gbọ́gbùsí náà ń ṣe àpẹ̀lú wa a rí pé agenda tí wọ́n nìkan ìmọ̀tara ẹni nìkan ni àfi bí èṣù ìmọ̀tara ẹni nìkan ló wà nínú àwọn people yìí. Ìwọ tó mọ̀ Yorùbá tó bá ń bá wọn ṣe kó mọ̀ pé wọ́n máa lò ẹ́ mọ́gbà ni o, wọ́n máa lò ẹ́ mọ́gbà. Ẹni tí mo fẹ́ sọ nìyẹn, kò ń ṣe kí bí mo fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ pé má bínú pé mo gbà yín lásìkò.
Ṣé mi ló kàn báyìí? Ṣé mi ló kàn báyìí? Báwo la ìwà lórí kí ẹjọ́ tó lọ lọ?
Mr. Edauto, thank you so much for that submission. We're going to go to Prof. So be Remy. Prof, then we'll have Rewaju later.
Kabis, 1 minute. Ṣé kí Rewaju sáré lọ?
Okay, no problem. So,
Okay. Yeah.
Rewaju, okay, please go on.
Prof, actually go on. Thank you so much. I think I appreciate everything you're doing. I'm going to address like 3 issues. Firstly, about the Made Kuti guys. I think it's important for people to understand that the perspective of the Kuti's family is more of their music estate. In my own opinion, that's how I see it mostly. And Paulo, when Ghana was to be formed, you know, he and Paulo had a conversation. And then when Nkrumah was telling, as regards the idea of Pan-Africanism, Nkrumah was telling Paulo that any Nigerians or West Africans at that time that were living there, if they undermine the interests or the sovereignty of Africa, the interests or sovereignty of Ghana, they are not going to think twice than to deport them. And you know, I think it's inside this book, in one of Awolowo's book, I read it. So I even wrote about it on Twitter yesterday overnight. So, and you know, Paulo was having an issue with the way people are talking about Pan-Africanism is not what you are transcribing to me. Apparently, that means that a lot of people that they continue to talk about this Pan-Africanism, they are mostly half-educated people. They don't understand the context or whatever. Even one of the prominent people of the Pan-Africanist ideologies are Zik and Nkrumah. They even had issue at the end of the day. So people need to understand that there is clear-cut boundaries. Anything you want to do, there must be boundaries, there must be respect. Nkrumah said that he doesn't care any Nigerians that undermine the interests of Ghana in their achievement to get their independence. That gives me an assumption that the Kuti's family, their own idea about Pan-Africanism is to keep their own relevance, their own idea of relevance, the Afrobeat. Their father is the proponent, the originator of Afrobeat. And you know, that idea, it will be very difficult for those kind of people to be talking about ethnic nationalism or whatever. So anytime you see Shehu even doing the same thing, they always have this mentality of, you know, even their grandmother was a unitarist. He didn't support the idea of federalism at that time, if I could remember vividly, before he and Zik had issues. In fact, it is quoted that it was Zik, one of the reasons why she was politically relevant was due to Zik. So people need to understand them when they talk. Don't take them serious when you are talking about issue of Nigerians respecting boundaries. And if you see his write-up, you will know that the guy is ignorant, doesn't even know what he's talking about. He and she, much at times. So they always talk about black, Guinean black, Igbada, black, they don't even understand that we have different cultures, we have different cultural ideologies, they don't even want to talk about it. They are just talking about uniformity. And that uniformity comes from the perspective of their own preservation of their own estate, the Afrobeat music. So people need to understand that. Don't take them serious. They don't care if anybody come and conquer Yoruba people or whoever destroys our civilization fabric. They don't care. So their own part of soup is important to them. Another one is that it is very important for people to know that when people, particularly from Eastern part of Nigeria, want to talk about civil war, they would disregard every pre-event that happened before the 1967. And the funny thing is that one of the reasons why the pogroms happened was because of this music that they did, you know. And there was argument between somebody that they should not play music or whatever, and it erupted. There are consequences for behavior. And I would also talk about Alabi Sama. Alabi Sama is a very great man. I watched his interview. I like to always listen to him because I think amongst the military men of his time, he's somebody that keeps record. That man knows how to keep record. He said there were thousands of books. The man might listen to him very well. Very well. He did even say that at a point in time, in one of that interview, he did say that he used to have problem with the ideology of people of Eastern Nigeria, the way they kind of do things. And he also said he doesn't like politics. I think people need to understand. He said, politicians like it. His mother is from Ilorin and his father is from, I think, maybe Ukwani also, Midwest. So he was even supposed to be killed because nobody trusted him on both sides. So I think we should cut him a little bit of slack. And, you know, those old men, most of them don't want to say things that the media will take up and start using against them. So I understand his perspective. He's a very great guy. He's a very good man. And I think if I had probably want to be a military person, I would take a cue for him. He's very intelligent, very, very smart.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for that submission. And yes, I agree. General Abisama, and looks very young for his age. He's in his 80s, and has accomplished a lot. He's somebody, you know, to be respected and cherished. And you should read this book, everyone. I think the book is, you can also get on Read Me Books. Account of the war. And one of these days we'll have a session on Benjamin Adekunle and some of the things you're going to discover about. If you want to know about him and about Alabi Sam as well, please read that book because it was a 2IC, was the second in command to Benjamin Adekunle, Black Scorpion. So he has a lot to share with us. All right, as we begin to wrap up, let's have Prof, and then we'll call it a day. Prof, are you able to talk now?
Thank you so much, Kadesi.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, everyone. A doubter, good to hear your voice after a long time. Everyone. Yeah, good session as usual. But you know, yesterday in our chat, I asked you a question, right? That you said it's because we read and we hang out, we exchange ideas.
Oh,
why I asked you that question when we were chatting yesterday. But
yes,
I also
sir.
sometimes it's more than that, right? Because I mean, we can talk about Alabi Sama, an ex-military guy, and then that issue of one Nigeria, which is there. But I think it goes beyond military guys too, and it also goes to, you know, writers and public intellectuals. They also, and usually I divide them into three groups, right? There's a group of people that are, I'll call them by the name of the patron saint of each group. One group is the Marxian school, and those ones are there to turn history, you know, on its own. They will use their credibility because they are academic and lie to you. And you know, dishonest work does not mean the whole bunch of the work will be dishonest. It just means some critical areas in there, right, will be. And then when you're not, you know, you're not presenting it in an academic circle where people will really criticize it. It's a book, it's yours. So it's going for the uncritical mass. And because it's there, so there's the authority bias. There's PhD, there's something, they've seen all. So they are most likely to believe you. But really what you're trying to do, and I dare to say that Marxian is a revisionist, and all he does is kind of forge history, especially when it comes to the critical areas. And you know my own interaction with him on Twitter, that he ran away because he was lying. You know, academic dishonesty. He caught Chief Obafemi Awólọ́wọ's quote in half and was trying to use it to justify that.
Yeah, that one about starvation, have you?
Eh?
Is it the one about starvation?
No, he was claiming that Chief Obafemi Awólọ́wọ knew about that coup.
Oh, okay, that one that he was talking about Ifajuna and that so he was while he was in prison.
Yes.
Mungbo.
Yeah. So he was claiming that Chief Obafemi Awólọ́wọ knew the coup, and he was arguing with it. And even the Yoruba guy was handling with in the back channel because the guy wanted to give up, and he was saying, this is not what I will, you know. And now brought out the whole quote from Chief Obafemi Awólọ́wọ. So it was academically dishonest. It's been over almost a month now. Maximilian, has not responded, and I technically call him an academic fraud there because he was lying, right? So you have people like that, yeah. And then when you look at how he also supports his points, like in his book, when he was talking about, there's a section where he talked about, was Ironsi privy to the coup, right? So he does what dishonest people did. He used Gowon's work to justify that Ironsi did not know. But what was he saying? And I'm sure you've read that book, the book by Elisha.
Gowon biography.
Exactly.
Social statesman.
Biography, where Gowon specifically told us that Ironsi knew about it, the comments to him and his stuff. But what did he do? He took a Socratic approach, but then he was dishonest with the Socratic by asking a question, right, that is not relevant, and provided an answer that's not relevant. He was answering the question of whether Ironsi was tribalistic. But that's not the question. It was whether he knew. So that was how he justified that. Gowon said Ironsi did not know. Right? So, so you have to, my point of saying that we have to be careful with authors, right? People just pick book. That's why not everybody has been trained this way to compare sources. So, but they typically use fatherland. And this school of thought is also about turning history on its head. Again, remember, not everything is life. But these ones want to create some Yoruba and Igbo fraternity as a common, right? So that's their own. If anything if it's going to explain anything to you, especially when Igbo are the problem, he's going to now jump to the British and tell you, it's the British, right?
God bless you.
So if you,
and I just know I get it. God bless you.
So so
we're not going to talk about it.
We're not going to talk about it, but the people that know, that's all. Oh no, like you saw. Oh no, so you have to also be careful. Not that they don't have important things in their book. I read this book, very good book, but you also have to be careful. Read a Yoruba Igbo unity against stuff, especially when it is not there. So as much as possible, when it's writing, even when it's obvious that the Igbos did something, is going to tell you, it's by the way, it's the British. So I'm also telling you that's second class. Is I'll call it tension. I kind of believe in one Nigeria. We have to do this, we have to do that. And what they will tell you, they're going to dismiss a lot of things, right? Especially things that are very critical to our understanding of stuff. So those things, they might reduce it to one paragraph. right? Yeah, you can call I'm sorry, you can call the unity beggars. I agree. They will so that everybody is just one Nigeria and things like that, right? These are usually people in the academic eminent history, which is okay, right? But you just have to be careful. Don't take everything. You also need to keep digging because their work as academic historians is that they want to build national cohesion. But I also think that you don't build national cohesion. Yeah, 1 minute.
Just go on. You don't build national coalition. You don't build national cohesion on half truth.
Exactly. You cannot build national cohesion by denying the legitimate concerns of people, right? So you also have to. So all I'm saying is that those are the three schools, in my own opinion. I mean, the last school is the least, problematic, but it also has its own issues, and it means that you also have to read wide and far, right? Don't just say because someone is a professor or because someone is this, right? So you have to read far and wide. So that's one on that. So the other issue is this issue of Made Kuti, and I think we all have to be very careful about Made Kuti and the Kuti family. We all have to be careful. And I dare say to people, these guys have never identified themselves as Yoruba icons. So why are we concerned about who they marry and their philosophy at this point? Why? Right? Why are we so concerned about that now? What's Fela had Igbo women as part of his wife. So why is all this issue about why do you want to pollute your grandfather? These people don't. When Chief Obafemi Awolowo died, look at what Fela said about Chief Obafemi Awolowo now. So why are you people so concerned about these people? Family must be Yoruba at all cost. I read some. I'm actually doing going through some work, and then if you what you also find out is that issue that everybody praises. What do you call this woman for? Fumilayo Ramson Putti for that the position of that Alake. Do you know that issue relates to the formation of Egbeomo Odudua? Yes, it was one of the reaction. She was working with NCNC. It was part of the reaction of breaking the work.
She was writing NCNC at that time.
Yeah, she was still, yeah. And let me see. I don't know what happened to my sister. Unfortunately, I can't share the work with you. But if you read the PhD work of the late Professor Babatunde, let me see if I can open it so that I'll read it briefly for you. I've seen it in a Judy Blyden's book on that event, right? Wow. Then this week I was just browsing through Professor Babatunde Abraham Williams' book. You must know him now. He was a professor at OAU. Back then, was a professor of political science. The husband of
Toby.
Eh? Toby, but political science is big. More, but he's one of the. It was the husband of Grace Alile Williams.
Oh, okay, I know.
The book that he wrote in the 59. So he was a witness to some of the events that I will see if I can read it. And he confirmed it for me because I read it in a Blyden's book, but Blyden didn't go so well. Blyden was more concerned about Kilonkorukwe, about about the events, so just NCNC and party. But the whole stuff was about that solidarity of Yoruba people. And she was working with them. So, of course, there was the Ogboni issue fighting with her. In short, can you just give me 1 minute to even open the work again? I think it would be interesting if we read it together, right?
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Just give me 1 minute.
All right. So while he's sorting that out, let me just read to you what Fela actually said about Awo when everybody was writing eulogies. By the way, this writer, Odugua, calls him the father of federalism when he died in 87. And I'll just read a few things so that you understand that because you're a musician does not mean you understand politics. So
Because to be a Yoruba,
this is from...
Because I'm just pissed off. People are saying, Yoruba family, you want to pollute your father. What the heck is all that?
Again, people don't really understand the context. So this is from Wole Soyinka. The first feeling I had was that of intense anger because Nigeria has wasted Chief Awolowo. I still feel angry and bitter at his death. I can tell you now that some people, I do not care what hypocritical nonsense they utter, sleep better now for the fact that Chief Awolowo is gone, because he was one man they feared most because of his forthrightness, his integrity, his brilliance of mind. He is gone, and it is the turn of mediocres. That's Professor Wole Soyinka. And this is what his cousin, Fela Adekunle Kuti, wrote. May the departed Chief Awolowo rest in peace and his spirit to leave us in peace. Before Chief Awolowo came back to Nigeria from Europe, where he went to read law, politics in Nigeria had no tribal sentiments to it. That's from Fela Adekunle Kuti. Look at those two things.
Go on, sorry.
No. Please go on. You're back now.
So that's why all this nonsense about why is he polluting his blood? Is this one? These people have never identified. They are not Yoruba icons. At worst, they will tell you that they are Pan-African. But let me read something from Professor Williams' PhD dissertation. It said, on page 269, said, nevertheless, no sooner than the Egbe Omodudu arose and the NCNC fostered the spurious Yoruba Federal Council, which was based on group rather than on individual membership. It took this step on the realization that the gulf between Yorubas and Igbos will prove highly detrimental unless bridged as soon as possible. And that were this to occur, it will no longer remain an intertribal organization, but will grow from a predominantly Igbo membership to an almost purely Igbo membership. Thus, the formation of the Yoruba Federal Union was a tactical measure against the Egbe. It was meant to nullify the growing sense of solidarity among the Yorubas and to create a schism among them, so that the Egbe would no longer recruit members on tribal grounds. And this has been a recurring theme in Yorubas, in Nigerian stuff. When Chief Obafemi Awolowo was incarcerated and Yoruba people were coming together across party, like immediately, Michael Okpara summoned Remi Fani-Kayode to Enugu. They don't want any form of Yoruba solidarity. They want solidarity, but you people must never. So it's a common thing. But let me go on. The political acumen displayed by the NCNC on this occasion is very clear and shows its efficacy in the dethronement of Sir Ademola II, the Alake of Egba, and the paramount natural ruler of the Egbas in July 1948, attended by the death songs of the members of the Egba Women's Union, who were led by Mrs. Fumilayo Ransom Kuti, the Yoruba woman on the 1947 delegation to Britain. So she never really severed relationship with Zik. As a matter of fact, she was the one Zik used, right? That was part of the things. So you have to scratch our history. People praise her today, but that whole stuff has NCNC's hand. And it was also to create, the Alake and Co. supported Egbe, the traditional rulers supported Egbe. So that's one of the reasons why NCNC work with her. So why is that woman? Why are people always, why are our people shouting, "My day, your grandmother is this"? No.
They don't know. We don't know his grandmother. That's what you're saying. Like, we don't know her enough.
Exactly. And Judy Blyden also wrote about Judy Blyden writes a lot about women and Nigeria. So this is a woman that allowed herself to be used as a tool by NCNC against the unity of Yoruba people, right? By doing that, and I'm doing a write up on some of these things, right? So people need to be very careful. It's disgraceful the way some of our people are going about on these things that don't do that. Just let's stop that. These people are not Yoruba icons. The other thing I want to talk about is that coup, and I think the coup is a very laughable stuff where people like you've dealt with it. Like it's not because Igbos dominate the planning, but when you look at the outcome, both immediate and the long-term effect of it, you see that there's no way, except you are foolish. That's when you will deny that it's not an Igbo coup. And even when all of them kept claiming that, Awo, and they want to bring Awo in. Like if Awo is central to your plan, I expect you to put a lot of effort, right, into the release of Awo. But you put a lot of effort into the buying of political opponents than this man. There's even no aircraft that is going to go and take the guy. You are telling us that this guy is central to your plan. The best we saw was in Ademoyega and Bule when they said 2 guys were to deploy to go and get the man from Calabar. You want to go and get a politician incarcerated in a federal prison, and that man is so central to your plan. You are doing all of this because of him. And then you are going to send a pilot and an engineer. There's no ground troop that is going to support them. Right? That's not that you even follow it. Let's say that's what you all claim. Right? The man that's the best you could do. So, you have to be a foolish person to believe that this is all because of Kinikon, our stuff like that. And, this issue of this issue of program, honestly, it is.
There was no program,
and it's not.
There was no program.
Exactly, it is tiring. Rewaju was talking about someone wanted to. It was in Gombe. The bloody guy insisted he's going to play the machine gun music, and the Hausa people said no, this thing is rude, is insulting, and still he insisted. Like you run when you're on here, you owe moju, owe mora, no respect for your for people. And then when the people react, you will say, how did we get there? Or how did we get here? You want to make fun of them. They say, okay, don't do it. They're even understanding of this. Don't do this. You decide to do it and blast it. And then it led to the buying of many people. Right? So all this nonsense about I don't believe in it. I've always maintained, and I will maintain till tomorrow. Because if you do a coup and you clear all the senior people of other ethnic group, and it's only your people that move in there, right? You clear every senior officers in the north, or the most senior people in the west, you clear them, and then you replace them by people from your ethnic group. And you are now telling me it is not, go and tell that one to other people. My last point is on the Midwest. You know me, my position on Midwest, and I don't apologize for it. I don't care. So when people start getting into this Anioma, I know people to come me, Gambari Pafula Nini. Honestly, for me, they are cut from the same deceptive cloth. So, when Yoruba people start getting into that issue of kini kon, as far as me I'm concerned, so all this one, because when you look at that Midwest issue, ní ra àwọn people yẹn ní 5 kobo. Honestly, the approach that they took. So me, I don't get into all this issue of kíní kan ṣe gbá kan kíní kan ṣe kò sí nǹkan tó kàn mí kò sí nǹkan tó kàn mí pẹ̀lú wọn nǹkan kan náà ni wọ́n because when they were doing that Midwest issue they didn't think about this thing. Look, I posted something from what's this guy's book? I think the total Yoruba in the Benin and Delta province was about 6,000 or so. The whole combined, what made there? The Igbos alone in Benin was 16,000. So Igbos alone in Benin is almost times 3 of Yoruba. But the Benin Market Women Association made a rule against Yorubas having store in the market. You understand? Going popular, but these people we will make sure they don't have. So kilo kwame by they are all family. So and your man if you approve because thing got to come in. Or no canoni. So if you cannot lot you. So my own point now, you know, and when you look at it, if you read the British end of documents, if you read the financials from that time, the Benin Delta area constitutes 25% of the whole region, 25% population by population, but they contribute on the best they can contribute is 18%. So they were not even contributing a lot to that region. So the Yoruba area was making it.
By the region, you mean to the old Western region?
Old Western region.
Of the population contributing
they were 25%.
At best 18%.
But at best, their economic stuff, and John Rankin himself said it, who was like, this region is unproductive. Right? It's unproductive. But then they will now say, you must give us 30%, 40%, where there's no job. And then, Chifao does not even look at it. They make sure they get 25% of budget allocation. Even though they contribute less than everybody. You understand what I'm trying to say? So, but if you see all the things, these people at that place were at the commission already threatening Ishekiri people. They were already there because the Ishekiri people said, measures with Ondo State. Measures with Ondo State. The Akokoke people, their king came there and said, we are not Edo people, we are Yoruba people. Measures with our brothers there. I have some of this stuff that these people said. It was at that hearing that the Urobos and the Igbos were already threatening the Shekiris that they would deal with them. It was there at that hearing, and they dealt with them immediately. They got it. They removed they deposed the Olu, because Olu said we are Yoruba, not these people. So what this issue about Pekini Kanyama or Shekini Kon Pepese Bini or Shekini go sing koto come. You got Iyako, you got to Juanwa on Lonry. The only people say me what concern no with the be we have Shekiri to some extent. But you're around you in Kokonon Bobo. So I just want to add, I know you go into the Midwest issue in a deeper so if I'm around, I'll see if I can contribute to that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Prof. I really appreciate your submission. Fantastic stuff. And what we'll do is this state question that I want to say, we're going to do the introduction from Papa's book. Then we'll go into Willings Commission report of 1958. But we're going to start with the Western region and the Midwest. And because, like I said, anytime I want to have conversations around state creation, 50s, I like to start with Yoruba people. So don't go be like say just they try to fight people. So just talk about what really happened in our own space and how it was handled, and then we'll talk about what happened in the Eastern region. So that helps us to understand things and put things in perspective. So hopefully at that time, a prof will be around as well to be part of the conversation. Somebody asked a question earlier And I want to quickly answer that question. That will be the last thing we talk about, at least for today, and then we'll have the anthems. But if you want to support what we're doing, by the way, again, I don't usually break people's flow when people are giving gifts, but I acknowledge everybody who is, supporting us. So I saw some gifts coming up while people were speaking, even sometimes while I was speaking myself. So thank you very much for your generosity. I really appreciate your support. But if you want to go a step further and actually send cash, please use the bank details up here to support what we do, to keep it going, and also, put it out there for others to see. Thank you very much for that. So the person asked the question that why are they always against Yoruba people, throughout history, especially in politics. Why is that Igbos usually do that? I could answer you, but I think it's best if Papa actually answers. So I'm going to read something to you from the autobiography, the autobiography of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. So it says here, from the general political and journalistic maneuvers of Dr. Azikiwe over the years, his great objective was to set himself up as a dictator over Nigeria and to make the Igbo nation the master race. It would appear, according to his reckoning, that the only obstacle in the path of his ambition was the Yoruba intelligentsia, and this must be removed at all cost. A situation in which one ethnic group would dominate the others does not accord with my conception of a united and happy Nigeria.
Bless you, bless you.
Please don't mute like that. We're recording. But thank you. When you were muted and you coughed, you just added what I was trying to. That's why I muted myself. All right. So he says, a situation in which one ethnic group would dominate the others does not accord with my conception of a united and happy Nigeria. I am implacably opposed to dictatorship, as well as the doctrine of Ehrenberg, whether it was Hitler's or Dr. Azikiwe's. So the point here is this. He had a plan. And from everything you see, we've had conversations from the 30s, and then the political movements from the 40s, and the way they not got what they got in 1950, and the attacks, the insensate attacks on insensate attacks as well, on the, whether it was Egbe Motutua or the action group and things like that. What it is essentially is a person who wants to be the one to rule the nation. And, if you read his autobiography, my Odyssey, he said that when he returned, he would have wanted everybody to welcome him, but only Igbo people came to welcome him. But then he said, but the truth is that other people came to welcome him, on their own, but like, when everybody was celebrating, he would have wanted everybody to celebrate. That was when he returned in 1937. The idea basically was to be the person everybody looked up to, and that's why you saw what happened with the way he engineered the crisis in Nigerian youth movement in 1941. And to be honest, when you look at everything he's doing, the fact that he's able to move around Yoruba land and do whatever he wanted to do in Lagos, the only group that could question him would be the intelligentsia, the Yoruba intelligentsia. That means the elite, Yoruba elites, the educated ones. And so if he's able to put them down, right, and to undermine whatever things we're trying to do, then he'll be able to fulfill his own vision. Again, it's a personal ambition thing. There's nothing altruistic or nationalistic about his plans. And that's why, with all due respect, I like the fact that I spent 500 Naira notes. I live in Nigeria. So it's really nice to spend 500 Naira notes with Zik on it. But beyond that, there's Nnamdi Azikiwe Airport in Abuja, so we all do that one, which is good. But when it comes to the idea of calling somebody Pan-African nationalist and founding father, nah, not really. We read one of the things that he said himself in 75 about what he did in 54. I don't know if a founding father speaks like that. But people are not perfect. So if he's based on imperfection, this is not based on imperfection, just to be clear. I'm not saying that he's not perfect, therefore I don't like him. I'm saying that he had plans to destroy and pull down other groups so that his own group can rise above others. That, for me, is not something to celebrate. What of our book did you just read? Is this autobiography? The autobiography of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. That's the one I just read. All right, but it's been a fantastic session today. I've had fun. We've been here since 1 p.m. Too late, to be honest. It's past 9. My family is here waiting for me to get out of here. But thank you for your presence. Thank you for being part of today's session. Everyone on TikTok, on YouTube, and Facebook. We do this every weekday, Mondays to Fridays, 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. Now, Tuesdays and Thursdays, we have shorter sessions. So by 3, 4 marks, we're done. 3 actually. 4 I say Juni. So, so it's not going to be very long. That's what I'm trying to say. So by 3:30, 4:30, go finish and call me. So please join us tomorrow 1 p.m. so that we can cover a lot of grounds. Zik's autobiography is called My Odyssey. It was published in 1970. And I thought, for me, maybe he was trying to answer some of the things raised, but he didn't do a very good job, doing it. But one of these days, we'll probably just visit that book together. Please join the Redomi Global Telegram channel. You can find some of the documents I mentioned earlier, especially the CONFA report, which I think we're going to talk more about on Wednesday. So you can have tomorrow to read it. And also Redomi Books, to be able to get the books delivered to you wherever you're in the world. And please support what we're doing. We're trying to push hard, right? They're saying it's one thing to create, content, another thing to actually push it. So we're going to make sure that we do a lot of those things much later. What else? Yeah, thanks to everybody for being here. Again, we're on YouTube, on Facebook, and on TikTok. Twitter, folks, we're going to work on something. Apparently, I've tried different tools, right? Mics. I think we've not gotten to the one we really should be using. We're going to keep working on it. Maybe we're going to have to buy a new mixer or something just for Twitter. But once we get there, we'll let you. These are some of the things that we also use money for. So if you support us, you're helping us do all these things. And to make sure that we're coming here every day. So please join us tomorrow, 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. Tomorrow it's going to be a short session, so please don't be late. Because it's history, culture, politics, and innovation, and you're going to like the session. All right. Thank you very much for being here. So for folks on YouTube, we're going to let you go now because we're about to end the sessions and end the session. And every time we end our sessions, we'll play the national anthem, Nigerian anthem, and the Yoruba anthem. But we have restrictions on YouTube because of copyright stuff. So for those of us here on TikTok and on Facebook, we'll listen to the anthem as we round up.